The Shih Ching, Confucius's favorite poems brought to life with AI anime introduction. Have you ever wondered what life was like in ancient China, over 2,500 years ago? What did people love? What did they fear? What made them laugh or cry? The answers are found in a remarkable book, a book of poetry so important that it became one of the foundations of Chinese civilization. Welcome. Today, we begin a journey into the Shih Ching, the classic of poetry, also known as the Book of Songs. What is the Shih Ching? So, what exactly is the Shih Ching? It is the oldest existing collection of Chinese poetry. Think of it as a time capsule from ancient China, created between 1000 and 600 BCE. It contains 305 poems. These aren't just random poems. They were collected to show the heart and soul of the people. They are songs about everyday life, love, work, family, war, and politics. For centuries, these poems were passed down by word of mouth before finally being written down. Why was it so important? The Confucius connection. Now, here's the most crucial part of the story. This book was incredibly important to one man, the great philosopher, Confucius. It is said that Confucius himself loved this book. He believed it was essential for education and building good character. He didn't just think it was beautiful. He thought it taught people how to be good, how to understand others, and how to be a wise ruler. Because of Confucius's influence, the Shih Ching became one of the 5 classics that every educated person in China had to study for over 2,000 years. To get a job in the government, you had to know these poems. It was that important. What's inside the book? A peek at the poems. So, what kind of poems will we find inside? Scholars often divide them into 3 parts. First, airs of the states. These are the folk songs. They are the voices of the common people. They are about young love, the pain of separation, and the simple joys of life. Second, odes of the court. These are more formal poems, sung during official ceremonies and banquets. They praise the founders of dynasties and celebrate history and rituals. And third, hymns of the temple. These are the most sacred poems. They are religious hymns used for worshiping ancestors and gods. So, from the most personal feelings to the most sacred rituals, this book covers it all. How we will explore it together. Now, reading ancient poetry can sometimes feel difficult. The language and customs are so far from our own. That's why, in this series, we are going to do something special. We will be using the classic English translation by James Legge, but we will bring the words to life with stunning, AI-generated anime art. We will visualize the lovers, the farmers, the warriors, and the kings. Our goal is to help you feel the emotions and see the world hidden within these ancient lines. Enjoy.
Odes of Zhou in the South. 1. Wanju Guangguan go the ospreys on the islet in the river. The modest, retiring, virtuous, young lady, for our prince a good mate she. Here long, there short, is the duckweed, to the left, to the right, borne about by the current. The modest, retiring, virtuous, young lady, waking and sleeping, he sought her. He sought her and found her not. And waking and sleeping he thought about her. Long he thought, oh, long and anxiously, on his side, on his back, he turned, and back again. Here long, there short, is the duckweed, on the left, on the right, we gather it. The modest, retiring, virtuous, young lady, with lutes, small and large, let us give her friendly welcome. Here long, there short, is the duckweed. On the left, on the right, we cook and present it. The modest, retiring, virtuous young lady, with bells and drums, let us show our delight in her. 2. Tan. How the dilichos spread itself out, extending to the middle of the valley. Its leaves were luxuriant. The yellow birds flew about and collected on the thickly growing trees, their pleasant notes resounding far. How the dilichos spread itself out, extending to the middle of the valley. Its leaves were luxuriant and dense. I cut it and I boiled it, and made both fine cloth and coarse, which I will wear without getting tired of it. I have told the matron, who will announce that I'm going to see my parents. I will wash my private clothes clean, and I will rinse my robes, which need to be rinsed, which do not. I am going back to visit my parents. 3. Waner. I was gathering and gathering the mouse ear, but could not fill my shallow basket. With a sigh for the man of my heart, I placed it there on the highway. I was ascending that rock-covered height, but my horses were too tired to breast it. I will now pour a cup from that gilded vase, hoping I may not have to think of him long. I was ascending that lofty ridge, but my horses turned of a dark yellow. I will now take a cup from that rhinoceros horn, hoping I may not have long to sorrow. I was ascending that flat-topped height, but my horses became quite disabled, and my servants were also disabled. Oh, how great is my sorrow! 4. Jimu. In the south are the trees with curved drooping branches, with the dolich's creepers clinging to them. To be rejoiced in is our princely lady. May she repose in her happiness and dignity. In the south are the trees with curved drooping branches, covered by the dolich's creepers. To be rejoiced in is our princely lady. May she be great in her happiness and dignity. In the south are the trees with curved drooping branches, round which the dolichos creepers twine. To be rejoiced in is our princely lady. May she be complete in her happiness and dignity. 5. Zhongxi. You locusts, winged tribes, how harmoniously you collect together. Right is it that your descendants should be multitudinous. You locusts, winged tribes, how sound your wings in flight. Right is it that your descendants should be as in unbroken strings. You locusts, winged tribes, how you cluster together. Right is it that your descendants should be in swarms. 6. Tao Yao. The peach tree is young and elegant, brilliant are its flowers. This young lady is going to her future home, and will order well her chamber and house. The peach tree is young and elegant. Abundant will be its fruits. This young lady is going to her future home, and will order well her house and chamber. The peach tree is young and elegant, luxuriant are its leaves. This young lady is going to her future home, and will order well her family. 7. To Zhou. Carefully adjusted are the rabbit nets, clang clang go the blows on the pegs. That stalwart, martial man might be shield and wall to his prince. Carefully adjusted are the rabbit nets, and placed where many ways meet. That stalwart, martial man would be a good companion for his prince. Carefully adjusted are the rabbit nets, and placed in the midst of the forest. that stalwart, martial man might be head and heart to his prince. 8. Fu Yi. We gather and gathered the plantains, now we may gather them. We gather and gather the plantains, now we have got them. We gather and gather the plantains, now we pluck the ears. We gather and gather the plantains, now we rub out the seeds. We gather and gather the plantains, now we place the seeds in our skirts. We gather and gather the plantains, now we tuck out skirts under our girdles. 9. Han Guang. In the south rise the trees without branches, affording no shelter. By the Han are girls rambling about, but it is vain to solicit them. The breadth of the Han cannot be dived across. The length of the Zhong cannot be navigated with a raft. Many are the bundles of firewood. I would cut down the thorns to form more. Those girls that are going to their future home, I would feed their horses. The breadth of the Han cannot be dived across. The length of the Zhong cannot be navigated with a raft. Many are the bundles of firewood. I would cut down the southern wood to form more. Those girls that are going to their future home, I would feed their colts. The breadth of the Han cannot be dived across. The length of the Zhong cannot be navigated with a raft. 10. Ru Fen. Along those raised banks of the Ru, I cut down the branches and slender stems. While I could not see my lord, I felt as it were pangs of great hunger. Along those raised banks of the Ru, I cut down the branches and fresh twigs. I have seen my lord, he has not cast me away. The bream is showing its tail all red, the royal house is like a blazing fire. Though it be like a blazing fire, your parents are very near. 11. Lin Zizi. The feet of the Lin, the noble sons of our prince, they are the Lin. The forehead of the Lin, the noble grandsons of our prince, they are the Lin. The horn of the Lin, the noble kindred of our prince, they are the Lin.
Jiaonan. Odes of Shao and the South. 12. Kuchao. Kuchao. The nest is the magpie's. The dove dwells in it. This young lady is going to her future home. 100 carriages are meeting her. The nest is the magpie's. The dove possesses it. This young lady is going to her future home. 100 carriages are escorting her. The nest is the magpie's. The dove fills it. This young lady is going to her future home. These hundreds of carriages complete her array. 13. Kai Fan. Kai Fan. She gathers the white southern wood by the ponds, on the islets. She employs it in the business of our prince. She gathers the white southern wood along the streams and the valleys. She employs it in the temple of our prince. With headdress reverently rising aloft, early, while yet it is night, she is in the prince's temple. In her dead dress, slowly retiring, she returns to her own apartments. 14. Cao Chong. Cao Chong. Yao Yao went the grass insects, and the hoppers sprang about. While I do not see my lord, my sorrowful heart is agitated. Let me have seen him. Let me have met him, and my heart will then be stilled. I ascended that hill in the south, and gathered the turtlefoot ferns. While I do not see my lord, my sorrowful heart is very sad. Let me have seen him, let me have met him, and my heart will then be pleased. I ascended that hill in the south, and gathered the thorn ferns. While I do not see my lord, my sorrowful heart is wounded with grief. Let me have seen him, let me have met him, and my heart will then be at peace. 15. Kai Ping. Kai Ping. She gathers the large duckweed by the banks of the stream in the southern valley. She gathers the pondweed in those pools left by the floods. She deposits what she gathers in her square baskets and round ones. She boils it in her tripods and pans. She sets forth her preparations under the window in the ancestral chamber. Who superintends the business? It is this reverent young lady. 16. Gantang. Gantang. This umbrageous sweet pear tree. Clip it not, hew it not down. Under it the chief of Shao lodged. This umbrageous sweet pear tree. Clip it not, break not a twig of it. Under it the chief of Shao rested. This umbrageous sweet pear tree. Clip it not, bend not a twig of it. Under it the chief of Shao halted. 17. Xing Lu. Xing Lu. Wet lay the dew on the path. Might I not have walked there in the early dawn? But I said there was too much dew on the path. Who can say the sparrow has no horn? How else could it bore through my house? Who can say that you did not get me betrothed? How else could you have urged on this trial? But though you have forced me to trial, your ceremonies for betrothal were not sufficient. Who can say that the rat has no molar teeth? How else could it bore through my wall? Who can say that you did not get me betrothed? How else could you have urged on this trial? But though you have forced me to trial, I will still not follow you. 18. Gao Yang. Gao Yang. Those lambskins and sheepskins, with their 5 braidings of white silk, they have retired from the court to take their meal. Easy are they and self-possessed. Those lambskins and sheepskins, with their 5 seams wrought with white silk. Easy are they and self-possessed. They have retired from the court to take their meal. The seams of those lambskins and sheepskins, the 5 joinings wrought with white silk. Easy are they and self-possessed. They have retired to take their meal from the court. 19. Yin Chi Lei, Yin Chi Lei. Grandly rolls the thunder on the south of the southern hill. How was it he went away from this, not daring to take a little rest? My noble lord, may he return, may he return. Grandly rolls the thunder about the sides of the southern hill. How was it he went away from this, not daring to take a little rest? My noble lord, may he return, may he return. Grandly rolls the thunder at the foot of the southern hill. How was it he went away from this, not remaining a little at rest? My noble lord, may he return, may he return. 20. Piao Yu Mei, Piao Yu Mei. Dropping are the fruits from the plum tree. There are but 7/10 of them left. For the gentlemen who seek me, this is the fortunate time. Dropping are the fruits from the plum tree. There are but 3/10 of them left. For the gentlemen who seek me, now is the time. Dropped are the fruits from the plum tree. In my shallow basket I have collected them. Would the gentlemen who seek me only speak about it. 21. Shao Xing, Hao Xing. Small are those starlets, 3 or 5 of them in the east. Swiftly by night we go. In the early dawn we are with the prince. Our lot is not like hers. Small are those starlets, and there are Orion and the Pleiades. Swiftly by night we go, carrying our coverlets and sheets. Our lot is not like hers. 22. Jiang Yusi, Jiang Yusi. The Jiang has its branches, led from it and returning to it. Our Lady, when she was married, would not employ us. She would not employ us, but afterwards she repented. The Jiang has its islets. Our Lady, when she was married, would not let us be with her. She would not let us be with her, but afterwards she repressed such feelings. The Jiang has the Tuo. Our Lady, when she was married, would not come near us, she would not come near us. But she blew that feeling away and sang. 23. Yi Yu Si Jun, Ye Yu Si Jun. In the wild there is a dead antelope, and it is wrapped up with the white grass. There is a young lady with thoughts natural to the spring, and a fine gentleman would lead her astray. In the forest there are the scrubby oaks. In the wild there is a dead deer, and it is bound round with the white grass. There is a young lady like a gem. She says, slowly, gently, gently, do not move my handkerchief, do not make my dog bark. 24. He bai nong yi, he bi nong yi. How great is that luxuriance, those flowers of the sparrow plum! Are they not expressive of reverence and harmony, the carriages of the king's daughter? How great is that luxuriance, the flowers like those of the peach tree or the plum. See the granddaughter of the tranquilizing king and the son of the reverent marquis. What are used in angling? Silk threads formed into lines, the son of the reverent marquis and the granddaughter of the tranquilizing king. 25. Zuyu Zuyu. Strong and abundant grow the rushes. He discharges but one arrow at 5 wild boars. Ah, he is the Zuyu. Strong and abundant grow the artemisia. He discharges but one arrow at 5 wild boars. Ah, he is the Zuyu.
Odes of Bei. 26. Bio Zhou. It floats about that boat of cypress wood. Yea, it floats about on the current. Disturbed am I and sleepless, as if suffering from a painful wound. It is not because I have no wine, and that I might not wander and saunter about. My mind is not a mirror. It cannot equally receive all impressions. I, indeed, have brothers, but I cannot depend on them. I meet with their anger. My mind is not a stone. It cannot be rolled about. My mind is not a mat. It cannot be rolled up. My deportment has been dignified and good, with nothing wrong which can be pointed out. My anxious heart is full of trouble. I am hated by the herd of mean creatures. I meet with many distresses. I receive insults not a few. Silently I think of my case, and starting as from sleep, I beat my breast. There are the sun and moon. How is it that the former has become small, and not the latter? The sorrow cleaves to my heart, like an unwashed dress. Silently I think of my case, but I cannot spread my wings and fly away. 27. Lu Yi. Green is the upper robe, green with a yellow lining. The sorrow of my heart, how can it cease? Green is the upper robe, green the upper, and yellow the lower garment. The sorrow of my heart, how can it be forgotten? Dyed green has been the silk. It was you who did it. But I think of the ancients, that I may be kept from doing wrong. Linen, fine or coarse, is cold when worn in the wind. I think of the ancients, and find what is in my heart. 28. Yan Yan. The swallows go flying about, with their wings unevenly displayed. The lady was returning to her native state, and I escorted her far into the country. I looked till I could no longer see her, and my tears fell down like rain. The swallows go flying about, now up, now down. The lady was returning to her native state, and far did I accompany her. I looked till I could no longer see her, and long I stood and wept. The swallows go flying about. From below, from above, comes their twittering. The lady was returning to her native state, and far did I escort her to the south. I looked till I could no longer see her, and great was the grief of my heart. Lovingly confiding was Lady Zhong. Truly deep was her feeling. Both gentle was she and docile, virtuously careful of her person. In thinking of our deceased lord, she stimulated worthless me.
29. Riyue. Riyue, O sun, O moon, which enlighten this lower earth. Here is the man, who treats me not according to the ancient rule. How can he get his mind settled? Would he then not regard me? O sun, O moon, which overshadow this lower earth. Here is this man, who will not be friendly with me. How can he get his mind settled? Would he then not respond to me? O sun, O moon, which come forth from the east. Here is the man, with virtuous words but really not good. How can he get his mind settled? Would he then allow me to be forgotten? O sun, O moon, from the east which come forth. O father, O mother, there is no sequel to your nourishing of me. How can he get his mind settled? Would he then respond to me, contrary to all reason? 30. Zhongfeng, Zhongfeng. The wind blows and is fierce. He looks at me and smiles, with scornful words, and dissolute, the smile of pride. To the center of my heart, I am grieved. The wind blows with clouds of dust. Kindly he seems to be willing to come to me, but he neither goes nor comes. Long, long do I think of him. The wind blew and the sky was cloudy. Before a day elapses, it is cloudy again. I awake and cannot sleep. I think of him and gasp. All cloudy is the darkness, and the thunder keeps muttering. I awake and cannot sleep. I think of him, and my breast is full of pain.
31. Ji. Hear the roll of our drums. See how we leap about, using our weapons. Those do the field work in the state, or fortify Cao, while we alone march to the south. We followed Sun Zizong, peace having been made with Chun and Song. But he did not lead us back, and our sorrowful hearts are very sad. Here we stay, here we stop, here we lose our horses, and we seek for them among the trees of the forest. For life or for death, however separated, to our wives we pledged our word. We held their hands. We were to grow old together with them. Alas for our separation, we have no prospect of life. Alas for our stipulation, we cannot make it good. 32. Kai Feng. The genial wind from the south blows on the heart of that jujube tree, till that heart looks tender and beautiful. What toil and pain did our mother endure! The genial wind from the south blows on the branches of that jujube tree. Our mother is wise and good, but among us there is none good. There is the cool spring, below the city of Jun. We are 7 sons, and our mother is full of pain and suffering. The beautiful yellow birds give forth their pleasant notes. We are 7 sons, and cannot compose our mother's heart.
33. Xiongzhi. The male pheasant flies away, lazily moving his wings. The man of my heart, he has brought on us this separation. The pheasant has flown away, but from below, from above, comes his voice. Ah, the princely man, he afflicts my heart. Look at that sun and moon. Long, long do I think. The way is distant. How can he come to me? All ye princely men, know ye not his virtuous conduct? He hates none. He covets nothing. What does he which is not good? 34. Pao yu ku shi, pao yu ku yi. The gourd has still its bitter leaves, and the crossing at the ford is deep. If deep, I will go through with my clothes on. If shallow, I will do so, holding them up. The ford is full to overflowing. There is the note of the female pheasant. The full ford will not wet the axle of my carriage. It is the pheasant calling for her mate. The wild goose, with its harmonious notes, at sunrise, with the earliest dawn, by the gentleman, who wishes to bring home his bride, is presented before the ice is melted. The boatman keeps beckoning, and others cross with him, but I do not. Others cross with him, but I do not. I am waiting for my friend. 35. Gufeng. Gufeng gently blows the east wind, with cloudy skies and with rain. Husband and wife should strive to be of the same mind and not let angry feelings arise. When we gather the mustard plant and earth melons, we do not reject them because of their roots. While I do nothing contrary to my good name, I should live with you till our death. I go along the road slowly, slowly, in my inmost heart reluctant. Not far, only a little way, did he accompany me to the threshold. Who says that the sow thistle is bitter? It is as sweet as the shepherd's purse. You feast with your new wife, loving as brothers. The muddiness of the Jing appears from the way, but its bottom may be seen about the islets. You feast with your new wife, and think me not worth being with. Do not approach my dam, do not move my basket. My person is rejected. What avails it to care for what may come after? Where the water was deep, I crossed it by a raft or a boat. Where it was shallow, I dived or swam across it. Whether we had plenty or not, I exerted myself to be getting. When among others there was a death, I crawled on my knees to help them. You cannot cherish me, and you even count me as an enemy. You disdain my virtues, a peddler's wares which do not sell. Formerly, I was afraid our means might be exhausted, and I might come with you to destitution. Now, when your means are abundant, you compare me to poison. My fine collection of vegetables is but a provision against the winter. Feasting with your new wife, you think of me as a provision, only against your poverty. Cavalierly and angrily you treat me. You give me only pain. You do not think of the former days, and are only angry with me.
36. Shi Wei. Reduced, reduced, why not return? If it were not for your sake, O Prince, how should we be thus exposed to the dew? Reduced, reduced, why not return? If it were not for your person, O Prince, how should we be here in the mire? Mao Qiu, the dolichos on that high and sloping mound. How wide apart! Now, its joints. Oh, the uncles, why have ye delayed these many days? Why do they rest without stirring? It must be they expect all eyes. Why do they prolong the time? There must be a reason for their conduct. Our fox furs are frayed and worn. Came our carriages not eastwards? Oh, the uncles, you do not sympathize with us. Fragments and a remnant, children of dispersion, are we. Oh, the uncles, notwithstanding your full robes, your ears are stopped. 38. Jian Shi. In my left hand I grasp a flute. In my right I hold a pheasant's feather. I am red as if I were rouged. The duke gives me a cup of spirits. The hazel grows on the hills, and the licorice in the marshes. Of whom are my thoughts? Of the fine men of the West. Oh, those fine men, those men of the West. 39. Quan Shui. How the water bubbles up from that spring, and flows away to the Qi. My heart is in Wei. There is not a day I do not think of it. Admirable are those, my cousins. I will take counsel with them. When I came forth, I lodged in Ji, and we drank the cup of convoy at Nai. When a young lady goes to be married, she leaves her parents and brothers. But I would ask for my aunts, and then for my elder sister. I will go forth and lodge in Gan, and we drink the cup of convoy at Yan. I will grease the axle and fix the pin, and the returning chariot will proceed. Quickly shall we arrive in Wei. But would not this be wrong? I think of the Ficon. I am ever sighing about it. I think of Su and Cao. Long, long, my heart dwells with them. Let me drive forth and travel there, to dissipate my sorrow. 40. Bei Men. I go out at the north gate, with my heart full of sorrow. Straitened am I and poor, and no one takes knowledge of my distress. So it is. Heaven has done it. What then shall I say? The king's business comes on me, and the affairs of our government in increasing measure. When I come home from abroad, the members of my family all emulously reproach me. So it is. Heaven has done it. What then shall I say? The king's business is thrown on me, and the affairs of our government are left to me more and more. When I come home from abroad, the members of my family all emulously thrust at me. So it is. Heaven has done it. What then shall I say? 41. Bei Feng. Cold blows the north wind. Thick falls the snow. The who love and regard me. Let us join hands and go together. Is it a time for delay? The urgency is extreme. The north wind whistles. The snow falls and drifts about. The who love and regard me. Let us join hands and go away forever. Is it a time for delay? The urgency is extreme. Nothing red is seen but foxes. Nothing black but crows. The who love and regard me. Let us join hands and go together in our carriages. Is it a time for delay? The urgency is extreme. 42. Jing knew. How lovely is the retiring girl! She was to await me at a corner of the wall. Loving and not seeing her, I scratch my head and am in perplexity. How handsome is the retiring girl! She presented to me a red tube. Bright is the red tube. I delight in the beauty of the girl. From the pasture lands she gave a shoot of the white grass, truly elegant and rare. It is not you, O grass, that are elegant. You are the gift of an elegant girl. 43. Shin Tai. Fresh and bright is the new tower, on the waters of the He, wide and deep. A pleasant genial mate she sought, and has got this vicious bloated mass. Lofty is the new tower, on the waters of the He, flowing still. A pleasant genial mate she sought, and has got this vicious bloated mass. It was a fish net that was set, and a goose has fallen into it. A pleasant genial mate she sought, and she has got this hunchback. 44. Zhi Cheng Zhou. The two youths got into their boats, whose shadows floated about on the water. I think longingly of them, and my heart is tossed about in uncertainty. The two youths got into their boats, which floated away on the stream. I think longingly of them. Did they not come to harm? Odes of Yong. 45. Bio Zhou. It floats about, that boat of cypress wood. Yea, it floats about on the current. Disturbed am I and sleepless, as if suffering from a painful wound. It is not because I have no wine, and that I might not wander and saunter about. My mind is not a mirror. It cannot equally receive all impressions. I, indeed, have brothers, but I cannot depend on them. I meet with their anger. My mind is not a stone. It cannot be rolled about. My mind is not a mat. It cannot be rolled up. My deportment has been dignified and good, with nothing wrong which can be pointed out. My anxious heart is full of trouble. I am hated by the herd of mean creatures. I meet with many distresses. I receive insults not a few. Silently I think of my case, and, starting as from sleep, I beat my breast. There are the sun and moon. How is it that the former has become small, and not the latter? The sorrow cleaves to my heart, like an unwashed dress. Silently I think of my case, but I cannot spread my wings and fly away. 46. Kong Yu Sei I. The tribulus grows on the wall, and cannot be brushed away. The story of the inner chamber cannot be told. What would have to be told would be the vilest of recitals. The tribulus grow on the wall, and cannot be removed. The story of the inner chamber cannot be particularly related. What might be particularly related would be a long story. The tribulus grow on the wall, and cannot be bound together and taken away. The story of the inner chamber cannot be recited. What might be recited would be the most disgraceful of things. 47. Jun Zi Lao. The husbands to their old age, in her headdress and the crosspins, with their 6 jewels. easy and elegant in her movements, stately as a mountain, majestic as a river, well beseeming her pictured robes. But with your want of virtue, O lady, what have you to do with these things? How rich and splendid is her pheasant-figured robe, her black hair in masses like clouds. No false locks does she descend to. There are her ear-plugs of jade, her comb-pin of ivory, and her high forehead, so white. She appears like a visitant from heaven. She appears like a goddess. How rich and splendid is her robe of state! It is worn over the finest muslin of dolichos, the more cumbrous and warm garment being removed. Clear are her eyes, fine is her forehead, full are her temples. Ah, such a woman as this, the beauty of the country. 48. Sang Zhong. I am going to gather the daughter in the fields of May. But of whom are my thoughts? Of that beauty, the eldest of the Zheng. She made an appointment with me in Sangzhong. She will meet me in Shanggong. She will accompany me to Qishang. I am going to gather the wheat in the north of May. But of whom are my thoughts? Of that beauty, the eldest of the Yi. She made an appointment with me in Sangzhong. She will meet me in Shanggong. She will accompany me to Qishang. I am going to gather the mustard plant in the east of May. But of whom are my thoughts? Of that beauty, the eldest of the Yong. She made an appointment with me in Sangzhong. She will meet me in Shanggong. She will accompany me to Qishang. 49. Chun Zi Ben Ben. Boldly faithful in their pairings are quails. Vigorously so are magpies. This man is all vicious, and I consider him my brother. Vigorously faithful in their pairings are magpies. Boldly so are quails. This woman is all vicious, and I regard her as Marchioness. Ding Zi Fang Zhong. When Ding culminated at nightfall, he began to build the palace at Sishu, determining its aspects by means of the sun. He built the mansion at Sisiu. He planted about it hazel and chestnut trees, the yi, the tong, the zi, and the varnish tree, which, when cut down, might afford materials for lutes. He ascended those old walls, and then surveyed the site of Sei. He surveyed Si Uan Tang, with the high hills and lofty elevations about. He descended and examined the mulberry trees. He then divined and got a fortunate response. And thus the issue has been truly good. When the good rains had fallen, he would order his groom, by starlight in the morning, to yoke his carriage, and would then stop among the mulberry trees in fields. But not only thus did he show what he was. Maintaining in his heart a profound devotion to his duties, his tall horses and marais amounted to 3,000. 51. Didong. There is a rainbow in the east, and no one dares to point to it. When a girl goes away from her home, she separates from her parents and brothers. In the morning, a rainbow rises in the west, and only during the morning is there rain. When a girl goes away from her home, she separates from her brothers and parents. This person has her heart only on being married. Greatly is she untrue to herself, and does not recognize the law of her lot. 52. Xiang Shu. Look at a rat, it has its skin. But a man should be without dignity of demeanor. If a man have no dignity of demeanor, what should he but die? Look at a rat, it has its teeth. But a man shall be without any right deportment. If a man have not right deportment, what should he wait for but death? Look at a rat, it has its limbs. But a man shall be without any rules of propriety. If a man observe no rules of propriety, why does he not quickly die? 53. Gong Mao. Conspicuously rise the staffs with their ox-tails, in the distant suburbs of Jun, ornamented with the white silk bands. There are 4 carriages with their good horses, that admirable gentleman. What will he give them for his? Conspicuously rise the staffs with their falcon banners in the nearer suburbs of Jun, ornamented with the white silk ribbons. There are 4 carriages with their good horses. That admirable gentleman, what will he give them for his? Conspicuously rise the staffs with their feathered streamers at the walls of Jun, bound with the white silk cords. There are 6 carriages with their good horses. That admirable gentleman, what will he give them for his? 54. Zai Qi. I would have galloped my horses and whipped them, returning to condole with the Marquis of Wei. I would have urged them all the long way, till I arrived at Cao. A great officer is gone, over the hills and through the rivers. But my heart is full of sorrow. You disapproved of my proposal, and I cannot return to Wei. But I regard you as in the wrong, and cannot forget my purpose. You disapproved of my purpose, but I cannot return across the streams. But I regard you as in the wrong, and cannot shut out my thoughts. I will ascend that mound with the steep side, and gather the mother of pearl lily. I might, as a woman, have many thoughts, but every one of them was practicable. The people of Su blame me, but they are all childish and hasty in their conclusions. I would have gone through the country, amidst the wheat so luxuriant. I would have carried the case before the great state. On whom should I have relied? Who would come to the help of Wei? The great officers and gentlemen, do not condemn me. The 100 plans you think of are not equal to the course I was going to take.
Odes of Wei. 55. Qi Yu. Look at those recesses in the banks of the Qi, with their green bamboos, so fresh and luxuriant. There is our elegant and accomplished prince, as from the knife and the file, as from the chisel and the polisher. How grave is he and dignified, how commanding and distinguished. Our elegant and accomplished prince, never can he be forgotten. Look at those recesses in the banks of the Qi, with their green bamboos, so strong and luxuriant. There is our elegant and accomplished prince, with his ear stoppers of beautiful pebbles, and his cap, glittering as with stars between the seams. How grave is he and dignified, how commanding and distinguished. Our elegant and accomplished prince, never can he be forgotten. Look at those recesses in the banks of the Qi, with their green bamboos so dense together. There is our elegant and accomplished prince, pure as gold or as tin, soft and rich as a scepter of jade. How magnanimous is he and gentle. There he is in his chariot with its 2 high sides. Skillful is he at quips and jokes, but how does he keep from rudeness in them? 56. Cao Pan. He has reared his hut by the stream in the valley. That large man, so much at his ease. Alone he sleeps and wakes and talks. He swears he will never forget his true joy. He has reared his hut in the bend of the mound. That large man with such an air of indifference. Alone he sleeps and wakes and sings. He swears he will never pass from the spot. He has reared his hut on the level height. That large man, so self-collected. Alone, he sleeps and wakes and sleeps again. He swears he will never tell of his delight. 57. Shou Ren. Large was she and tall, in her embroidered robe, with a plain single garment over it. The daughter of the Marquis of Qi, the wife of the Marquis of Wei, the sister of the heir-son of Qi, the sister-in-law of the Marquis of Xing, the Viscount of Tan also her brother-in-law. Her fingers were like the blades of the young white grass. Her skin was like congealed ointment. Her neck was like the tree grub. Her teeth were like melon seeds. Her forehead cicada-like. Her eyebrows like the antenne of the silkworm moth. What dimples, as she artfully smiled. How lovely her eyes, with the black and white so well defined. Large was she and tall, when she halted in the cultivated suburbs. Strong looked her 4 horses, with the red ornaments so rich about their bits. Thus in her carriage, with its screens of pheasant feathers, she proceeded to our court. Early retiree, ye great officers, and do not make the Marquis fatigued. The waters of the He, wide and deep, flow northwards in majestic course. The nets are dropped into them with a plashing sound, among shoals of sturgeon, large and small, while the rushes and sedges are rank about. Splendidly adorned were her sister ladies. Martial looked the attendant officers. 58. Mang. A simple-looking lad you were, carrying cloth to exchange it for silk. But you came not so to purchase silk. You came to make proposals to me. I convoyed you through the Qi, as far as Dongqiu. It is not I said, who would protract the time, but you have had no good go-between. I pray you be not angry, and let autumn be the time. I ascended that ruinous wall, to look towards Fuguan, and when I saw you not coming from it, my tears flowed in streams. When I did see you coming from Fuquan, I laughed and I spoke. You had consulted, you said, the tortoise shell and the reeds, and there was nothing unfavorable in their response. Then come, I said, with your carriage, and I will remove with my goods, before the mulberry tree has shed its leaves. How rich and glossy are they! Ah, thou dove, eat not its fruit to excess. Ah, thou young lady, seek no licentious pleasure with a gentleman. When a gentleman indulges in such pleasure, something may still be said for him. When a lady does so, nothing can be said for her. When the mulberry tree sheds its leaves, they fall yellow on the ground. Since I went with you, 3 years have I eaten of your poverty, and now the full waters of the Qi wet the curtains of my carriage. There has been no difference in me, but you have been double in your ways. It is you, sir, who transgress the right, thus changeable in your conduct. For 3 years I was your wife, and thought nothing of my toil in your house. I rose early and went to sleep late, not intermitting my labors for a morning. Thus, on my part, our contract was fulfilled, but you have behaved thus cruelly. My brothers will not know all this, and will only laugh at me. Silently I think of it, and bemoan myself. I was to grow old with you. Old, you give me cause for sad repining. The Qi has its banks, and the marsh has its shores. In the pleasant time of my girlhood, with my hair simply gathered in a knot, harmoniously we talked and laughed. Clearly were we sworn to good faith, and I did not think the engagement would be broken. That it would be broken I did not think, and now it must be all over. 59. Zhugan. With your long and tapering bamboo rods you angle in the Qi. Do I not think of you? But I am far away, and cannot get to you. The Kuan-Yuan is on the left, and the waters of the Qi are on the right. But when a young lady goes away, and is married, she leaves her brothers and parents. The waters of the Qi are on the right, and the Kuan-Yuan is on the left. How shine the white teeth through the artful smiles. How the girdle gems move to the measured steps. The waters of the Qi flow smoothly. There are the oars of cedar and boats of pine. Might I but go there in my carriage and ramble, to dissipate my sorrow. 60. Wan Lan. There are the branches of the sparrow gourd. There is that lad, with the spike at his girdle. Though he carries a spike at his girdle, he does not know us. How easy and conceited is his manner, with the ends of his girdle hanging down as they do. There are the leaves of the sparrow gourd. There is that lad with the archer's thimble at his girdle. Though he carries an archer's thimble at his girdle, he is not superior to us. How easy and conceited is his manner, with the ends of his girdle hanging down as they do. 61. Higuang. Who says that the he is wide? With a bundle of reeds I can cross it. Who says that song is distant? On tiptoe I can see it. Who says that the he is wide? It will not admit a little boat. Who says that song is distant? It would not take a whole morning to reach it. 62. Bo Shi. My noble husband is how martial-like, the hero of the country, my husband, grasping his halberd, is in the leading chariot of the king's host. Since my husband went to the east, my head has been like the flying pappus of the Artemisia. It is not that I could not anoint and wash it. But for whom should I adorn myself? Oh, for rain, oh, for rain. But brightly the sun comes forth. Longingly I think of my husband, till my heart is weary and my head aches. How shall I get the plant of forgetfulness? I would plant it on the north of my house. Longingly I think of my husband, and my heart is made to ache. 63. You who. There is a fox, solitary and suspicious, at that dam over the Qi. My heart is sad. That man has no lower garment. There is a fox, solitary and suspicious, at that deep ford of the Qi. My heart is sad. That man has no girdle. There is a fox, solitary and suspicious, by the side there of the Qi. My heart is sad. That man has no clothes. 64. Mugua. There was presented to me a papaya, and I returned for it a beautiful jugem. Not as a return for it, but that our friendship might be lasting. There was presented to me a peach, and I returned for it a beautiful yaogem, not as a return for it, but that our friendship might be lasting. There was presented to me a plum, and I returned for it a beautiful jugem, not as a return for it, but that our friendship might be lasting. Odes of Wang. 65. Shuli. There was the millet with its drooping heads. There was the sacrificial millet coming into blade. Slowly I moved about, in my heart all agitated. Those who knew me said I was sad at heart. Those who did not know me said I was seeking for something. O distant and azure heaven, by what man was this brought about? There was the millet with its drooping heads. There was the sacrificial millet in the ear. Slowly I moved about, my heart intoxicated as it were, with grief. Those who knew me said I was sad at heart. Those who did not know me said I was seeking for something. O thou distant and azure heaven, by what man was this brought about? There was the millet with its drooping heads. There was the sacrificial millet in grain. Slowly I moved about, as if there were a stoppage at my heart. Those who knew me said I was sad at heart. Those who did not know me said I was seeking for something. O thou distant and azure heaven, by what man was this brought about? 66. Junzi Yu Yi. My husband is away on service, and I know not when he will return. Where is he now? The fowls roost in their holes in the walls, and in the evening of the day, the goats and cows come down from the hill. But my husband is away on service. How can I but keep thinking of him? My husband is away on service, not for days, merely, or for months. When will he come back to me? The fowls roost on their perches, and in the evening of the day the goats and cows come down and home, but my husband is away on service. Oh, if he be but kept from hunger and thirst. 67. Junzi Yang Yang. My husband looks full of satisfaction. In his left hand he holds his reed organ, and with his right he calls me to the room. Oh, the joy! My husband looks delighted. In his left hand he holds his screen of feathers, and with his right he calls me to the stage. Oh, the joy! 68. Yang Ji Shui. The fretted waters do not carry on their current a bundle of firewood. Those, the members of our families, are not with us here guarding Shen. How we think of them, how we think of them. What month shall we return home? The fretted waters do not carry on their current a bundle of thorns. Those, the members of our families, are not with us here guarding Pooh. How we think of them, how we think of them. What month shall we return? The fretted waters do not carry on their current a bundle of osiers. Those, the members of our families, are not with us here guarding Shu. How we think of them, how we think of them. What month shall we return? 69. Zhonggu. In the valleys grows the motherwort, but scorched is it in the drier places. There is a woman forced to leave her husband. Sadly she sighs. Sadly she sighs. She suffers from his hard lot. In the valleys grows the motherwort, but scorched is it where it had become long. There is a woman forced to leave her husband. Long drawn are her groanings. Long drawn are her groanings. She suffers from his misfortune. In the valleys grows the motherwort, but scorched is it even in the moist places. There is a woman forced to leave her husband. Ever flow her tears. Ever flow her tears. But of what avail is her lament? 70. Tu Yuan. The hare is slow and cautious. The pheasant plumps into the net. In the early part of my life, time still passed without commotion. In the subsequent part of it, we are meeting with all these evils. I wish I might sleep and never wake more. The hare is slow and cautious. The pheasant plumps into the snare. In the early part of my life, time still passed without anything stirring. In the subsequent part of it, we are meeting with all these sorrows. I wish I might sleep and never move more. The hare is slow and cautious. The pheasant plumps into the trap. In the early part of my life, time still passed without any call for our services. In the subsequent part of it, we are meeting with all these miseries. I would that I might sleep, and hear of nothing more. 71. Gele. Thickly they spread about, the dolichos creepers, on the borders of the he. Forever separated from my brothers, I call a stranger father. I call a stranger father, but he will not look at me. Thickly they spread about, the dolichos creepers, on the banks of the he. Forever separated from my brothers, I call a stranger mother. I call a stranger mother, but she will not recognize me. Thickly they spread about, the dolichos creepers, on the lips of the he. Forever separated from my brothers, I call a stranger elder brother. I call a stranger elder brother, but he will not listen to me. 72. Kai Ge. There he is gathering the dolichos. A day without seeing him is like 3 months. There he is gathering the oxtail southern wood. A day without seeing him is like 3 seasons. There he is gathering the mugwort. A day without seeing him is like 3 years. 73. Da Che. His great carriage rumbles along, and his robes of rank glitter like the young sedge. Do I not think of you? But I am afraid of this officer, and dare not. His great carriage moves heavily and slowly, and his robes of rank glitter like a carnation gem. Do I not think of you? But I am afraid of this officer, and do not rush to you. While living, we may have to occupy different apartments, but when dead, we shall share the same grave. If you say that I am not sincere, by the bright sun I swear that I am. 74. Zhuzhong Yu Ma. On the mound where is the hemp, someone is detaining Zijie. Someone is there detaining Zijie. Would that he would come jauntily to me? On the mound where is the wheat, someone is detaining Ziguo. Someone is there detaining Ziguo. Would that he would come and eat with me. On the mound where are the plum trees, someone is detaining those youths. Someone is there detaining those youths. They will give me dewstones for my girdle. Odes of Zheng, 75. Ziyi. How well do the black robes befit you. When worn out, we will make others for you. We will go to your court, and when we return from it, we will send you a feast. How good on you are the black robes. When worn out, we will make others for you. We will go to your court, and when we return from it, we will send you a feast. How easy sit the black robes on you. When worn out, we will make others for you. We will go to your court, and when we return from it, we will send you a feast. 76. Jiang Zhongzi. I pray you, Mr. Zhong, Do not come leaping into my hamlet. Do not break my willow trees. Do I care for them? But I fear my parents. You, O Zhong, are to be loved, but the words of my parents are also to be feared. I pray you, Mr. Zhong, do not come leaping over my wall. Do not break my mulberry trees. Do I care for them? But I fear the words of my brothers. You, O Zhong, are to be loved, but the words of my brothers are also to be feared. I pray you, Mr. Zhong, do not come leaping into my garden. Do not break my sandal trees. Do I care for them? But I dread the talk of people. You, O Zhong, are to be loved, but the talk of people is also to be feared. 77. Shu Yu Tian. Shu has gone hunting, and in the streets there are no inhabitants. Are there indeed no inhabitants? But they are not like Shu, who is truly admirable and kind. Shu has gone to the grand chase, and in the streets there are none feasting. Are there indeed none feasting? But they are not like Shu, who is truly admirable and good. Shu has gone into the country, and in the streets there are none driving about. Are there indeed none driving about? But they are not like Shu, who is truly admirable and martial. 78. Da Shu Yu Tian. Shu has gone hunting, mounted in his chariot and four. The reins are in his grasp like ribbons, while the two outside horses move with regular steps, as dancers do. Shu is at the marshy ground. The fire flames out all at once, and with bared arms he seizes a tiger and presents it before the duke. O Shu, try not such sport again. Beware of getting hurt. Shu has gone hunting, mounted in his chariot with 4 bay horses. The 2 insides are the finest possible animals, and the 2 outsides follow them regularly as in a flying flock of wild geese. Shu is at the marshy ground. The fire blazes up all at once. A skillful archer is Shu, a good charioteer also. Now he gives his horse the reins, now he brings them up, now he discharges his arrows, now he follows it. Shu has gone hunting, mounted in his chariot with 4 gray horses. His 2 insides have their heads in a line, and the 2 outsides come after like arms. Shu is at the marsh. The fire spreads grandly altogether. His horses move slowly. He shoots but seldom. Now he lays aside his quiver. Now he returns his bows to his case. 79. Qing Ren. The men of Qing are in Peng. The chariot with its team in mail ever moves about. The 2 spears in it, with their ornaments rising one above the other. So do they roam about the he. The men of Qing are in Shao. The chariot with its team in mail looks martial, and the 2 spears in it, with their hooks, rise one above the other. So do they saunter about by the he. The men of Qing are in Zhou. The mailed team of the chariot prance proudly. The driver on the left wheels it about, and the spearman on the right brandishes his weapon, while the general in the middle looks pleased. 80. Zhao Qiu. His lamb's fur is glossy, truly smooth and beautiful. That officer rests in his lot and will not change. His lamb's fur, with its cuffs of leopard skin, looks grandly martial and strong. That officer in the country will ever hold to the right. How splendid is his lamb's fur! How bright are its 3 ornaments! That officer is the ornament of the country. 81. Zunda Lu. Along the highway, I hold you by the cuff. Do not hate me. Old intercourse should not be suddenly broken off. Along the highway, I hold you by the hand. Do not think me vile. Old friendship should not hastily be broken off. 82. Nu Yue Ji Ming. Says the wife. It is cock-crow. Says the husband. It is gray dawn. Rise, sir, and look at the night, if the morning star be not shining. Bestir yourself and move about, to shoot the wild ducks and geese. When your arrows and line have found them, I will dress them fitly for you. When they are dressed, we will drink together over them, and I will hope to grow old with you. Your lute in your hands. Will emits its quiet, pleasant tones. When I know those whose acquaintance you wish, I will give them of the ornaments of my girdle. When I know those with whom you are cordial, I will send to them of the ornaments of my girdle. When I know those whom you love, I will repay their friendship from the ornaments of my girdle. 83. Yu Nu Tong Che. There is the lady in the carriage with him, with the countenance like the flower of the ephemeral hedge tree. As they move about, the beautiful dew gems of her girdle pendant appear. That beautiful eldest Jiang is truly admirable and elegant. There is the young lady walking with him, with a countenance like the ephemeral blossoms of the hedge tree. As they move about, the gems of her girdle pendant tinkle. Of that beautiful eldest Jiang, the virtuous fame is not to be forgotten. 84. Shan Yu Fu Su. On the mountain is the mulberry tree, in the marshes is the lotus flower. I do not see Zidu, but I see this mad fellow. On the mountain is the lofty pine, in the marshes is the spreading water polygonum. I do not see Zichong, but I see this artful boy. 85. Tuo Shi. Ye withered leaves, how the wind is blowing you away. O ye uncles, give us the first note and we will join in with you. Ye withered leaves, how the wind is carrying you away. O ye uncles, give us the first note and we will complete the song. 86. Jiao Tong. That artful boy. He will not speak with me. But for the sake of you, sir, shall I make myself unable to eat? That artful boy, he will not eat with me. But for the sake of you, sir, shall I make myself unable to rest? 87. Chen Chang. If you, sir, think kindly of me, I will hold up my lower garments and cross the Zhen. If you do not think of me, is there no other person to do so? You, foolish, foolish fellow. If you, sir, think kindly of me, I will hold up my lower garments and cross the way. If you do not think of me, is there no other gentleman to do so? You, foolish, foolish fellow. Feng. Full and good-looking was the gentleman who waited for me in the lane. I repent that I did not go with him. A splendid gentleman was he, who waited for me in the hall. I regret that I did not accompany him. Over my embroidered upper robe, I have put on a plain single garment. Over my embroidered lower robe, I have done the same. Oh, sir, have your carriage ready for me to go with you. Over my embroidered lower robe, I have put on a plain single garment. Over my embroidered upper robe, I have done the same. Oh, sir, have your carriage ready to take me home with you. 89. Dongmen, Ji Shun. Near the level ground at the east gate is the madder plant on the bank. The house is near there, but the man is very far away. By the chestnut trees at the east gate is a row of houses. Do I not think of you? But you do not come to me. 90. Feng Yu. Cold are the wind and the rain, and shrilly crows the cock. But I have seen my husband, and should I but feel at rest? The wind whistles and the rain patters, while loudly crows the cock. But I have seen my husband, and could my ailment but be cured? Through the wind and rain all looks dark, and the cock crows without ceasing. But I have seen my husband, and how should I not rejoice? 91. Zijin. O you, with the blue collar, prolonged is the anxiety of my heart. Although I do not go to you, why do you not continue your messages to me? O you with the blue strings to your girdle gems, long, long do I think of you. Although I do not go to you, why do you not come to me? How volatile are you and dissipated by the lookout tower on the wall. One day without the sight of you is like 3 months. 92. Yangji Shui. The fretted waters do not carry on their current a bundle of thorns. Few are our brethren, there are only I and you. Do not believe what people say, they are deceiving you. The fretted waters do not carry on their current a bundle of firewood. Few are our brethren, there are only we two. Do not believe what people say, they are not to be trusted. 93. Chuchi Dongmen. I went out at the east gate, where the girls were in clouds, although they are light clouds. It is not on them that my thoughts rest, she in the thin white silk, and the grey coiffure. She is my joy. I went out by the tower on the covering wall, where the girls were like flowering rushes. Although they are like flowering rushes, it is not of them that I think. She in the thin white silk, and the madder-dyed coiffure. It is she that makes me happy. 94. Yi Yu Man Cao. On the moor is the creeping grass, and how heavily is it loaded with dew. There was a beautiful man, lovely, with clear eyes and fine forehead. We met together accidentally, and so my desire was satisfied. On the moor is the creeping grass, heavily covered with dew. There was a beautiful man, lovely, with clear eyes and fine forehead. We met together accidentally, and he and I were happy together. 95. Zhen Wei. The Zhen and Wei now present their broad sheets of water. Ladies and gentlemen are carrying flowers of valerian. A lady says, "Have you been to sea?" A gentleman replies, "I have been. But let us go again to see. Beyond the way, the ground is large and fit for pleasure." So the gentlemen and ladies make sport together, presenting one another with small peonies. The Zhen and Wei show their deep, clear streams. Gentlemen and ladies appear in crowds. A lady says, "Have you been to sea?" A gentleman replies, "I have been. But let us go again to see. Beyond the way, the ground is large and fit for pleasure." So the gentlemen and ladies make sport together, presenting one another with small peonies.
Qi Feng, Odes of Qi. 96. Ji Min, Ji Ming. The cock has crowed. The court is full. But it was not the cock that was crowing. It was the sound of the blue flies. The east is bright. The court is crowded. But it was not the east that was bright. It was the light of the moon coming forth. The insects are flying in buzzing crowds. It would be sweet to lie by you and dream. But the assembled officers will be going home. Let them not hate both me and you. 97. Huan, Zhuan. How agile you are. You met me in the neighborhood of Now, and we pursued together 2 boars of 3 years. You bowed to me and said that I was active. How admirable your skill. You met me in the way to Now, and we drove together after 2 males. You bowed to me and said that I was skillful. How complete your art. You met me on the south of Now, and we pursued together 2 wolves. You bowed to me and said that I was dexterous. 98. Zhuo, Ju. He was waiting for me between the door and the screen. The strings of his ear stoppers were of white silk, and there were appended to them beautiful hua stones. He was waiting for me in the open court. The strings of his ear stoppers were of green silk, and there were appended to them beautiful ying stones. He was waiting for me in the hall. The strings of his ear stoppers were of yellow silk, and there were appended to them beautiful ying stones. 99. Dongfang Zhi, Dongfang Ziri. The sun is in the east, and that lovely girl is in my chamber. She is in my chamber. She treads in my footsteps and comes to me. The moon is in the east, and that lovely girl is inside my door. She is inside my door. She treads in my footsteps and hastens away. 100. Dongfang Wei Ning, Dongfang Wei Ming. Before the east was bright, I was putting on my clothes upside down. I was putting them on upside down, and there was one from the court calling me. Before there was a streak of dawn in the east, I was putting on my clothes upside down. I was putting them on upside down, and there was one from the court with orders for me. You fence your garden with branches of willow, and the reckless fellows stand in awe. He, however, cannot fix the time of night. If he be not too early, he is sure to be late. 101. Nan Shan, Nan Shan. High and large is the south hill. and a male fox is on it, solitary and suspicious. The way to Lu is easy and plain, and the daughter of Qi went by it to her husband's. Since she went to her husband's, why do you further think of her? The 5 kinds of Daleka shoes are made in pairs, and the string ends of a cap are made to match. The way to Lu is easy and plain, and the daughter of Qi traveled it. Since she traveled it, why do you still follow her? How do we proceed in planting hemp? The acres must be dressed lengthwise and crosswise. How do we proceed in taking a wife? Announcement must first be made to our parents. Since such announcement was made, why do you still indulge her desires? How do we proceed in splitting firewood? Without an axe it cannot be done. How do we proceed in taking a wife? Without a go-between it cannot be done. Since this was done, why do you still allow her to go to this extreme? 102. 福田. 福田. Do not try to cultivate fields too large. The weeds will only grow luxuriantly. Do not think of winning people far away. Your toiling heart will be grieved. Do not try to cultivate fields too large. The weeds will only grow proudly. Do not think of winning people far away. Your toiling heart will be distressed. How young and tender is the child with his 2 tufts of hair. When you see him after not a long time, lo, he is wearing the cap. 103. Lu Ling, Lu Ling. Ling Ling go the hounds. Their master is admirable and kind. There go the hounds with their double rings. Their master is admirable and good. There go the hounds with their triple rings. Their master is admirable and able. 104. Bei go. Bei go. Worn out is the basket at the dam, and the fishes are the bream and the guan. The daughter of Qi has returned with a cloud of attendants. Worn out is the basket at the dam, and the fishes are the bream and the tench. The daughter of Qi has returned with a shower of attendants. Worn out is the basket at the dam, and the fishes go in and out freely. The daughter of Qi has returned with a stream of attendants. 105. 再去, 再ku. She urges on her chariot rapidly, with its screen of bamboos woven in squares and its vermilion-colored leather. The way from Lu is easy and plain, and the daughter of Qi started on it in the evening. Her 4 black horses are beautiful, and soft look the reins as they hang. The way from Lu is easy and plain, and the daughter of Qi is delighted and complacent. The waters of the Wen flow broadly on. The travelers are numerous. The way from Lu is easy and plain, and the daughter of Qi moves on with unconcern. The waters of the Wen sweep on. The travelers are in crowds. The way from Lu is easy and plain, and the daughter of Qi proceeds at her ease. 106. Yi Ji. Alas for him, so handsome and accomplished, how grandly tall! With what elegance in his high forehead! With what motion of his beautiful eyes! With what skill in the swift movements of his feet! With what mastery of archery! Alas for him, so famous! His beautiful eyes how clear! His manners how complete! Shooting all day at the target, and never lodging outside the bird square. Indeed, our ruler's nephew, alas for him, so beautiful! His bright eyes and high forehead how lovely! His dancing so choice, sure to send his arrows right through. The 4 all going to the same place, one able to withstand rebellion.
Wei Feng, Odes of Wei, 107. Goju. Shoes thinly woven of the dolichos fiber may be used to walk on the hoarfrost. The delicate fingers of a bride may be used in making clothes. His bride puts the waistband to his lower garment and the collar to his upper. And he, a wealthy man, wears them. Wealthy, he moves about quite at ease, and politely he stands aside to the left. From his girdle hangs his ivory comb pin. It is the narrowness of his disposition which makes him a subject for satire. 108. Fen Ju Ru. There in the oozy grounds of the fen, they gather the sorrel. That officer is elegant beyond measure. He is elegant beyond measure. But perhaps he is not what the superintendent of the ruler's carriages ought to be. There, along the side of the fen, they gather the mulberry leaves. That officer is elegant as a flower. He is elegant as a flower. But perhaps he is not what the marshaller of the carriages ought to be. There, along the bend of the fen, they gather the ox lips. That officer is elegant as a gem. He is elegant as a gem. But perhaps he is not what the superintendent of the ruler's relations should be. 109. Wen Yu Tao, Wen Yu Tao. Of the peach trees in the garden, the fruit may be used as food. My heart is grieved, and I play and sing. Those who do not know me say I am a scholar venting his pride. Those men are right. What do you mean by your words? My heart is grieved. Who knows the cause of it? Who knows the cause of it? They know it not, because they will not think. Of the jujube trees in the garden, the fruit may be used as food. My heart is grieved, and I think I must travel about through the state. Those who do not know me say I am an officer going to the verge of license. Those men are right. What do you mean by your words? My heart is grieved. Who knows the cause of it? Who knows the cause of it? They do not know it, because they will not think. 110. Jihu, Jihu. I ascend that tree-clad hill and look towards the residence of my father. My father is saying, alas, my son, abroad on the public service, morning and night never rests. May he be careful, that he may come back and not remain there. I ascend that bare hill and look towards the residence of my mother. My mother is saying, alas, my child abroad on the public service, morning and night has no sleep. May he be careful that he may come back and not leave his body there. I ascend that ridge and look towards the residence of my elder brother. My brother is saying, alas, my younger brother abroad on the public service morning and night must consort with his comrades. May he be careful that he may come back and not die. 111. Shi Mu Zhi Xian, Shi Mu Zhi Jian. Among their 10 acres, the mulberry planters stand idly about. Come, says one to another, I will return with you. Beyond those 10 acres, the mulberry planters move idly about. Come, says one to another, I will go away with you. 112. Fa Tan, Fa Tan. Kan go his blows on the sandal trees, and he places what he hews on the river's bank, whose waters flow clear and rippling. You sow not nor reap. How do you get the produce of those 300 farms? You do not follow the chase. How do we see the badgers hanging up in your courtyards? Oh, that superior man! He would not eat the bread of idleness. Kan go his blows on the wood for his spokes, and he places it by the side of the river, whose waters flow clear and even. You sow not nor reap. How do you get your 3 millions of sheaves? You do not follow the chase. How do we see those 3-year-olds hanging in your courtyards? Oh, that superior man! He would not eat the bread of idleness. Kan go his blows on the wood for his wheels, and he places it by the lip of the river, whose waters flow clear in rippling circles. You sow not nor reap. How do you get the paddy for your 300 round bins? You do not follow the chase. How do we see the quails hanging in your courtyards? Oh, that superior man! He would not eat the bread of idleness. 113. Shoshu, Shoshu, large rats, do not eat our millet. 3 years have we had to do with you, and you have not been willing to show any regard for us. We will leave you, and go to that happy land, happy land, happy land. There shall we find our place. Large rats, do not eat our wheat. 3 years have we had to do with you, and you have not been willing to show any kindness to us. We will leave you, and go to that happy state, happy state, happy state. There shall we find ourselves right. Large rats, do not eat our springing grain. 3 years have we had to do with you, and you have not been willing to think of our toil. We will leave you and go to those happy borders, happy borders, happy borders. Who will there make us always to groan?
唐风 Odes of Tang 114. 蟋蟀 蟋蟀. The cricket is in the hall, and the year is drawing to a close. If we do not enjoy ourselves now, the days and months will be leaving us. But let us not go to great excess. Let us first think of the duties of our position. Let us not be wild in our love of enjoyment. The good man is anxiously thoughtful. The cricket is in the hall, and the year is passing away. If we do not enjoy ourselves now, the days and months will have gone. But let us not go to great excess. Let us first send our thoughts beyond the present. Let us not be wild in our love of enjoyment. The good man is ever diligent. The cricket is in the hall, and our carts stand unemployed. If we do not enjoy ourselves now, the days and months will have gone by. But let us not go to an excess. Let us first think of the griefs that may arise. Let us not be wild in our love of enjoyment. The good man is quiet and serene. 115. 山有树, 上有树. On the mountains are the thorny elms. In the low, wet grounds are the white elms. You have suits of robes, but you will not wear them. You have carriages and horses, but you will not drive them. You will drop off in death, and another person will enjoy them. On the mountains is the cow. In the low, wet grounds is the niu. You have courtyards and inner rooms, but you will not have them sprinkled or swept. You have drums and bells, but you will not have them beat or struck. You will drop off in death, and another person will possess them. On the mountains are the varnished trees. In the low, wet grounds are the chestnuts. You have spirits and viands. Why not daily play your lute? Both to give a zest to your joy and to prolong the day? You will drop off in death, and another person will enter your chamber. 116. 杨之水, Yang zi shui. Amidst the fretted waters, the white rocks stand up grandly. Bringing a robe of white silk, with a vermilion collar, we will follow you to woe. When we have seen the princely lord, shall we not rejoice? Amidst the fretted waters, the white rocks stand glistening. Bringing a robe of white silk, with a vermilion collar and embroidered, we will follow you to who? When we have seen the princely lord, what sorrow will remain to us? Amidst the fretted waters, the white rocks clearly show. We have heard your orders, and will not dare to inform any one of them. 117. 焦了, jiao liao. The clusters of the pepper plant, large and luxuriant, would fill a pint. That hero there is large and peerless. Oh, the pepper plant, how its shoots extend! The clusters of the pepper plant, large and luxuriant, would fill both your hands. That hero there is large and generous. Oh, the pepper plant, how its shoots extend! 118. 筹谋, 书谋. Round and round the firewood is bound, and the 3 stars appear in the sky. This evening is what evening that I see this good man. Oh me! Oh me! Oh me! Oh me! That I should get a good man like this. Round and round the grass is bound, and the 3 stars are seen from the corner. This evening is what evening that we have this unexpected meeting? Happy pair! Happy pair! That we should have this unexpected meeting. Round and round the thorns are bound, and the 3 stars are seen from the door. This evening is what evening that I see this beauty? Oh me! Oh me! That I should see a beauty like this. 119. 低度到低度. There is a solitary russet pear tree, but its leaves are luxuriant. Alone I walk unbefriended. Is it because there are no other people? But none are like the sons of one's father. Oh, the travelers, why do they not sympathize with me? Without brothers as I am, why do ye not help me? There is a solitary russet pear tree, but its leaves are abundant. Alone I walk uncared for. Is it that there are not other people? But none are like those of one's own surname. Oh, the travelers, why do they not sympathize with me? Without brothers as I am, why do ye not help me? 120. 高俅, 高俅. Lamb's fur and leopard's cuffs, you use us with unkindness. Might we not find another chief? But we stay because of your forefathers. Lamb's fur and leopard's cuffs, you use us with cruel unkindness. Might we not find another chief? But we stay from our regard to you. 121. 保育, 保育. Su go the feathers of the wild geese as they settle on the bushy oaks. The king's affairs must not be slackly discharged, and so we cannot plant our sacrificial millet. What will our parents have to rely on? O thou distant and azure heaven, when shall we be in our places again? Su go the wings of the wild geese, as they settle on the bushy jujube trees. The king's affairs must not be slackly discharged, and so we cannot plant our millet and sacrificial millet. How shall our parents be supplied with food? O thou distant and azure heaven, when shall our service have an end? Su go the rows of the wild geese as they rest on the bushy mulberry trees. The king's business must not be slackly discharged, and so we cannot plant our rice and maize. How shall our parents get food? O thou distant and azure heaven, when shall we get back to our ordinary lot? 122. Wu yi, wu yi. How can it be said that he is without robes? He has those of the 7 orders. But it is better that he get those robes from you, that will secure tranquility and good fortune. How can it be said that he is without robes? He has those of the 6 orders. But it is better that he get those robes from you, that will secure tranquility and permanence. 123. 有地之度, 有地之度. There is a solitary russet pear tree, growing on the left of the way. That princely man there. He might be willing to come to me. In the center of my heart I love him, but how shall I supply him with drink and food? There is a solitary russet pear tree, growing where the way makes a compass. That princely man there. He might be willing to come and ramble with me. In the center of my heart I love him. But how shall I supply him with drink and food? 124. 葛甚, Jai Shen. The dolichos grows, covering the thorn trees. The convolvulus spreads all over the waste. The man of my admiration is no more here. With whom can I dwell? I abide alone. The dolichos grows, covering the jujube trees. The convolvulus spreads all over the tombs. The man of my admiration is no more here. With whom can I dwell? I rest alone. How beautiful was the pillow of horn! How splendid was the embroidered coverlet! The man of my admiration is no more here. With whom can I dwell? Alone, I wait for the morning. Through those long days of summer, through those long nights of winter, shall I be alone, till the lapse of 100 years, when I shall go home to his abode. Through the long nights of winter, through the long days of summer, shall I be alone, till the lapse of 100 years, when I shall go home to his chamber. 125. Sai Ling, Sai Ling. Would you gather the licorice? Would you gather the licorice on the top of Shaoying? When men tell their stories, do not readily believe them. Put them aside. Put them aside. Do not readily assent to them. And when men tell their stories, how will they find course? Would you gather the sow thistle? Would you gather the sow thistle at the foot of Shaoying? When men tell their stories, do not readily approve them. Put them aside. Put them aside. Do not readily assent to them. And when men tell their stories, how will they find course? Would you gather the mustard plant? Would you gather the mustard plant on the east of Shaoyang? When men tell their stories, do not readily listen to them. Put them aside. Put them aside. Do not readily assent to them. And when men tell their stories, how will they find course?
Odes of Qin. 126. Che Lin. He has many carriages, giving forth their lin. He has horses with their white foreheads. Before we can see our prince, we must get the services of the eunuch. On the hillsides are varnish trees. In the low wet grounds are chestnuts. When we have seen our prince, we sit together with him, and they play on their lutes. If now we do not take our joy, the time will pass till we are octogenarians. On the hillsides are mulberry trees. In the low wet grounds are willows. When we have seen our prince, we sit together with him, and they play on their organs. If now we do not take our joy, the time will pass till we are no more. 127. Si Tai. His 4 iron black horses are in very fine condition. The 6 reins are in the hand of the charioteer. The ruler's favorites follow him to the chase. The male animals of the season are made to present themselves, and males in season of very large size. The ruler says, "To the left of them." Then he lets go his arrows and hits. He rambles in the northern park. His 4 horses display their training. Light carriages with bells at the horses' bits convey the long and short-mouthed dogs. 128. Zhu Rong. There is his short war carriage, with the ridge-like end of its pole elegantly bound in 5 places, with its slip rings and side straps, and the traces attached by gilt rings to the mask transverse, with its beautiful mat of tiger's skin and its long naves, with its piebalds and horses with white left feet. When I think of my husband, thus, looking bland and soft as a piece of jade, living there in his plank house, it sends confusion into all the corners of my heart. His 4 horses are in very fine condition, and the 6 reins are in the hand of the charioteer. Piebald and bay with black mane are the insides. Yellow with black mouth and black are the outsides. Side by side are placed the dragon-figured shields. Gilt are the buckles for the inner reins. I think of my husband thus, looking so mild in the cities there. What time can be fixed for his return? Oh, how I think of him! His mail-covered team moves in great harmony. There are the trident spears with their gilt ends, and the beautiful feather-figured shield, with the tiger-skin bow-case and the carved metal ornaments on its front. The 2 bows are placed in the case, bound with string to their bamboo frames. I think of my husband when I lie down and rise up. Tranquil and serene is the good man, with his virtuous fame spread far and near. 129. Jian Jia. The reeds and rushes are deeply green, and the white dew is turned into hoarfrost. The man of whom I think is somewhere about the water. I go up the stream in quest of him, but the way is difficult and long. I go down the stream in quest of him, and lo, he is right in the midst of the water. The reeds and rushes are luxuriant, and the white dew is not yet dry. The man of whom I think is on the margin of the water. I go up the stream in quest of him, but the way is difficult and steep. I go down the stream in quest of him, and lo, he is on the islet in the midst of the water. The reeds and rushes are abundant, and the white dew is not yet ceased. The man of whom I think is on the bank of the river. I go up the stream in quest of him, but the way is difficult and turns to the right. I go down the stream in quest of him, and lo, he is on the island in the midst of the water. 130. Zhongnan. What are there on Zhongnan? There are white firs and plum trees. Our prince has arrived at it, wearing an embroidered robe over his fox fur, and with his countenance rouged as with vermilion. May he prove a ruler indeed. What are there on Zhongnan? There are nooks and open glades. Our prince has arrived at it, with the symbol of distinction embroidered on his lower garment, and the gems at his girdle emitting their tinkling. May long life and an endless name be his. 131. Huang Nao. They flit about, the yellow birds, and rest upon the jujube trees. Who followed Duke Mu to the grave? Zich Yansi. And this Yansi was a man above 100. When he came to the grave, he looked terrified and trembled. Thou azure heaven there, thou art destroying our good men. Could he have been redeemed, we should have given 100 lives for him. They flit about, the yellow birds, and rest upon the mulberry trees. Who followed Duke Mu to the grave? Zich Zhongeng. And this Zhongeng was a match for 100. When he came to the grave, he looked terrified and trembled. Thou azure heaven there, thou art destroying our good men. Could he have been redeemed, we should have given 100 lives for him. They flit about, the yellow birds, and rest upon the thorn trees. Who followed Duke Mu to the grave? Zish Qianhu. And this Zish Qianhu could withstand 100 men. When he came to the grave, he looked terrified and trembled. Thou azure heaven there, thou art destroying our good men. Could he have been redeemed, we should have given 100 lives for him. 132. Chun Feng. Swift flies the falcon to the thick-wooded forest in the north. While I do not see my husband, my heart cannot forget its grief. How is it, that he forgets me so very much? On the mountain are the bushy oaks. In the low wet grounds are 6 elms. While I do not see my husband, my sad heart has no joy. How is it, that he forgets me so very much? On the mountain are the bushy sparrow plums. In the low wet grounds are the high wild pear trees. While I do not see my husband, my heart is as if intoxicated with grief. How is it, that he forgets me so very much? 133. Wu Yi. How shall it be said that you have no clothes? I will share my long robes with you. The king is raising his forces. I will prepare my lance and spear, and will be your comrade. How shall it be said that you have no clothes? I will share my underclothes with you. The king is raising his forces. I will prepare my spear and lance, and will take the field with you. How shall it be said that you have no clothes? I will share my lower garments with you. The king is raising his forces. I will prepare my buff coat and sharp weapons, and will march along with you. 134. Wei Yang. I escorted my mother's nephew to the north of the Wei. What did I present to him? 4 bay horses for his carriage of state. I escorted my mother's nephew. Long did I think of him. What did I present to him? A precious jasper and gems for his girdle pendant. 135. Kuan Yu. He assigned us a house large and spacious. But now at every meal there is nothing left. Alas that he could not continue as he began. He assigned us at every meal 4 dishes of grain. But now at every meal we do not get our fill. Alas that he could not continue as he began.
Chen Feng, Odes of Chen. 136. Wan Qiu, Wang Qiu. How gay and dissipated you are, there on the top of Wan Chu. You are full of kindly affection indeed, but you have nothing to make you looked up to. How your blows on the drum resound at the foot of Wan Chu. Be it winter, be it summer, you are holding your egret's feather. How you beat your earthen vessel on the way to Wan Chu. Be it winter, be it summer, you are holding your egret fan. 137. Doumen Zhifen, Dong Men Zifen. There are the white elms at the east gate, and the oaks on Wan Chu. The daughter of Xijing dances about under them, a good morning having been chosen. For the plain in the south, she leaves twisting her hemp, and dances to it through the marketplace. The morning being good for excursion, they all proceed together. I look on you as the flower of the thorny mallows. You give me a stalk of the pepper plant. 138. Hongmen, Hengnen. Beneath my door made of cross pieces of wood, I can rest at my leisure. By the wimpling stream from my fountain, I can joy amid my hunger. Why, in eating fish, must we have bream from the he? Why, in taking a wife, must we have a Zhang of Qi? Why, in eating fish, must we have carp from the he? Why, in taking a wife, must we have a zi of song? 139. Dongmen Juchu, Dongmen Ziqi. The moat at the east gate is fit to steep hemp in. That beautiful, virtuous lady can respond to you in songs. The moat at the east gate is fit to steep the Beaumaria in. That beautiful, virtuous lady can respond to you in discourse. The moat at the east gate is fit to steep the rope rush in. That beautiful, virtuous lady can respond to you in conversation. 140. Dongmen Zhiyang, Dongmen Ziyang. On the willows at the east gate, the leaves are very luxuriant. The evening was the time agreed on, and the morning star is shining bright. On the willows at the east gate, the leaves are dense. The evening was the time agreed on, and the morning star is shining bright. 141. Mumen, Mumen. At the gate to the tombs there are jujube trees. They should be cut away with an axe. That man is not good, and the people of the state know it. They know it, but he does not give over. Long time has it been thus with him. At the gate to the tombs there are plum trees, and there are owls collecting on them. That man is not good, and I sing this song to admonish him. I admonish him, but he will not regard me. When he is overthrown, he will think of me. 142. Fang you qu chao. Fang you qu chao. On the embankment are magpies' nests. On the height grows the beautiful pea. Who has been imposing on the object of my admiration? My heart is full of sorrow. The middle path of the temple is covered with its tiles. On the height is the beautiful medallion plant. Who has been imposing on the object of my admiration? My heart is full of trouble. 143. Yue chu yu si chu. The moon comes forth in her brightness. How lovely is that beautiful lady! Oh, to have my deep longings for her relieved! How anxious is my toiled heart! The moon comes forth in her splendor. How attractive is that beautiful lady! Oh, to have my anxieties about her relieved! How agitated is my toiled heart! The moon comes forth and shines. How brilliant is that beautiful lady! Oh, to have the chains of my mind relaxed! How miserable is my toiled heart! 144. Zhu Lin. What is he in Zhulin? He is going after Xiaonan. He is not going to Zhulin, he is going after Xiaonan. Yoke for me my team of horses. I will rest in the country about Zhu. I will drive my team of colts, and breakfast at Zhu. 145. Zebei dao zipo. By the shores of that marsh, there are rushes and lotus plants. There is the beautiful lady. I am tortured for her, but what avails it? Waking or sleeping, I do nothing. From my eyes and nose the water streams. By the shores of that marsh, there are rushes and the valerian. There is the beautiful lady. Tall and large and elegant. Waking or sleeping, I do nothing. My inmost heart is full of grief. By the shores of that marsh, there are rushes and lotus flowers. There is the beautiful lady. Tall and large and majestic. Waking or sleeping, I do nothing. On my side, on my back, with my face on the pillow, I lie.
Odes of Gui, 146. Gao Kia. In your lamb's fur you saunter about. In your fox's fur you hold your court. How should I not think anxiously about you? My toiled heart is full of grief. In your lamb's fur you wander aimlessly about. In your fox's fur you appear in your hall. How should I not think anxiously about you? My heart is wounded with sorrow. Your lamb's fur, as if covered with ointment, glistens when the sun comes forth. How should I not think anxiously about you? To the core of my heart I am grieved. 147. Suguan. If I could but see the white cap, and the earnest mourner worn to leanness, my toiled heart is worn with grief. If I could but see the white lower dress, my heart is wounded with sadness. I should be inclined to go and live with the wearer, if I could but see the white knee covers. Sorrow is knotted in my heart. I should almost feel as of one soul with the wearer. 148. Shi Yu Chang Chu. In the low-wet grounds is the carambola tree. Soft and pliant are its branches, with the glossiness of tender beauty. I should rejoice to be like you, O tree, without consciousness. In the low damp grounds is the carambola tree. Soft and delicate are its flowers, with the glossiness of its tender beauty. I should rejoice to be like you, O tree, without a family. In the low damp grounds is the carambola tree. Soft and delicate is its fruit, with the glossiness of its tender beauty. I should rejoice to be like you, O tree, without a household. 149. Fei Fang. Not for the violence of the wind, not for a rushing motion of a chariot, but when I look to the road to Zhou, am I pained to the core of my heart, not for the whirlwind, not for the irregular motion of a chariot, but when I look to the road to Zhou, am I sad to the core of my heart? Who can cook fish? I will wash his boilers for him. Who will loyally go to the west? I will cheer him with good words.
Cao Feng, Odes of Cao, 150. Fuyu, Fuyu, the wings of the ephemera, are robes, bright and splendid. My heart is grieved. Would they but come and abide with me? The wings of the ephemera are robes, variously adorned. My heart is grieved. Would they but come and rest with me? The ephemera burst from its hole, with a robe of hemp like snow. My heart is grieved. Would they but come and lodge with me? 151. How Ren, those officers of escort, have their carriers of lances and halberds. But these creatures, with their 300 red covers for the knees, the pelican is on the dam, and will not wet his wings. These creatures are not equal to their dress. The pelican is on the dam, and will not wet his beak. These creatures do not respond to the favor they enjoy. Extensive and luxuriant is the vegetation, and up the south hill in the morning rise the vapors. Tender is she and lovely, but the young lady is suffering from hunger. 152. Shiju, the turtle dove is in the mulberry tree, and her young ones are 7. The virtuous man, the princely one, is uniformly correct in his deportment. He is uniformly correct in his deportment. His heart is as if it were tied to what is correct. The turtle dove is in the mulberry tree, and her young ones are in the plum tree. The virtuous man, the princely one, has his girdle of silk. His girdle is of silk, and his cap is of spotted deerskin. The turtle dove is in the mulberry tree, and her young ones are in the jujube tree. The virtuous man, the princely one, has nothing wrong in his deportment. He has nothing wrong in his deportment, and thus he rectifies the 4 quarters of the state. The turtle dove is in the mulberry tree, and her young ones are in the hazel tree. The virtuous man, the princely one, rectifies the people of the state. He rectifies the people of his state. May he continue for 10,000 years. 153. Shaquen, cold come the waters down from that spring, and overflow the bushy wolf's tail grass. Ah me! I awake and sigh, thinking of that capital of Zhou. Cold come the waters down from that spring, and overflow the bushy southern wood. Ah me! I awake and sigh, thinking of that capital of Zhou. Cold come the waters down from that spring, and overflow the bushy divining plants. Ah me! I awake and sigh, thinking of that capital city. Beautifully grew the fields of young millet, enriched by fertilizing rains. The states had their sovereign, and there was the chief of Shun to reward their princes.
Bin Feng, Odes of Bin, 154, Qiyue. In the 7th month, the fire star passes the meridian. In the 9th month, clothes are given out. In the days of our 1st month, the wind blows cold. In the days of our 2nd, the air is cold. Without the clothes and garments of hair, how could we get to the end of the year? In the days of our 3rd month, they take their plows in hand. In the days of our 4th, they take their way to the fields. Along with my wife and children, I carry food to them in those south-lying acres. The surveyor of the fields comes, and is glad. In the 7th month, the fire star passes the meridian. In the 9th month, clothes are given out. With the spring days the warmth begins, and the oriole utters its song. The young women take their deep baskets and go along the small paths, looking for the tender leaves of the mulberry trees. As the spring days lengthen out, they gather in crowds the white southernwood. That young lady's heart is wounded with sadness, for she will soon be going with one of our princes as his wife. In the 7th month the fire star passes the meridian. In the 8th month are the sedges and reeds. In the silkworm month they strip the mulberry branches of their leaves and take their axes and hatchets to lop off those that are distant and high, only stripping the young trees of their leaves. In the 7th month the shrike is heard. In the 8th month they begin their spinning. They make dark fabrics and yellow. Our red manufacture is very brilliant. It is for the lower robes of our young princes. In the 4th month the small grass is in seed. In the 5th, the cicada gives out its note. In the 8th, they reap. In the 10th, the leaves fall. In the days of our 1st month, they go after badgers and take foxes and wild cats to make furs for our young princes. In the days of our 2nd month, they have a general hunt and proceed to keep up the exercises of war. The boars of 1 year are for themselves. Those of 3 years are for our prince. In the 5th month, the locust moves its legs. In the 6th month, the spinner sounds its wings. In the 7th month, in the fields. In the 8th month, under the eaves. In the 9th month, about the doors. In the 10th month, the cricket enters under our beds. Chinks are filled up and rats are smoked out. The windows that face the north are stopped up, and the doors are plastered. Ah, our wives and children, changing the year requires this. Enter here and dwell. In the 6th month, they eat the sparrow plums and grapes. In the 7th, they cook the cuy and pulse. In the 8th, they knock down the dates. In the 10th, they reap the rice and make the spirits for the spring for the benefit of the bushy eyebrows. In the 7th month, they eat the melons. In the 8th, they cut down the bottle gourds. In the 9th, they gather the hemp seed. They gather the sow thistle and make firewood of the fetid tree to feed our husbandmen. In the 9th month, they prepare the vegetable gardens for their stacks. And in the 10th, they convey the sheaves to them. The millets, both the early sown and the late, with other grain, the hemp, the pulse, and the wheat. O my husbandmen, our harvest is all collected. Let us go to the town and be at work on our houses. In the daytime collect the grass, and at night twist it into ropes. Then get up quickly on our roofs. We shall have to recommence our sowing. In the days of our 2nd month, they hew out the ice with harmonious blows. And in those of our 3rd month, they convey it to the ice houses, which they open in those of the 4th early in the morning, having offered in sacrifice a lamb with scallions. In the 9th month it is cold, with frost. In the 10th month they sweep clean their stack sites. The 2 bottles of spirits are enjoyed, and they say, Let us kill our lambs and sheep, and go to the hall of our prince. There raise the cup of rhinoceros horn, and wish him long life, that he may live forever. 155. Chi Xiao. O owl, you have taken my young ones. Do not also destroy my nest. With love and with toil, I nourished them. I am to be pitied. With my claws I tore and held. Through the rushes which I gathered and all the materials I collected, my mouth was all sore. I said to myself, I have not yet got my house complete. My wings are all injured. My tail is all broken. My house is in a perilous condition. It is tossed about in the wind and rain. I can but cry out with this note of alarm. 156. Dongshan. We went to the hills of the east, and long were we there without returning. When we came back from the east, down came the rain drizzlingly. When we were in the east and it was said we should return, our hearts were in the west and sad. But there were they preparing our clothes for us, as to serve no more in the ranks with the gags. Creeping about were the caterpillars, all over the mulberry grounds, and quietly and solitarily did we pass the night, under our carriages. We went to the hills of the east, and long were we there without returning. When we came back from the east, down came the rain drizzlingly. The fruit of the heavenly gourd would be hanging about our eaves. The sow bug would be in our chambers. The spider's webs would be in our doors. Our paddocks would be deer fields. the fitful light of the glowworms would be all about. These thoughts made us apprehensive, and they occupied our breasts. We went to the hills of the east, and long were we there without returning. On our way back from the east, down came the rain drizzlingly. The cranes were crying on the ant hills. Our wives were sighing in their rooms. They had sprinkled and swept and stuffed up all the crevices. Suddenly we arrived from the expedition, and there were the bitter gourds hanging from the branches of the chestnut trees. Since we had seen such a sight, 3 years were now elapsed. We went to the hills of the east, and long were we there without returning. On our way back from the east, down came the rain drizzlingly. The oriole is flying about. Now here, now there, are its wings. Those young ladies are going to be married, with their bay and red horses flecked with white. Their mothers have tied their sashes. Complete are their equipments. The new matches are admirable. How can the reunions of the old be expressed? 157. Pofu, pofu. We broke our axes and we splintered our hatchets, but the object of the Duke of Zhou in marching to the east was to put the 4 states to rights. His compassion for us people is very great. We broke our axes and we splintered our chisels, but the object of the Duke of Zhou in marching to the east was to reform the 4 states. His compassion for us people is very admirable. We broke our axes and splintered our clubs, but the object of the Duke of Zhou in marching to the east was to save the alliance of the 4 states. His compassion for us people is very excellent. Har 58. Fa ke. In hewing the wood for an axe handle, how do you proceed? Without another axe it cannot be done. In taking a wife, how do you proceed? Without a go-between, it cannot be done. In hewing an axe handle, the pattern is not far off. I see the lady, and forthwith the vessels are arranged in rows. 159. Ju yu, in the net with its 9 bags, are Rudd and Bream. We see this prince with his grand ducal robe and embroidered skirt. The wild geese fly only about the islets. The duke is returning. Is it not to his proper place? He was stopping with you and me, but for a couple of nights. The wild geese fly about the land. The duke is returning and will not come back here. He was lodging with you and me, but for a couple of nights. 160. Lang ba. The wolf springs forward on his dewlap, or trips back on his tail. The duke was humble and greatly admirable, self-composed in his red slippers. The wolf springs forward on his dewlap, or trips back on his tail. The duke was humble and greatly admirable. There is no flaw in his virtuous fame. Xiao, Minor Odes of the Kingdom. Lu Ming Ji Shi, Decade of Lu Ming. 161. Lu Ming. With pleased sounds the deer call to one another, eating the celery of the fields. I have here admirable guests. The lutes are struck, and the organ is blown for them. The organ is blown till its tongues are all moving. The baskets of offerings also are presented to them. The men love me, and will show me the perfect path. With pleased sounds the deer call to one another, eating the southern wood of the fields. I have here admirable guests, whose virtuous fame is grandly brilliant. They show the people not to be mean. The officers have in them a pattern and model. I have good wine which my admirable guests drink, enjoying themselves. With pleased sounds the deer call to one another, eating the salsola of the fields. I have here admirable guests, for whom are struck the lutes, large and small. The lutes, large and small, are struck, and our harmonious joy is long continued. I have good wine, to feast and make glad the hearts of my admirable guests. 162. Simu. My 4 steeds advanced without stopping. The way from Zhou was winding and tedious. Did I not have the wish to return? But the king's business was not to be slackly performed, and my heart was wounded with sadness. My 4 steeds advanced without stopping. They panted and snorted, the white steeds black-maned. Did I not have the wish to return? But the king's business was not to be slackly performed, and I had not leisure to kneel or to sit. The filial doves keep flying about, now soaring aloft and now descending, collecting on the bushy oaks. But the king's business was not to be slackly performed, and I had not leisure to nourish my father. The filial doves keep flying about, now flying, now stopping, collecting on the bushy medlars, but the king's business was not to be slackly performed, and I had not leisure to nourish my mother. I yoked my 4 white steeds, black-maned, they hurried away with speed. But did I not wish to return? Therefore I make this song, announcing my wish to nourish my mother. 163. Huang Huang Zhehua, Huang Huang Zhehua. Brilliant are the flowers on those level heights and the low grounds. Complete and alert is the messenger with his suite, ever anxious lest he should not succeed. My horses are young. The 6 reins look as if they were moistened. I gallop them and urge them on, everywhere pushing my inquiries. My horses are piebald. The 6 reins are like silk. I gallop them and urge them on, everywhere seeking information and counsel. My horses are white and black-maned. The 6 reins look glossy. I gallop them and urge them on, everywhere seeking information and advice. My horses are gray. The 6 reins are well in hand. I gallop them and urge them on, everywhere seeking information and suggestions. 164. Changdi, Changdi. The flowers of the cherry tree, are they not gorgeously displayed? Of all the men in the world, there are none equal to brothers. On the dreaded occasions of death and burial, it is brothers who greatly sympathize. When fugitives are collected on the heights and low grounds, they are brothers who will seek one another out. There is the wagtail on the level height. When brothers are in urgent difficulties, friends, though they may be good, will only heave long sighs. Brothers may quarrel inside the walls, but they will oppose insult from without, when friends, however good they may be, will not afford help. When death and disorder are past, and there are tranquility and rest, although they have brothers, some reckon them not equal to friends. Your dishes may be set in array, and you may drink to satiety, but it is when your brothers are all present that you are harmonious and happy, with childlike joy. Loving union with wife and children is like the music of lutes, but it is the accord of brothers, which makes the harmony and happiness lasting. For the ordering of your family, for your joy in your wife and children, examine this and study it. Will you not find that it is truly so? 165. Famu, Famu. On the trees go the blows jeng jeng, and the birds cry out ying ying. One issues from the dark valley, and removes to the lofty tree, while ying goes its cry, seeking with its voice its companion. Look at the bird, bird as it is, seeking with its voice its companion. And shall a man not seek to have his friends? Spiritual beings will then hearken to him. He shall have harmony and peace. Shoo shoo they go, as they fell the trees. I have strained off my spirits, till they are fine, and the fatted lambs are provided, to which to invite my paternal uncles. It is better that something should keep them from coming than that I should not have regarded them. Oh, brightly I have sprinkled and swept my courtyard, and arranged my viands with 8 dishes of grain, along with my fatted meat, to which to invite my maternal uncles. It is better that something should keep them from coming, than that there should be blame attaching to me. They fell down the trees along the hillside. I have strained off my spirits in abundance. The dishes stand in rows, and none of my brethren are absent. The loss of kindly feeling among people may arise from faults in the matter of dry provisions. If I have spirits, I strain them, do I? If I have no spirits, I buy them, do I? I make the drums beat, do I? I lead on the dance, do I? Whenever we have leisure, let us drink the sparkling spirits. 166. Tianbao, Tianbao. Heaven protects and establishes thee, with the greatest security, makes thee entirely virtuous, that thou mayest enjoy every happiness, grants thee much increase, so that thou hast all in abundance. Heaven protects and establishes thee, it grants thee all excellence, so that thine every matter is right, and thou receivest every heavenly favor. It sends down to thee long-during happiness, which the days are not sufficient to enjoy. Heaven protects and establishes thee, so that in everything thou dost prosper, like the high hills, and the mountain masses, like the topmost ridges, and the greatest bulks. That, as the stream ever coming on, such is thine increase. With happy auspices and purifications, thou bringest the offerings, and dost filially present them, in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, to the dukes and former kings, who says, We give to thee myriad of years of duration unlimited. The spirits come and confer on thee many blessings. The people are simple and honest, daily enjoying their meat and drink. All the black-haired race and all their surnames universally practice your virtue. Like the moon advancing to the full, like the sun ascending the heavens, like the age of the southern hills, never waning, never falling, like the luxuriance of the fir and the cypress, may such be thy succeeding line. 167. Kai Wei, Kai Wei. Let us gather the thorn ferns, let us gather the thorn ferns. The thorn ferns are now springing up. When shall we return? When shall we return? It will be late in the next year. Wife and husband will be separated because of the Xian Yun. We shall have no leisure to rest because of the Xian Yun. Let us gather the thorn ferns. Let us gather the thorn ferns. The thorn ferns are now tender. When shall we return? When shall we return? Our hearts are sorrowful. Our hearts are sad and sorrowful. We shall hunger. We shall thirst. While our service on guard is not finished, we can send no one home to inquire about our families. Let us gather the thorn ferns. Let us gather the thorn ferns. The thorn ferns are now hard. When shall we return? When shall we return? The year will be in the 10th month. But the king's business must not be slackly performed. We shall have no leisure to rest. Our sorrowing hearts are in great distress, but we shall not return from our expedition. What is that so gorgeous? It is the flowers of the cherry tree. What carriage is that? It is the carriage of our general. His war carriage is yoked. The 4 steeds are strong. Dare we remain inactive? In 1 month we shall have 3 victories. The 4 steeds are yoked. The 4 steeds, eager and strong. The confidence of the general, the protection of the men. The 4 steeds move regularly like wings. There are the bow with its ivory ends, and the seal skin quiver. Shall we not daily warn one another? The business of the Jianyun is very urgent. At first, when we set out, the willows were fresh and green. Now, when we shall be returning, the snow will be falling in clouds. Long and tedious will be our marching. We shall hunger. We shall thirst. Our hearts are wounded with grief, and no one knows our sadness. 168. Chuchur, Chuchur. We proceeded with our carriage to those pasture grounds. From the place of the Son of Heaven came an order to me to march, said the general. So he called his carriage officers and told them to get the carriages all ready. The king's business, said he, is surrounded with difficulties. We must use dispatch. We proceeded with our carriage to that suburban region. The banner with tortoises and serpents was raised, and the oxtails set up at the top of its staff. Did not it and the falcon banner fly about grandly? The general's heart was anxious and sad, and the carriage officers appeared full of care. The king charged Nanzhong to go and build a wall in the disturbed region. How numerous were his chariots! How splendid his dragon, his tortoise and serpent flags! The Son of Heaven had charged us to build a wall in that northern region. Awe-inspiring was Nanzhong. The Xianyun were sure to be swept away. When we were marching at first, the millets were in flower. Now that we are returning, the snow falls and the roads are all mire. The king's business was not to be slackly performed, and we had not leisure to rest. Did we not long to return? But we were in awe of the orders in the tablets. Yao yao go the grass insects, and the hoppers leap about. While we do not see our husbands, our hearts must be full of grief. Let us but see our husbands and our hearts will be at rest. The awe-inspiring Nanzhong is smiting the wrong of the West. The spring days are lengthening out. The plants and trees grow full of verdure. The oriole's cry comes gee-gee. Our wives go in crowds to gather the white southern wood. With our prisoners for the question and our captive crowd, we return. Awe-inspiring is Nanzhong. The Xianyun are pacified. 169. Didu. Solitary stands the russet pear tree, with its fruit so bright. The king's business must not be slackly performed, and the days are prolonged with us one after another. The sun and moon are in the 10th month. My woman's heart is wounded. My soldier might have leisure to return. Solitary stands the russet pear tree, with its leaves so luxuriant. The king's business must not be slackly performed, and my heart is wounded and sad. The plants and trees are luxuriant, but my heart is sad. Oh, that my soldier might return. I ascended that hill in the north to gather the medlars. The king's business must not be slackly performed, and our parents are made sorrowful. His chariot of sandalwood must be damaged. His 4 horses must be worn out. My soldier cannot be far off. They have not packed up, they do not come. My sorrowing heart is greatly distressed. The time is past, and he is not here to the multiplication of my sorrows. Both by the tortoise shell and the reeds have I divined, and they unite in saying he is near. My soldier is at hand.
Decade of Baihua. 170. Yu Li. The fish pass into the basket, yellow jaws and sandblowers. Our host has spirits, good and abundance of them. The fish pass into the basket, bream and tench. Our host has spirits, abundance of them and good. The fish pass into the basket, mudfish and carp. Our host has spirits, good and in quantities. The viands are abundant, and they are admirable. The viands are excellent, both from the land and the sea. The viands are in quantities, and all in season. 171. Non-yu jia yu. In the south is the barbel, and in multitudes they are taken under baskets. The host has spirits, on which his admirable guests feast with him joyfully. In the south is the barbel, and in multitudes they are taken with wicker nets. The host has spirits, on which his admirable guests feast with him, delighted. In the south are trees with curved drooping branches, and the sweet gourds cling to them. The host has spirits, on which his admirable guests feast with him cheerfully. The filial doves keep flying about, coming in multitudes. The host has spirits, on which his admirable guests feast with him again and again. 172. Nan Shan Yu Tai. On the hills of the south is the tai plant, on those of the north is the lei. To be rejoiced in are the noble men, the foundations of the state. To be rejoiced in are the noble men. May your years be myriads, and without end. On the hills of the south are the mulberry trees, on those of the north are willows. To be rejoiced in are the noble men, the light of the state. To be rejoiced in are the noble men. May your years be myriads, unlimited. On the hills of the south are medlars. On those of the north are plum trees. To be rejoiced in are the noble men, parents of the people. To be rejoiced in are the noble men. May your virtuous fame have no end. On the hills of the south is the cow. On those of the north is the niu. To be rejoiced in are the noble men. Have they not the eyebrows of longevity? To be rejoiced in are the noble men. May your virtuous fame be abundant. On the hills of the south is the go. On those of the north is the sioux. To be rejoiced in are the gentlemen. Will you not have the gray hair and wrinkled face? To be rejoiced in are the gentlemen. May they preserve and maintain your posterity. 173. Liao Zhao. How long grows the southern wood, with the dew lying on it so bright? Now that I see my noble men, my heart is entirely satisfied. As we feast, we laugh and talk. It is right, they should have fame and prosperity. How long grows the southern wood, with the dew lying on it so abundantly? Now that I see my noble men, I appreciate their favor and their brightness. Their virtue is without taint of error. May they live long and not be forgotten. How high is the southern wood, all wet with the fallen dew. Now that I see my noble men, grandly we feast, delighted and complacent. May their relations with their brothers be right. May they be happy in their excellent virtue to old age. How high is the southern wood, with the dew lying on it so richly. I have seen my noble men, with the ends of their reins hanging down, with the bells tinkling on their crossboards and bits. May all happiness gather upon them. 174. Zan Lu. Heavy lies the dew, nothing but the sun can dry it. Happily and long into the night we drink. Till all are drunk, there is no retiring. Heavy lies the dew on that luxuriant grass. Happily and long into the night we drink. In the outer department we complete our carousal. Heavy lies the dew on those willows and jujube trees. Distinguished and true are my noble guests, every one of excellent virtue. From the Tong and the Yi, their fruit hangs down. Happy and self-possessed are my noble guests, every one of them of excellent deportment.
Tong Gong Jishu, Decade of Tong Gong. 175 Tong Gong Tong Gong. The red bows unbent were received and deposited. I have here an admirable guest, and with all my heart I bestow one on him. The bells and drums have been arranged in order, and all the morning will I feast him. The red bows unbent were received and fitted on their frames. I have here an admirable guest, and with all my heart I rejoice in him. The bells and drums have been arranged in order, and all the morning will I honor him. The red bows unbent were received and placed in their cases. I have here an admirable guest, and with all my heart I love him. The bells and drums have been arranged in order, and all the morning will I pledge him. 176. Jing Jing J-E, Jing Jing J-E, luxuriantly grows the aster southernwood, in the midst of that large mound. Since we see our noble lord, we rejoice, and he shows us all courtesy. Luxuriantly grows the aster southernwood, in the midst of that islet. Since we see our noble lord, our hearts are full of joy. Luxuriantly grows the aster southernwood, in the midst of that great height. We see our noble lord, and he gives us 100 sets of cowries. It floats about, the willow boat now sinking, now rising again. Since we see our noble lord, our hearts are at rest. 177. Liu Yue, Liu Yue. In the 6th month all was bustle and excitement. The war carriages had been made ready, with the 4 steeds of each, strong and eager, and the regular accoutrements had been placed in the carriages. The Jian Yun were in blazing force, and thence was the urgency. The king had ordered the expedition to deliver the royal kingdom. Matched in strength were the 4 black steeds, well trained to observe every rule. On this 6th month, we completed our accoutrements. Our accoutrements were completed, and we marched 30 li every day. The king had ordered the expedition to help the Son of Heaven. The 4 steeds were long and stout and large-headed. We smote the Xian Yun and achieved great merit. Severely strict and careful was our leader, discharging his military service, and settling thereby the royal kingdom. Badly reckoned the Xian Yun, when they confidently occupied Jiao and Huo, and overran Hao and Fang, as far as to the north of the Jing. On our flags was their blazonry of birds, while their white streamers fluttered brightly. 10 large war chariots led the way in front. The war carriages were well made, nicely balanced before and behind. Their 4 steeds were strong, both strong and well trained. We smote the Xian Yun as far as Taiyuan. For peace or for war fit is Jifu, a pattern to all the states. Jifu feasts and is glad. Great happiness is his. In returning from Hao, distant and long had been our march. He entertains and feasts his friends, with roast turtle and minced carp. And who are there? There is Zhang Zhong, the filial and brotherly. 178 Kaichi. They were gathering the white millet in those new fields, and in these acres brought only 1 year under cultivation, when Fang Shu came to take the command. His chariots were 3,000, with a host of well-disciplined warriors. Fang Shu led them on, in his carriage drawn by 4 piebalds orderly moving. Red shone his grand carriage, with its checkered bamboo screen and sealskin quivers, with the hooks for the trappings of the breastbands and the rein ends. They were gathering the white millet in those new fields and all about these villages when Fang Shu came to take the command. His chariots were 3,000. His banners, with their blazonry of dragons and of serpents and tortoises, fluttered gaily. Fang Shu led them on, the naves of his wheels bound with leather and his yoke ornamented. Tinkle, tinkle went the 8 bells at the horses' bits. He wore the robes conferred by the king. His red knee covers were resplendent, and the gems of his girdle pendant sounding. Rapid is the flight of the hawk, soaring to the heavens, and again descending and settling in its place. Fang Shu came to take the command. His chariots were 3,000, with a host of well-disciplined warriors. Fang Shu led them on. With his jinglers and drummers, he marshaled his hosts and addressed them. Intelligent and true is Fang Shu. Deep rolled the sound of his drums. With a lighter sound, he led the troops back. Foolish were the savage tribes of Jing, presuming to oppose our great region. Fang Shu is of great age, but full of vigor were his plans. He led his army on, seized the chiefs for the question, and made captives of a crowd. Besides, numerous were his war chariots, numerous and in grand array, like the clap or the roll of thunder their onset. Intelligent and true is Fang Shu. He had gone and smitten the Xian Yun, and the tribes of Qing came awed by his majesty. 179. Qigong, Qigong. Our chariots were strong, our horses were well matched, and with 4 steeds for each, sleek and large, we yoked and proceeded to the east. Our hunting carriages were good, and their 4 steeds in fine condition. Eastwards were the grassy plains of Fu. We yoked and went there to hunt. Of the officers in charge of the hunt, the voices resounded as they told off the men. They set up the banners with oxtails displayed, and we proceeded to pursue the chase in Ao. With their 4-horse chariots they came, forming a long train, in their red knee covers and gold-adorned slippers, like the crowd of an occasional or a general audience. The bowstring thimbles and armlets were fitted on. The bows and arrows were adjusted to one another. The archers acted in unison, helping us to rear a pile of game. Of the 4 yellow horses of each chariot, the 2 outsiders inclined not to either side. No error in driving was committed, and the arrows went forth like downright blows. As if at their ease, the horses neighed. Long and slow moved the line of pennons and banners. The footmen and charioteers created no alarms. The great kitchen did not claim its full complement. So did the officers conduct this expedition, without any clamor in the noise of it. Truly a princely man is the king, great indeed are his achievements. 180. Ji-ri, Ji-ri. A lucky day was Wu, and we sacrificed on it to the ruler of horses and prayed. Our hunting carriages were good. The team for each was in fine condition. We would ascend the greatest heights and pursue the herds of the game. A lucky day was Geng Wu. We had selected our horses, the haunts of the animals, where the does and stags lay numerous. The grounds by the Qi and the Zhou. That was the place for the Son of Heaven to hunt. We looked to the midst of the plain, where the animals were large and abundant, now rushing about, now waiting together, here in 3s, there in 2s. We led on all our attendants to give pleasure to the Son of Heaven. We have bent our bows, we have our arrows on the string. Here is a small boar transfixed. There is a large rhinoceros killed. The spoil will be presented to the visitors and guests, along with the cup of sweet wine. 181. Hong Yan, Hong Yan. The wild geese are flying about. Su-su goes the rustle of their wings. There were those officers engaged on the commission. Pained were we and toiled in the open fields. All were objects of pity, but alas for those wifeless and widows. The wild geese are flying about, and they settle in the midst of the marsh. There were those officers directing the rearing of the walls. 5,000 cubits of them arose at once. Though there was pain and toil, in the end we had rest in our dwellings. The wild geese are flying about, and melancholy is their cry of "Ao, ao." There were they wise men who recognized our pain and toil. If they had been stupid men, They would have said we were proclaiming our insolence. 182. Tingla, tingla, how goes the night? It is not yet midnight. The torch is blazing in the courtyard. My princely men are arriving. There is the tinkling of their bells. How goes the night? The night is not yet through. The torch is growing pale in the courtyard. My princely men are arriving. There is the sound of their bells, regular and near. How goes the night? It is getting towards morning. The torch is smoking in the courtyard. My princely men are arriving. I see their banners. 183. Mian Shui, Mian Shui. In large volume those flowing waters go to the court of the sea. Rapid is that flying falcon, now soaring, now resting. Alas, among my brethren, my countrymen, my friends, no one is willing to think of the prevailing disorder. But who has not parents to suffer from it? In large volume those flowing waters roll on their swollen flood. Rapid is that flying falcon, now soaring, now rising higher. When I think of those lawless men, now I rise up, now I walk about. The sorrow of my heart cannot be repressed nor forgotten. Rapid is that flying falcon, yet he keeps along the middle of the height. The talk of the people, is there no means of stopping it? If my friends would reverently watch over themselves, would slanderous speeches be made? 184. He Ming, He Ming. The crane cries in the ninth pool of the marsh, and her voice is heard in the distant wilds. The fish lies in the deep, and now is by the islet. Pleasant is that garden, in which are the sandal trees, but beneath them are only withered leaves. The stones of those hills may be made into grindstones. The crane cries in the ninth pool of the marsh, and her voice is heard in the sky. The fish is by the islet, and now it lies hid in the deep. Pleasant is that garden in which are the sandal trees, but beneath them is the paper mulberry tree. The stones of those hills may be used to polish gems.
Chifu Jishu, Decade of Chifu. 185. Chifu, Chifu, Minister of War. We are the claws and teeth of the king. Why have you rolled us into this sorrow, so that we have no abiding place? Minister of War. We are the taloned soldiers of the king. Why have you rolled us into this sorrow so that there is no end of our toils? Minister of War, you have indeed acted without discrimination. Why have you rolled us into this sorrow so that our mothers have to do all the labor of cooking? 186. Bei Jew, Bei Jew, let the brilliant white colt feed on the young growth of my vegetable garden. Tether it by the foot, tie it by the collar, to prolong this morning. So may its owner, of whom I think, spend his time here at his ease. Let the brilliant white colt feed on the bean sprouts of my vegetable garden. Tether it by the foot, tie it by the collar, to prolong this evening. So may its owner, of whom I think, be here, an admired guest. If you, with the brilliant white colt, would brightly come to me, you should be a duke, you should be a marquis, enjoying yourself without end. Be on your guard against idly wandering. Deal vigorously with your thoughts of retirement. The brilliant white colt is there in that empty valley, with a bundle of fresh grass. Its owner is like a gem. Do not make the news of you rare as gold and gems, indulging your purpose to abandon me. 187. Huang Niao, Huang Niao, yellow bird, do not settle on the Brusonatias. Do not eat my patty. The people of this country are not willing to treat me well. I will return. I will go back to my country and kin. Yellow bird, do not settle on the mulberry trees. Do not eat my maize. The people of this country will not let me come to an understanding with them. I will return. I will go back to my brethren. Yellow bird, do not settle on the oaks. Do not eat my grand millet. The people of this country I cannot dwell with. I will return. I will go back to my uncles. 188. Woxing Qi Ye. I traveled through the country where the fetid tree grew luxuriant. Because of our affinity by marriage, I went to reside with you. But you do not entertain me, and I go back to my country and clan. I traveled through the country gathering the sheep's foot. Because of our affinity by marriage, I came to lodge with you. But you do not entertain me. And I will return. I will go back. I traveled through the country, gathering the pokeweed. You do not think of our old affinity, and seek to please your new relative. If indeed you are not influenced by her riches, you still are so by the difference between the new and the old. 189. Seagon, Seagon. By the graceful sweep of these banks, with the southern hill so calm in the distance, has the palace arisen, firm as the roots of a clump of bamboos, with its roof like the luxuriant head of a pine tree. May the brothers here be loving among themselves, and have no schemings against one another. Having entered into the inheritance of his ancestors, he has built his chambers, 5,000 cubits of walls, with their doors to the west and to the south. Here will he reside, here will he sit, here will he laugh, here will he talk. They bound the frames for the earth exactly over one another. 2020 went on the pounding, impervious the walls to wind and rain, offering no cranny to bird or rat. A grand dwelling is it for our noble lord. Like a man on tiptoe in reverent expectation, like an arrow flying rapidly, like a bird which has changed its feathers, like a pheasant on flying wings, is the hall which our noble lord will ascend. Level and smooth is the courtyard, and lofty are the pillars around it. Pleasant is the exposure of the chamber to the light, and deep and wide are its recesses. Here will our noble lord repose. On the rush mat below, and that of fine bamboos above it, here may he repose in slumber. May he sleep and awake, saying, "Divine for me my dreams." What dreams are lucky? They have been of bears and grizzly bears. They have been of cobras and other serpents. The chief diviner will divine them. The bears and grizzly bears are the auspicious intimations of sons. The cobras and other serpents are the auspicious intimations of daughters. Sons shall be born to him. They will be put to sleep on couches. They will be clothed in robes. They will have scepters to play with. Their cry will be loud. They will be hereafter resplendent with red knee covers. The future king, the princes of the land. Daughters shall be born to him. They will be put to sleep on the ground. They will be clothed with wrappers. They will have tiles to play with. It will be theirs neither to do wrong nor to do good. Only about the spirits and the food will they have to think, and to cause no sorrow to their parents. 190. Wu Yang. Wu Yang. Who can say that you have no sheep? There are 300 in each herd. Who says that you have no cattle? There are 90, which are black-lipped. Your sheep come horned but all agreeing. Your cattle come flapping their ears. Some are descending among the mounds. Some are drinking at the pools. Some are lying down. Some are moving about. Your herdsmen come, bearing their raincoats and bamboo hats, or carrying on their backs their provisions. In 30s are the creatures arranged according to their color. For your victims there is abundant provision. Your herdsmen come, with their large faggots and smaller branches, and with their prey of birds and beasts. Your sheep come, vigorous and strong, none injured, no infection in the herd. At the wave of the herdsman's arm, all come, all go up into the fold. Your herdsmen shall dream, of multitudes and then of fishes, of the tortoise and serpent, and then of the falcon banners. The chief diviner will divine the dreams. How the multitudes dissolving into fishes betoken plentiful years. How the tortoise and serpent dissolving into the falcon banners betoken the increasing population of the kingdom. 191. Jie Nan Shan, Jie Nan Shan. Lofty is that southern hill with its masses of rocks. Awe-inspiring are you, O Grand Master Yin, and the people all look to you. A fire burns in their grieving hearts. They do not dare to speak of you even in jest. The kingdom is verging to extinction. How is it that you do not consider the state of things? Lofty is that southern hill, and vigorously grows the vegetation on it. Awe-inspiring are you, O Grand Master Yin. But how is it that you are so unjust? Heaven is continually redoubling its afflictions. Deaths and disorder increase and multiply. No words of satisfaction come from the people, and yet you do not correct nor bemoan yourself. The Grand Master Yin is the foundation of our Zhou, and the balance of the state is in his hands. He should be keeping together the four quarters of the kingdom. He should be aiding the Son of Heaven, so as to preserve the people from going astray. O unpitying great heaven, it is not right. He should reduce us all to such misery. Doing nothing himself personally, the people have no confidence in him by making no inquiry and no trial of their services. He should not deal deceitfully with superior men. By dismissing them on the requirement of justice, mean men would not be endangering the common weal, and his mean relatives would not be in offices of importance. Great heaven, unjust, is sending down these exhausting disorders. Great heaven, unkind, is sending down these great miseries. Let superior men come into office, and that would bring rest to the people's hearts. Let superior men do justly, and the animosities and angers would disappear. O unpitying great heaven, there is no end to the disorder. With every month it continues to grow, so that the people have no repose. I am as if intoxicated with the grief of my heart. Who holds the ordering of the kingdom? Not attending himself to the government, the issue is toil and pain to the people. I yoke my four steeds, long-necked. I look to the four quarters of the kingdom. Distress is everywhere. There is nowhere I can drive to. Now your evil is rampant, and I see your spears. Again you are pacified and friendly, as if you were pledging one another. From great heaven is the injustice, and our king has no repose. Yet he will not correct his heart, and goes on to resent endeavors to rectify him. I, Jiafu, have made this song, to lay bare the king's disorders. If you would but change your heart, and nourish the myriad states. 192. Zheng Yue. In the first month of summer, the hoarfrost abounds, and my heart is wounded with sorrow. The false calumnies of the people also wax greater and greater. I think how I stand alone, and the sorrow of my heart grows intense. Alas, through my anxious cares, my hidden sorrow goes on to make me ill. Ye parents who gave me birth, was it to make me suffer this pain? Why was this time not before me, or why was it not after me? Their good words are only from the mouth, their bad words are only from the mouth. The sorrow of my heart becomes greater, and because of this I incur contempt. My sorrow heart is very sad. I think of my unfortunate position. The innocent people will all be reduced to servitude with me. Alas for me, from whom shall I henceforth get support? I see a crow which will rest, but on whose house? Look into the middle of the forest. There are only large faggots and small branches in it. The people now amidst their perils look to heaven all dark. But let its determination be fixed, and there is none whom it will not overcome. There is the great God. Does he hate anyone? If one say of a hill that it is low, there are its ridges and its large masses. The false calumnies of the people, how is it that you do not repress them? You call those experienced ancients, you consult the diviner of dreams. They all say, we are wise. But who can distinguish the male and female crow? We say of the heavens that they are high, but I dare not but stoop under them. We say of the earth that it is thick, but I dare not but walk daintily on it. For my freely expressing myself thus, I have reason, I have good ground. Alas for the men of this time, why are they such cobras and efts? Look at that rugged and stony field, luxuriantly rises in it the springing grain. But heaven moves and shakes me, as if it could not overcome me. They sought me at first to be a pattern to them, eagerly as if they could not get me. Now they regard me with great animosity, and will not use my strength. My heart with its sorrow feels as if it were tied and bound by something. This government of the present time, how oppressive it is. The flames, when they are blazing, may still perhaps be extinguished, but the majestic honored capital of Zhou is being destroyed by sea of Bao. This issue is ever my anxious thought. Moreover, you have the embarrassment of soaking rain. Your carriage is loaded, and if you throw away your wheel aids, your load will be overturned, and you will be crying, "Oh, sir, help me." If you do throw away your wheel aids, which give assistance to the spokes, and if you constantly look after the driver, you will not overturn your load, and in the end will get over the most difficult places. But you have not thought of this. The fish are in the pond, but they cannot enjoy themselves. Although they dive to the bottom, they are very clearly seen. My sorrow heart is deeply pained when I think of the oppression in the kingdom. They have their good spirits and their fine viands along with them. They assemble their neighbors, and their relatives are full of their praise. When I think of my solitariness, my sorrowing heart is full of distress. Mean-like, those have their houses. Abjects, they will have their emoluments. But the people now have no maintenance. For heaven is pounding them with its calamities. The rich may get through, but alas for the helpless and solitary. 193. 是月之交, 是月自交. At the conjunction of the sun and moon in the 10th month on the first day of the moon, which was Shin Mao, the sun was eclipsed, a thing of very evil omen. Then the moon became small, and now the sun became small. Henceforth the lower people will be in a very deplorable case. The sun and moon announce evil, not keeping to their proper paths. All through the kingdom there is no proper government, because the good are not employed. For the moon to be eclipsed is but an ordinary matter. Now that the sun has been eclipsed, how bad it is. Grandly flashes the lightning of the thunder. There is a want of rest, a want of good. The streams all bubble up and overflow. The crags on the hilltops fall down. High banks become valleys. Deep valleys become hills. Alas for the men of this time. How does the king not stop these things? Huang Fu is the president. Fan is the minister of instruction. Jiabo is the chief administrator. Zhong Yun is the chief cook. Zhou is the recorder of the interior. Yue is master of the horse. Zhu is captain of the guards. And the beautiful wife Blazes, now in possession of her place. This Huang Fu will not acknowledge that he is acting out of season. But why does he call us to action, without coming and consulting with us? He has removed our walls and roofs, and our fields are all either a marsh or a moor. He says, I am not injuring you. The laws require that thus it should be. Huang Fu is very wise. He has built a great city for himself in Xiang. He chose 3 men as his ministers, all of them indeed of great wealth. He could not bring himself to leave a single minister who might guard our king. He also selected those who had chariots and horses to go and reside in Xiang. I have exerted myself to discharge my service, and do not dare to make a report of my toils, without crime or offense of any kind. Slanderous mouths are loud against me, but the calamities of the lower people do not come down from heaven. A multitude of fair words and hatred behind the back. The earnest, strong pursuit of this is from men. Distant far is my village, and my dissatisfaction is great. In other quarters there is ease, and I dwell here alone and sorrowful. Every body is going into retirement, and I alone dare not seek rest. The ordinances of heaven are inexplicable, but I will not dare to follow my friends and leave my post. 194. Yu Wu Zheng, Yu Wu Zheng. Great and wide heaven, how is it you have contracted your kindness, sending down death and famine, destroying all through the kingdom? Compassionate heaven, arrayed in terrors, how is it you exercise no forethought, no care? Let alone the criminals, they have suffered for their offenses, but those who have no crime are indiscriminately involved in ruin. The honored house of Zhou is nearly extinguished, and there is no means of stopping or settling the troubles. The heads of the officers have left their places, and no one knows my toil. The 3 high ministers and other great officers are unwilling to attend to their duties, early and late. The lords of the various states are unwilling to appear at court morning and evening, if indeed he would turn to good. But on the contrary he proceeds to greater evil. How is it, O great heaven, that he will not hearken to the justest words? He is like a man going astray, who knows not where he will proceed to. All ye officers, let each of you reverently attend to his duties. How do ye not stand in awe of one another? Ye do not stand in awe of heaven. War has done its work, but he withdraws not from evil. Famine has done its work, but he goes not on to good. So that I, a mere groom of the chambers, am full of grief and in pain daily. All ye officers, ye are unwilling to declare the truth to him. When you hear a question, you simply answer it, and when slander touches you, you withdraw. Alas, that right words cannot be spoken, which come not from the tongue only, the speakers of them are sure to suffer. Well is it for the words that can be spoken. The artful speech flows like a stream, and the speakers dwell at ease in prosperity. It may be said about taking office that it is full of hazard and peril. By advice that he says cannot be followed, you offend against the Son of Heaven. By advice that he says will be followed, you excite the resentment of your friends. I say to you, remove to the royal capital, and ye say that you have not got houses there. Painful are my inmost thoughts, and I weep blood. Every word I speak makes me hated. But when you formerly left to reside elsewhere, who was it that made houses for you?
Xiao Min Zhishi, Decade of Xiao Min. 195. Xiao Min, Xiao Min, the angry terrors of compassionate heaven extend through this lower world. The king's counsels and plans are crooked and bad. When will he stop in the course? Counsels which are good he will not follow, and those which are not good he employs. When I look at his counsels and plans, I am greatly pained. Now they agree, and now they defame one another. The case is greatly to be deplored. If a counsel be good, they all are found opposing it. If a counsel be bad, they all are found according with it. When I look at such counsels and plans, what will they come to? Our tortoises are wearied out and will not tell us anything about the plans. The counselors are very many, but on that account nothing is accomplished. The speakers fill the court, but who dares to take any responsibility on himself? We are as if we consulted about a journey, without taking a step in advance, and therefore did not get on the road. Alas, our formers of plans do not take the ancients for their pattern, and do not regulate them by great principles. They only hearken to shallow words and quarrel about shallow words. They are like one taking counsel with wayfarers about building a house, which will consequently never come to completion. Although the kingdom be unsettled, there are some who are wise, and others who are not. Although the people may not be numerous, some have perspicacity, some have counsel, some have gravity, and some have orderliness. But we are going on like the stream flowing from a spring, and will sink together in a common ruin. They dare not without weapons attack a tiger. They dare not without a boat cross the He. They know one thing, but they only know that one. We should be apprehensive and careful, as if we were on the brink of a deep gulf, as if we were treading on thin ice. 196. Shawan, Shawan. Small is the cooing dove, but it flies aloft up to heaven. My heart is wounded with sorrow, and I think of our forefathers. When the dawn is breaking and I cannot sleep, the thoughts in my breast are of our parents. Men who are grave and wise, though they drink, are mild and masters of themselves. But those who are benighted and ignorant are devoted to drink, and more so daily. Be careful, each of you, of your deportment. What heaven confers when once lost is not regained. In the midst of the plain there is pulse, and the common people gather it. The mulberry insect has young ones, and the sphex carries them away. Teach and train your sons, and they will become good as you are. Look at the wagtail, flying and at the same time twittering. My days are advancing, your months are going on. Rising early and going to sleep late. Do not disgrace those who gave you birth. The green beaks come and go, pecking up grain about the stackyard. Alas for the distressed and the solitary deemed fit inmates for the prisons. With a handful of grain I go out and divine how I may be able to become good. We must be mild and humble as if we were perched on trees. We must be anxious and careful, as if we were on the brink of a valley. We must be apprehensive and cautious, as if we were treading upon thin ice. 197. Xiaobian, Xiaobian, with flapping wings the crows come back flying all in a flock. Other people all are happy and I only am full of misery. What is my offense against heaven? What is my crime? My heart is sad. What is to be done? The way to Zhou should be level and easy, but it is all overgrown with rank grass. My heart is wounded with sorrow, and I think till I feel as if pounded all over. I lie down undressed and sigh continually. Through my grief I am growing old. My heart is sad. It puts me in pain like a headache. Even the mulberry trees in the Zai must be regarded with reverence, but no one is to be looked up to like a father. No one is to be depended on like a mother. Have I not a connection with the hairs of my father? Did I not dwell in the womb of my mother? O heaven who gave me birth, how was it at such an inauspicious time? Luxuriant grow those willows, and the cicadas on them go hui hui. Deep looks the pool, and abundantly grow the rushes and reeds about it. But I am like a boat adrift when where it will go you know not. My heart is sad. I have not leisure to lie down, even undressed. The stag is running away, but his legs move slowly. The pheasant crows in the morning, seeking his mate. I am like a ruined tree, stripped by disease of all its branches. My heart is sad. How is it that no one knows me? Look at the hare seeking protection. Someone will step in before and save it. One the road there is a dead man. Someone will bury him. But such is the heart of our sovereign, that there is nothing he cannot bear to do. My heart is sad so that my tears are falling down. Our sovereign believes slanders as readily as he joins in the pledge cup. Our sovereign is unkind and does not leisurely examine into things. The tree fellers follow the lean of the tree. The faggot cleavers follow the direction of the grain. But he lets alone the guilty, and imputes guilt to me. There is nothing higher than a mountain. There is nothing deeper than a great spring. Our sovereign should not lightly utter his words, lest an ear be laid close to the wall. Do not approach my dam, do not remove my basket. My person is rejected. Of what use is it to care for what may come after? 198. Chao Yan, O vast and distant heaven, who art called our parent, that without crime or offense I should suffer from disorders thus great. The terrors of great heaven are excessive, but indeed I have committed no crime. The terrors of great heaven are very excessive, but indeed I have committed no offense. Disorder then comes to the birth, when the first untruth is received. Its further increase is from our sovereign's believing the slanderers. If he were to be angry with them, the disorder would probably quickly be abated. If he were to show his joy in the good, the disorder would probably quickly cease. Our sovereign makes frequent covenants, and the disorders are thereby increased. He believes the scoundrels, and the disorders thereby grow into oppression. Their words are very sweet, and the disorders thereby advance. They do not discharge their duties, but only create distress to the king. Very grand is the ancestral temple. A true sovereign made it. Wisely arranged are the great plans. Sages determine them. What other men have in their minds I can measure by reflection. Swiftly runs the crafty hare, but it is caught by the hound. Trees of soft wood easily wrought are planted by wise men. The words of wayfarers that come and go can be discriminated by the mind. Their easy and grand words only issue from their mouths. Their artful words like organ tongues show how unblushing are their faces. Who are they? They are like men who dwell on the banks of the river, and they have neither strength nor courage, while yet they rear the steps of disorder. With legs ulcerated and swollen, what courage can you have? You form plans great and many, but your followers about you are few. 199. Ren Shi. What man was that? His mind is full of dangerous devices. Why did he approach my dam, without entering my gate? Of whom is he a follower? I venture to say, of Bao. Those two follow each other in their goings. Which of them wrought me this calamity? Why came he to my dam, without entering to condole with me? Our former relations were different from the present, when he will have nothing to do with me. What man was it? Why came he to the path inside my gate? I heard his voice, but did not see his person. He is not ashamed before men. He does not stand in awe of heaven. What man was it? He is like a violent wind. Why came he not from the north? Or why not from the south? Why did he approach my dam, doing nothing but perturb my mind? You go along slowly, and yet you have not leisure to stop. You go along rapidly, and yet you have leisure to grease your wheels. If you would come to me but once, why am I kept in a state of expectation? If on your return you entered my house, my heart would be relieved. When on your return you do not enter it, it is hard to understand your denial. If you would come to me but once, it would set me at rest. The elder of us blew the porcelain whistle, and the younger blew the bamboo flute. I was as if strung on the same string with you. If indeed you do not understand me, here are the 3 creatures for sacrifice, and I will take an oath to you. If you were an imp or a water bow, you could not be got at. But when one with face and eyes stands opposite to another, the man can be seen through and through. I have made this good song, to probe to the utmost your veerings and turnings. 200, Xiang Bo. A few elegant lines may be made out to be shell embroidery. Those slanderers have gone to great excess. A few diverging points may be made out to be the southern sieve. Those slanderers, who devised their schemes for them? With babbling mouths you go about, scheming and wishing to slander others. But be careful of your words. People will yet say that you are untruthful. Clever you are and ever-changing. In your schemes and wishes to slander, they receive it now indeed, but by and by it will turn to your own hurt. The proud are delighted, and the troubled are in sorrow. O azure heaven! O azure heaven! Look on those proud men, pity those troubled, those slanderers. Who devised their schemes for them? I would take those slanderers and throw them to wolves and tigers. If these refused to devour them, I would cast them into the north. If the north refused to receive them, I would throw them into the hands of great heaven. The way through the willow garden lies near the acred height. I, the eunuch Mengzi, have made this poem. All ye officers, reverently hearken to it. 201. Gu Feng. Gently blows the east wind, the wind followed by the rain. In the time of fear and dread, it was all I and you. In your time of rest and pleasure, you have turned and cast me off. Gently blows the east wind, and the wind is followed by the tornado. In the time of fear and dread, you placed me in your breast. In your time of rest and pleasure, you have cast me off like an abandoned thing. Gently blows the east wind, and on the rock-covered tops of the hills. There is no grass which is not dying, no tree which is not withering. You forget my great virtues, and think of my small faults. 202. Liaoyi. Long and large grows the E. It is not the E but the how. Alas, alas, my parents, with what toil ye gave me birth. Long and large grows the E. It is not the E but the way. Alas, alas, my parents, with what toil and suffering ye gave me birth. When the pitcher is exhausted, it is the shame of the jar. Then to live an orphan, it would be better to have been long dead. Fatherless, who is there to rely on? Motherless, who is there to depend on? When I go abroad, I carry my grief with me. When I come home, I have no one to go to. O my father who begat me! O my mother who nourished me! Ye indulged me, ye fed me, ye held me up, ye supported me, ye looked after me, ye never left me. Out and in, ye bore me in your arms. If I would return your kindness, it is like great heaven. Illimitable, cold and bleak is the southern hill. The rushing wind is very fierce. People all are happy. Why am I alone thus miserable? The southern hill is very steep. The rushing wind is blustering. People all are happy. I alone have been unable to finish my duty. 202. Dadong. Well loaded with millet were the dishes, and long and curved were spoons of thornwood. The way to Zhou was like a whetstone and straight as an arrow. So the officers trod it, and the common people looked on it. When I look back and think of it, my tears run down in streams. In the states of the East, large and small, the looms are empty. Thin shoes of dolichos fiber are made to serve to walk on the hoarfrost. Slight and elegant gentlemen walk along that road to Zhou. Their going and coming makes my heart ache. Ye cold waters issuing variously from the spring, do not soak the firewood I have cut. Sorrowful I awake and sigh. Alas for us toiled people! The firewood has been cut. Would that it were conveyed home. Alas for us the toiled people! Would that we could have rest. The sons of the East are only summoned to service klantant without encouragement, while the sons of the West shine in splendid dresses. The sons of boatmen have furs of the bear and grizzly bear. The sons of the poorest families form the officers in public employment. If we present them with spirits, they do not look on them as liquor. If we give them long girdle pendants with their stones, they do not think them long enough. There is the Milky Way in heaven, which looks down on us in light. And the 3 stars together are the weaving sisters, passing in a day through 7 stages of the sky. Although they go through their 7 stages, they complete no bright work for us. Brilliant shine the draft oxen, but they do not serve to draw our carts. In the east there is Lucifer, in the west there is Hesperus. Long and curved is the rabbit net of the sky, but they only occupy their places. In the south is the sieve, but it is of no use to sift. In the north is the ladle, but it lades out no liquor. In the south is the sieve, idly showing its mouth. In the north is the ladle, raising its handle in the west. 204. Cue. In the 4th month comes summer, and in the 6th month the heat begins to decrease. Were not my forefathers men? How can they endure that I should be thus? The autumn days become cold, and the plants all decay. Amid such distress of disorder and dispersion, whither can I betake myself? The winter days are very fierce, and the storm blows in rapid gusts. People all are happy. Why do I alone suffer this misery? On the mountain are fine trees, chestnut trees and plum trees. Of their degenerating into ravening thieves, I know not the evil cause. Look at the water of that spring, sometimes clear, sometimes muddy. I am every day coming into contact with misfortune. How can I be happy? Grandly flow the Zheng and the Han, regulators of the southern states. Worn out as I am with service, he yet takes no notice of me. I am not an eagle nor a hawk, which flies aloft to heaven. I am not a sturgeon, large or small, which can dive and hide in the deep. On the hills are the turtlefoot and thorn ferns, in the marshes are the medlar and the yai. I, an officer, have made this song, to make known my plaint.
Bei Shan 之时, Decade of Bei Shan. 205. Bei Shan到 Bei Shan. I ascend that northern hill and gather the medlars. An officer, strong and vigorous, morning and evening I am engaged in service. The king's business is not to be slackly performed. And my parents are left in sorrow. Under the wide heaven, all is the king's land. Within the sea boundaries of the land, all are the king's servants. His great officers are unfair, making me serve thus as if I alone were worthy. My 4 horses never halt. The king's business allows no rest. They praise me as not yet old. They think few like me in vigor. While the backbone retains its strength, I must plan and labor in all parts of the kingdom. Some enjoy their ease and rest, and some are worn out in the service of the state. Some rest and loll upon their couches, and some never cease marching about. Some never hear a sound, and some are cruelly toiled. Some lazily roost on their backs looking up, and some are all bustled in the service of the king. Some indulge long in pleasure and drinking, and some are miserable in apprehension of blame. Some, at home and abroad, pass critical remarks, and some have everything to do. 206. 无将大车无将day che. Do not push forward a wagon. You will only raise the dust about yourself. Do not think of all your anxieties. You will only make yourself ill. Do not push forward a wagon. The dust will only blind you. Do not think of all your anxieties. You will not emerge from imperfect views. Do not push forward a wagon. The dust will only becloud you. Do not think of all your anxieties. You will only weigh yourself down. 207. Xiao Min到 Xiao Min. O bright and high heaven, who enlightenest and rulest this lower world. I marched on this expedition to the west, as far as this wilderness of Qiu. From the 1st day of the 2nd month, I have passed through the cold and the heat. My heart is sad. The poison of my lot is too bitter. I think of those at court in their offices, and my tears flow down like rain. Do I not wish to return? But I fear the net for crime. Formerly, when I set out, the sun and moon had renewed the year. When shall I return? The year is now late. I think how I am alone, while the affairs devolving on me are very many. My heart is sad. And I am toiled without any leisure. I think of those at court in their offices, looking back to them with fond regard. Do I not wish to return? But I am afraid of reproof and anger. Formerly, when I set out, the sun and moon were giving a mild warmth. When shall I return? The affairs of government are become more urgent. It is late in the year, and we are gathering the southern wood and reaping the beans. My heart is sad. I give myself nothing but distress. When I think of those at court in their offices, I rise and pass the night outside. Do I not wish to return? But I am afraid of the vicissitudes of things. Ah, the gentlemen, do not reckon on your rest being permanent. Quietly fulfill the duties of your offices, associating with the correct and upright. So shall the spirits hearken to you and give you good. Ah, the gentlemen, do not reckon on your repose being permanent. Quietly fulfill the duties of your offices, loving the correct and upright. So shall the spirits hearken to you, and give you large measures of bright happiness. 208. Gu Zhong, Zhu Zhong. His bells ring out jiang jiang, while the waters of the Huai go sweeping on. Sad is my heart and wounded. The virtuous sovereigns of old, in my heart, indeed, I cannot forget them. His drums ring out Jiji, while the waters of the Huai rush along. My heart is sad and grieved. Of the virtuous sovereigns of old, the virtue was without flaw. His bells ring out. His large drums resound. There are the 3 islands in the Huai. Sad is my heart and moved. Of the virtuous sovereigns of old, the virtue was different from this. His bells ring out chin chin. His lutes, large and small, give their notes. The tones of his organs and sounding stones are in unison. They sing the ya and the nan, dancing to their flutes without error. 209. 楚辞西修西啊. Thick grew the tribulus on the ground, but they cleared away its thorny bushes. Why did they this of old? That we might plant our millet and sacrificial millet. That our millet might be abundant, and our sacrificial millet luxuriant. When our barns are full, and our stacks can be counted by tens of myriads, we proceed to make spirits and prepare viands for offerings and sacrifice. We seat the representatives of the dead, and urge them to eat, thus seeking to increase our bright happiness. With correct and reverent deportment, the oxen and sheep all pure, we proceed to the winter and autumnal sacrifices. Some flay the victims, some boil their flesh, some arrange the meat, some adjust the pieces of it. The priest sacrifices inside the temple gate, and all the service is complete and brilliant. Grandly come our progenitors. Their spirits happily enjoy the offerings. Their filial descendant receives blessing. They will reward him with great happiness. With myriads of years, life without end, they attend to the furnaces with reverence. They prepare the trays, which are very large, some for the roast meat, some for the broiled. Wives presiding are still and reverent, preparing the numerous smaller dishes. The guests and visitors present the cup and drink all round. Every form is according to rule. Every smile and word are as they should be. The spirits quietly come and respond with great blessings. Myriads of years as the fitting reward. We are very much exhausted, and have performed every ceremony without error. The able priest announces the will of the spirits, and goes to the filial descendant to convey it. Fragrant has been your filial sacrifice, and the spirits have enjoyed your spirits and viands. They confer upon you 100 blessings. Each as it is desired, each as sure as law. You have been exact and expeditious. You have been correct and careful. They will ever confer on you the choicest favors, in myriads and tens of myriads. The ceremonies having thus been completed, and the bells and drums having given their warning, the filial descendant goes to his place, and the able priest makes his announcement. The spirits have drunk to the full. The great representative of the dead then rises, and the bells and drums escort his withdrawal, on which the spirits tranquilly return to their place. All the servants and the presiding wives remove the trays and dishes without delay. The descendants, uncles, and cousins all repair to the private feast. The musicians all go in to perform and give their soothing aid at the second blessing. Your viands are set forth. There is no dissatisfaction, but all feel happy. They drink to the full and eat to the full. Great and small, they bow their heads, saying, "The spirits enjoyed your spirits and viands, and will cause you to live long. Your sacrifices, all in their seasons, are completely discharged by you. May your sons and your grandsons never fail to perpetuate these services. 210. 西南山到西南山. Yes, it's all about that southern hill was made manageable by you. Its plains and marshes being opened up. It was made into fields by the distant descendant. We define their boundaries, we form their smaller divisions, and make the acres lie here to the south, there to the east. The heavens overhead are one arch of clouds, snowing in multitudinous flakes. There is superadded the drizzling rain. When the land has received the moistening, soaking influence abundantly, it produces all our kinds of grain. The boundaries and smaller divisions are nicely adjusted, and the millets yield abundant crops, the harvest of the distant descendant. We proceed to make therewith spirits and food, to supply our representatives of the dead and our guests, to obtain long life, extending over myriads of years. In the midst of the fields are the huts, and along the bounding divisions are gourds. The fruits is sliced and pickled, to be presented to our great ancestors, that their distant descendant may have long life and receive the blessing of heaven. We sacrifice first, with pure spirits, and then follow with a red bull, offering them to our ancestors. Our Lord holds the knife with tinkling bells, to lay open the hair of the victim, and takes its flesh and fat. Then we present, then we offer. All round the fragrance is diffused. Complete and brilliant is the sacrificial service. Grandly come our ancestors. They will reward their descendant with great blessing. Long life, years without end. 211. Fu Tian. Fu Tian. Bright are those extensive fields, a tenth of whose produce is annually levied. I take the old stores, and with them feed the husbandmen. From of old we have had good years. And now I go to the south-lying acres, where some are weeding and some gather the earth about the roots. The millets look luxuriant. And in a spacious resting place, I collect and encourage the men of greater promise. With my vessels full of bright millet, and my pure victim rams, we sacrifice to the spirits of the land, and to those of the four quarters. That my fields are in such good condition, is matter of joy to my husbandmen. With lutes and with drums beating, we will invoke the Father of husbandry, and pray for sweet rain, to increase the produce of our millets, and to bless my men and their wives. The distant descendant comes, when their wives and children are bringing food to those at work in the south-lying acres. The surveyor of the fields also comes and is glad. He takes of the food on the left and the right, and tastes whether it be good or not. The grain is well cultivated, all the acres over. Good will it be and abundant. The distant descendant has no displacency. The husbandmen are encouraged to diligence. The crops of the distant descendant look thick as thatch, and, swelling, like a carriage cover. The stacks of the distant descendant will stand like islands and mounds. He will seek for thousands of granaries. He will seek for myriads of carts. The millets, the paddy, and the maize will awake the joy of the husbandman. And they will say, may he be rewarded with great happiness. With myriads of years, life without end. 212. Da Tian. Da Tian. Large are the fields, and various is the work to be done. Having selected the seed, and looked after the implements, so that all preparations have been made for our labor, we take our sharp plowshares, and commence on the south-lying acres. We sow all the kinds of grain, which grow up straight and large, so that the wish of the distant descendant is satisfied. It ears, and the fruit lies soft in its sheath. It hardens and is of good quality. There is no wolf's tail grass, nor darnel. We remove the insects that eat the heart and the leaf, and those that eat the roots and the joints, so that they shall not hurt the young plants of our fields. May the Spirit, the Father of husbandry, lay hold of them, and put them in the blazing fire. The clouds form in dense masses, and the rain comes down slowly. May it rain first on our public fields and then come to our private. There shall be young grain unreaped, and here some sheaves ungathered. There shall be handfuls left on the ground, and here ears untouched, for the benefit of the widow. The distant descendant will come, when their wives and children are bringing food to those at work on the south-lying acres. The surveyor of the fields also will come and be glad. They will come and offer pure sacrifices to the spirits of the four quarters, with their victims red and black, and their preparations of millet, thus offering, thus sacrificing, thus increasing our bright happiness. 213. 瞻彼洛邑, 瞻百luo yi. Look at the Luo, with its waters broad and deep. Thither has come our Lord, in whom all happiness and dignity are concentrated. Red are his madder-dyed knee covers, in which he might raise his 6 armies. Look at the Luo, with its waters broad and deep. Thither has our Lord come, the gems at his scabbard's mouth all gleaming. May our Lord live myriads of years, preserving his house. Look at the Luo, with its waters broad and deep. Thither has our Lord come, in whom all happiness and dignities are united. May our Lord live myriads of years, preserving his clans and states. 214. 长长者华chang chang shi hua. Splendid are the flowers, and the leaves are luxuriant. I see these princes, and my heart is entirely satisfied. My heart is entirely satisfied. Right is it they should have praise and prosperity. Splendid are the flowers, and deep is their yellow. I see these princes, full of all elegance. They are full of all elegance. Right is it they should have every blessing. Splendid are the flowers, some yellow, some white. I see these princes drawn by their 4 white steeds black-maned. They are drawn by their 4 white steeds black-maned, and the 6 reins are glossy. To the left, they move. To the left, and they execute the movement properly. To the right, they move to the right, and they execute the movement properly. They are possessed of the ability, and right is it their movement should indicate it.
Decade of Sang Hu. 215. Sang Hu. They flit about, the green beaks, with their variegated wings, to be rejoiced in are these princes. May they receive the blessing of heaven. They flit about, the green beaks, with their glancing necks, to be rejoiced in are these princes. There are screens to all the states, these screens, these buttresses, all the chiefs will take them as a pattern. Are they not self-restrained? Are they not careful? Will they not receive much happiness? How long is that cup of rhinoceros horn? Good are the spirits in it and soft. While it passes round, they show no pride. All blessing must come to seek them. 216. Yuan Yang. The yellow ducks fly about, and are taken with hand nets and spread nets. May our sovereign live for 10,000 years, enjoying the happiness and wealth which are his due. The yellow ducks are on the dam, with their left wings gathered up. May our sovereign live for 10,000 years, enjoying the happiness and wealth which are his due. The teams of steeds are in the stable, fed with forage and grain. May our sovereign live for 10,000 years, sustained in his happiness and wealth. The teams of steeds are in the stable, fed with grain and forage. May our sovereign live for 10,000 years, in the comfort of his happiness and wealth. 217. Kuibian. Those in the leather caps, who are they? Since your spirits are so good, and your viands are so fine, how can they be strangers? They are your brethren, and no others. They are like the mistletoe and the dodder, growing over the pine and the cypress, while they do not see you, O king. Their sorrowful hearts are all unsettled. When they do see you, they begin to be happy and glad. Those in the leather caps, who are they? Since your spirits are so good, and your viands are all of the season, how can they be strangers? They are your brethren all assembled. They are like the mistletoe and the dodder, growing over the pine, while they do not see you, O king. Their hearts are full of sorrow. When they do see you, they begin to feel that things are right. There are those in the leather caps, which they wear on their heads. Since your spirits are so good, and your viands are so abundant, how can they be strangers? They are your brethren, and your relatives by affinity. When there is going to be a fall of snow, there is first a descent of sleet. Death and ruin may come any day. It is not long that you will see one another. Rejoice over your spirits for the present evening. O king, enjoy the feast. 218. Che Xia. Jian Guan wen the axle ends of my carriage, as I thought of the young beauty, and went to fetch her. It was not that I was hungry or thirsty. But I longed for one of such virtuous fame to come and be with me. Although no good friends be with us, we will feast and be glad. Dense is that forest and the plain, and there sit the long-tailed pheasants in her proper season. That well-grown lady, with her admirable virtue, is come to instruct me. We will feast, and I will praise her. I love you, and will never be weary of you. Although I have no good spirits, we will drink what I have, and perhaps be satisfied. Although I have no good viands, we will eat what I have, and perhaps be satisfied. Although I have no virtue to impart to you, we will sing and dance. I ascend that lofty ridge, and split the branches of the oaks for firewood. I split the branches of the oaks for firewood. Amid the luxuriance of their leaves, I see you whose match is seldom to be seen, and my whole heart is satisfied. The high hill is looked up to, the great road is easy to be traveled on. My 4 steeds advanced without stopping. The 6 reins made music in my hands like lute strings. I see you, my bride, to the comfort of my heart. 219. King Ying. They buzz about, the blue eyes, lighting on the fences. O happy and courteous sovereign, do not believe slanderous speeches. They buzz about, the blue eyes, lighting on the jujube trees. The slanderers observe no limits, and throw the whole kingdom into confusion. They buzz about, the blue eyes, lighting on the hazel trees. The slanderers observe no limits, and set us two at variance. 220. Bin Zi Chu Yan. When the guests first approach the mats, they take their places on the left and the right in an orderly manner. The dishes of bamboo and wood are arranged in rows, with the sauces and kernels displayed in them. The spirits are mild and good, and they drink, all equally reverent. The bells and drums are properly arranged, and they raise their pledge cups with order and ease. Then the great target is set up. The bows and arrows are made ready for the shooting. The archers are matched in classes. Show your skill in shooting. It is said, I shall hit that mark. It is responded, and pray you to drink the cup. The dancers move with their flutes to the notes of the organ and drum, while all the instruments perform in harmony. All this is done to please the meritorious ancestors, along with the observance of all ceremonies. When all the ceremonies have been performed, grandly and fully, we confer on you great blessings, says the representative of the dead, and may your descendants also be happy. They are happy and delighted, and each of them exerts his ability. A guest draws the spirits, an attendant enters again with a cup, and fills it, the cup of rest. Thus are performed your seasonal ceremonies. When the guests first approach the mats, all harmonies are they and reverent. Before they have drunk too much, their deportment is carefully observant of propriety. But when they have drunk too much, their deportment becomes light and frivolous. They leave their seats and go elsewhere. They keep dancing and capering before they have drunk too much. Their deportment is cautious and grave. But when they have drunk too much, their deportment becomes indecent and rude. Thus, when they have too much, they lose all sense of orderliness. When the guests have drunk too much, they shout out and brawl. They disorder the dishes. They keep dancing in a fantastic manner. Thus, when they have drunk too much, they become insensible of their errors. With their caps on one side, and like to fall off, they keep dancing and will not stop. If when they have drunk too much, they went out, both they and their host would be happy. But remaining after they are drunk is what is called doing injury to virtue. Drinking is a good institution only when there is good deportment in it. On every occasion of drinking, some get drunk and some do not. An inspector is appointed, with a recorder to assist him, but those drunkards in their vileness are shamed of those who do not get drunk. These have no opportunity to speak, and prevent the others from proceeding to such great abandonment. They might say, do not speak what you ought not to speak. Do not say what you have no occasion to say. If you speak, drunk as you are, we will make you produce a ram without horns. With 3 cups you lose your memories. How dare you go on to more? 221. Yu Zhao. The fishes are there. They're among the pondweed, showing their large heads. The king is here. Here and how, at ease and happy, while he drinks. The fishes are there. They're among the pondweed, showing their long tails. The king is here. Here and how, drinking, Happy and at ease, the fishes are there, there among the pondweed. Sheltered by the rushes, the king is here, here in Hao, dwelling in tranquility. 222. Kai Shu. They gather the beans, in their baskets, square and round. The princes are coming to court. And what gifts have I to give them? Although I have none to give them, there are the state carriages and their teams. What more have I to give them? The dark-colored upper robes with the dragon, and the lower garments with the hatchet. Right up bubbles the water from the spring, and they gather the CRESs about it. The princes are coming to court, and I see their dragon flags moving in the wind, while the sound of their bells comes hui-hui. There are the 2 outside horses, there are the whole teams. Proves that the princes are come, their red covers on their knees, and their buskins below. There is no remissness in their demeanor. Of such should the Son of Heaven approve. To be rejoiced in are the princes, and the Son of Heaven gives them the badges of his favor. To be rejoiced in are the princes, and their happiness and dignities are renewed and extended on the branches of the oaks. How abundant are the leaves! To be rejoiced in are the princes, guardians of the regions of the Son of Heaven. To be rejoiced in are the princes, around whom all the blessings collect. Discriminating and able are their attendants, who also have followed them hither. It floats about the boat of willow wood, fastened by the band of the rope. To be rejoiced in are the princes, and the Son of Heaven scans their merits. To be rejoiced in are the princes, and their happiness and dignities are enlarged. How joyous, how happy is their coming here. 223. Jiao Gong. Well-fashioned is the bow adorned with horn, and swift is its recoil. Brothers and relatives by affinity should not be treated distantly when you keep yours at a distance. The people all do the same with theirs. What you teach, the people all imitate. Those brothers who are good continue to display much generous feeling, but between brothers who are not good, their intercourse is marked by troubles. People who have no conscience repine against each other, each one holding his own point of view. One gets a place and shows no humility, till they all come to ruin. An old horse, notwithstanding, thinks himself a colt, and has no regard to the future. It is like craving a superabundance of food and an excess of drink. Do not teach a monkey to climb trees. You act like adding mud to one in the mud. If the sovereign have good ways, the small people will accord with them. The snow may have fallen abundantly, but when it feels the sun's heat, it dissolves. You are not willing to discountenance those parties, and so they become more troublesome and arrogant. The snow may have fallen largely, but when it feels the sun's heat, it flows away. They become like the man or the Mao. This is what makes me sad. 224. Wan Liu. There is a luxuriant willow tree. Who would not wish to rest under it? But this god is very changeable. Do not approach him. If I were to try and order his affairs, his demands afterwards would be extreme. There is a luxuriant willow tree. Who would not wish to take shelter under it? But this god is very changeable. Do not get yourself into trouble with him. If I were to try and order his affairs, his demands on me afterwards would be beyond measure. There is a bird flying high, even up to heaven, the heart of that man. To what will it proceed? Why should I try to order his affairs? I should only find myself in pitiable misery.
都人世之时 Decade of Du Ren Shi. 225. 都人世 Du Ren Shi. Those officers of the walled capital, with their fox furs so yellow, their deportment unvaryingly correct, and their speech full of elegance. If we could go back to the old Zhou, they would be admiringly looked up to by all the people. Those officers of the walled capital, with their hats of tie leaves and small black caps. Those ladies of noble houses, with their hair so thick and straight. I do not see them now, and my heart is dissatisfied. Those officers of the walled capital, with their earplugs of Zhou stones. Those ladies of noble houses, each fit to be called a yin or a ji. I do not see them now, and my heart grieves with indissoluble sorrow. Those officers of the old capital, with their girdles hanging elegantly down. Those ladies of great houses, with their side hair curving up like a scorpion's tail. I do not see them now. If I could, I would walk along after them. Not that they purposely let their girdles hang down. The girdles were naturally long. Not that they gave their hair that curve. The hair had a natural curl. I do not see them now. And how do I long for them? 226. Cai Lu. Sai Lu. All the morning I gather the king grass and do not collect enough to fill my hands. My hair is in a wisp. I will go home and wash it. All the morning I gather the indigo plant and do not collect enough to fill my apron. 5 days was the time agreed on. It is the 6th, and I do not see him. When he went to hunting, I put the bow in its case for him. When he went to fish, I arranged his line for him. What did he take in angling? Bream and tench. Bream and tench, while people looked on to see. 227. Shu miao. Shu miao. Tall and strong grows the young millet, fattened by the genial rains. Very long was our journey to the south, but the Earl of Shao encouraged and cheered us. We carried our burdens, we pushed along our barrows. We drove our wagons, we led our oxen. When our expedition was accomplished, we knew we should return. We went along on foot. We rode in our chariots, our whole host and our battalions. When our expedition was accomplished, we knew we should return home. Severe was the work at Z, but the Earl of Shao built the city. Majestic was the march of our host. The Earl of Shao directed it. The plains and lowlands were regulated. The springs and streams were cleared. The Earl of Shao completed his work, and the heart of the king was at rest. 228. Xi Song. Shi Song. In the low wet grounds, the mulberry trees are beautiful, and their leaves are luxuriant. When I see the princely men, how great is the pleasure. In the low wet grounds, the mulberry trees are beautiful, and their leaves are glossy. When I see the princely men, how can I be other than glad? In the low wet grounds, the mulberry trees are beautiful, and their leaves are dark. When I see the princely men, their virtuous fame draws them close to my heart. In my heart I love them, and why should I not say so? In the core of my heart I keep them, and never will forget them. 229. Baihua. Baihua. The fibers from the white flowered rush are bound with the white grass. This man sending me away makes me dwell solitary. The light and brilliant clouds bedew the rush and the grass. The way of heaven is hard and difficult. This man does not conform to good principle. How the water from the pools flows away to north, flooding the rice fields. I whistle and sing with wounded heart, thinking of that great man. They gather firewood of branches of the mulberry trees, and I burn them, only in a small furnace. That great man does indeed toil and trouble my heart. Their drums and bells are beaten in the palace, and their sound is heard without. All sorrowful, I think of him. He thinks of me without any regard. The marabou is on the dam. The falcon crane is in the forest. That great man does indeed toil and trouble my heart. The yellow ducks are on the dams, with their left wings gathered up. That man is bad, ever varying in his conduct. How thin is that slab of stone? He that stands on it is low. That man sending me away makes me full of affliction. 230. Nianmen Mian Nan. There is that little oriole, resting on a bend of the mound. The way is distant, and I am very much wearied. Give me drink, give me food. Inform me, teach me. Order one of the attending carriages and tell them to carry me. There is that little oriole, resting on a corner of the mound. It is not that I dare to shrink from the journey, but I am afraid of not being able to go on. Give me drink, give me food. Inform me, teach me. Order one of the attending carriages, and tell them to carry me. There is that little oriole, resting on the side of the mound. It is not that I dare to shrink from the journey, but I am afraid of not getting to the end of it. Give me drink, give me food. Inform me, teach me. Order one of the attending carriages, and tell them to carry me. 231. Hu Ye De. Of the gourd leaves, waving about. Some are taken and boiled. Then the superior man, from his spirits, pours out a cup and tastes it. There is but a single rabbit, baked or roasted. But the superior man, from his spirits, fills the cup and presents it to his guests. There is but a single rabbit, roasted or broiled. But, from the spirits of the superior man, his guests fill the cup and present it to him. There is but a single rabbit, roasted or baked. But, from the spirits of the superior man, his guests and he fill the cup and pledge one another. 232. 渐渐之时, 渐渐即息. Those frowning rocks, how high they rise! Over such a distance of hills and streams, how toilsome is the march! The warrior, in charge of the expedition to the east, has not a morning's leisure. Those frowning rocks, how they crown the heights! Over such a distance of hills and streams, when shall we have completed our march? The warrior in charge of the expedition to the east has no leisure to think how he will withdraw. There are swine, with their legs white, all wading through streams. The moon also is in the Hyades, which will bring still greater rain. The warrior in charge of the expedition to the east has no leisure to think of anything but this. 233. 少之华, tiao zihua. The flowers of the bignonia are of a deep yellow. My heart is sad. I feel its wound. The flowers of the bignonia are gone. There are only its leaves all green. If I had known it would be thus with me, I had better not have been born. The ewes have large heads. The 3 stars are seen in the fish trap. If some men can get enough to eat, few can get their fill. 234. 禾草不黄, he cow不黄. Every plant is yellow. Every day we march. Every man is moving about, doing service in some quarter of the kingdom. Every plant is purple. Every man is torn from his wife. Alas for us employed on these expeditions. How are we alone dealt with as if we were not men? We are not rhinoceroses, we are not tigers, to be kept in these desolate wilds. Alas for us employed on these expeditions. Morning and night we have no leisure. The long-tailed foxes may keep among the dark grass, and our box carts keep moving along the great roads.
Daya, Greater Odes of the Kingdom, Wen Wang Jishi, Decade of Wen Wang. 235. Wen Wang, Wen Wang. King Wen is on high, oh bright is he in heaven. Although Zhou was an old country, the favoring appointment lighted on it recently. Illustrious was the house of Zhou, and the appointment of God came at the proper season. King Wen ascends and descends, on the left and the right of God. Full of earnest activity was King Wen, and his fame is without end. The gifts of God to Zhou extend to the descendants of King Wen, to the descendants of King Wen, in the direct line and the collateral branches for 100 generations. All the officers of Zhou shall also be illustrious from age to age. They shall be illustrious from age to age, zealously and reverently pursuing their plans. Admirable are the many officers born in this royal kingdom. The royal kingdom is able to produce them, the supporters of the house of Zhou. Numerous is the array of officers, and by them King Wen enjoys his repose. Profound was King Wen. Oh, continuous and bright was his feeling of reverence. Great is the appointment of heaven. There were the descendants of the sovereigns of Shang. The descendants of the sovereigns of Shang were in number more than hundreds of thousands. But when God gave the command, they became subject to Zhou. They became subject to Zhou. The appointment of heaven is not constant. The officers of Yin, admirable and alert, assist at the libations in our capital. They assist at those libations, always wearing the hatchets on their lower garment and their peculiar cap. O ye loyal ministers of the king, ever think of your ancestor. Ever think of your ancestor, cultivating your virtue, always striving to accord with the will of heaven. So shall you be seeking for much happiness. Before Yin lost the multitudes, its kings were the assessors for God. Look to Yin as a beacon. The great appointment is not easily preserved. The appointment is not easily preserved. Do not cause your own extinction. Display and make bright your righteousness and name, and look at the fate of Yin in the light of heaven. The doings of high heaven have neither sound nor smell. Take your pattern from King Wen, and the myriad regions will repose confidence in you. 236. Da Ming. Da Ming. The illustration of illustrious virtue is required below, and the dread majesty is on high. Heaven is not readily to be relied on. It is not easy to be king. Yin's rightful heir to the heavenly seat was not permitted to possess the kingdom. Ren, the second of the princesses of Ji, from the domain of Yinshang, came to be married to the prince of Zhou, and because his wife and his capital, both she and King Ji, were entirely virtuous. Then Da Ren became pregnant and gave birth to our King Wen. This King Wen, watchfully and reverently, with entire intelligence served God and so secured the great blessing. His virtue was without deflection, and in consequence he received the allegiance of the states from all quarters. Heaven surveyed this lower world, and its appointment lighted on King Wen. In his early years it made for him a mate, on the north of the Kia, on the banks of the Wei. When King Wen would wive, there was the lady in a large state. In a large state was the lady like a fair denizen of heaven. The ceremonies determined the auspiciousness of the union, and in person he met her on the way. Over it he made a bridge of boats. The glory of the occasion was illustrious. The favoring appointment was from heaven, giving the throne to our King Wen, in the capital of Zhou. The lady's successor was from Xin, its eldest daughter, who came to marry him. She was blessed to give birth to King Wu, who was preserved and helped and received also the appointment, and in accordance with it, smote the great Shang. The troops of Yinshang were collected like a forest and marshaled in the wilderness of Mu. We rose to the crisis. God is with you, said Shang Fu to the king. Have no doubts in your heart. The wilderness of Mu spread out extensive. Bright shone the chariots of sandal. The teams of bays, black-maned and white-bellied, galloped along. The Grand Master Shang Fu was like an eagle on the wing, assisting King Wu, who at one onset smote the great Shang. That morning's encounter was followed by a clear, bright day. 237, Mian, in long trains ever-increasing grow the gourds. When our people first sprang, from the country about the Zhou and the Qi, the ancient Duke Danfu made for them kiln-like huts and caves, ere they had yet any houses. The ancient Duke Danfu came in the morning, galloping his horses, along the banks of the western rivers, to the foot of Mount Qi, and there he and the lady Jiang came, and together looked out for a site on which to settle. The plain of Zhou looked beautiful and rich with its violets and sow thistles, sweet as dumplings. There he began with consulting his followers. There he singed the tortoise shell and divined. The responses were, there to stay, and they proceeded there to build their houses. He encouraged the people and settled them, here on the left, there on the right. He divided the ground into larger tracts and smaller portions. He dug the ditches. He defined the acres. From the west to the east, there was nothing which he did not take in hand. He called his superintendent of works. He called his minister of instruction, and charged them with the building of the houses. With the line they made everything straight. They bound the frame boards tight, so that they should rise regularly. Up rose the ancestral temple in its solemn grandeur. Crowds brought the earth in baskets. They threw it with shouts into the frames. They beat it with responsive blows. They pared the walls repeatedly, and they sounded strong. 5,000 cubits of them arose together, so that the roll of the great drum did not overpower the noise of the builders. They set up the gate of the enceinte, and the gate of the enceinte stood high. They set up the court gate, and the court gate stood grand. They reared the great altar to the spirits of the land, from which all great movements should proceed. Thus, though he could not prevent the rage of his foes, he did not let fall his own fame. The oaks and the yew were gradually thinned, and roads for traveling were opened. The hordes of the Hun disappeared, startled and panting. The chiefs of Yu and Rui were brought to an agreement, by King Wen stimulating their natural virtue. Then I may say some came to him previously not knowing him, and some drawn the last by the first, and some drawn by his rapid success, and some by his defense of the weak from insult. 238. Yupu. Abundant is the growth of the yew and the pew, supplying firewood, yea, stores of it. Elegant and dignified was our prince and king. On the right and the left they hastened to him. Elegant and dignified was our prince and king. On his left and his right they bore their half-mace libation cups. They bore their instruments with solemn gravity as beseemed such eminent officers. They rush along, those boats on the Jing, all the rowers laboring at their oars. The king of Zhou marched on, followed by his 6 hosts. Vast is that Milky Way, making a brilliant figure in the sky. Long years did the king of Zhou enjoy. Did he not exert an influence upon men? Engraved and chiseled are the ornaments. Of metal and of jade is their substance. Ever active was our king, giving law and rules to the 4 quarters of the kingdom. 239. Han Lu, Han Lu. Look at the foot of the Han, how abundantly grow the hazel and the arrowthorn. Easy and self-possessed was our prince in his pursuit of dignity, still easy and self-possessed. Massive is that libation cup of jade, with the yellow liquid sparkling in it. Easy and self-possessed was our prince, the fit recipient of blessing and dignity. The hawk flies up to heaven, the fishes leap in the deep. Easy and self-possessed was our prince. Did he not exert an influence upon men? His clear spirits are in vessel, his red bull is ready, to offer, to sacrifice, to increase his bright happiness. Thick grow the oaks and the yew which the people use for fuel. Easy and self-possessed was our prince, cheered and encouraged by the spirits. Luxuriant are the dolichos and other creepers, clinging to the branches and stems. Easy and self-possessed was our prince, seeking for happiness by no crooked ways. 240. Si Chi, Si Jai. Pure and reverent was Da Ren, the mother of King Wen. Loving was she to Zhou Jiang, a wife becoming the house of Zhou. Dasi inherited her excellent fame, and from her came 100 sons. He conformed to the example of his ancestors, and their spirits had no occasion for complaint. Their spirits had no occasion for dissatisfaction, and his example acted on his wife, extended to his brethren, and was felt by all the clans and states. Full of harmony was he in his palace, full of reverence in the ancestral temple. Out of sight he still felt as under inspection. Unweariedly, he maintained his virtue. Though he could not prevent some great calamities, his brightness and magnanimity were without stain. Without previous instruction he did what was right. Without admonition he went on in the path of goodness. So grown-up men became virtuous through him, and young men made constant attainments. Our ancient prince never felt weariness, and from him were the fame and eminence of his officers. 241. Huang Yi, Huang Yi. Great is God, beholding this lower world in majesty. He surveyed the 4 quarters of the kingdom, seeking for someone to give settlement to the people. Those 2 earlier dynasties had failed to satisfy him with their government, so throughout the various states he sought and considered for one on which he might confer the rule. Hating all the great states, he turned his kind regards on the west and there gave a settlement to King Da. King Da raised up and removed the dead trunks and the fallen trees. He dressed and regulated the bushy clumps and the tangled rows. He opened up and cleared the tamarix trees and the stave trees. He hewed and thinned the mountain mulberry trees. God having brought about the removal thither of this intelligent ruler, the Chuan hordes fled away. Heaven raised up a helpmeet for him, and the appointment he had received was made sure. God surveyed the hills where the oaks and yew were thinned, and paths made through the firs and cypresses. God, who had raised the state, raised up a proper ruler for it. From the time of Dabo and King Ju, this was done. Now this King Ji, in his heart was full of brotherly duty. Full of duty to his elder brother, he gave himself the more to promote the prosperity of the country, and secured to him the glory of his act. He accepted his dignity, and did not lose it, and ere long his family possessed the whole kingdom. The King Ji was gifted by God with the power of judgment, so that the fame of his virtue silently grew. His virtue was highly intelligent and of rare discrimination, able to lead, able to rule over this great country, rendering a cordial submission, effecting a cordial union. When the sway came to King Wen, his virtue left nothing to be dissatisfied with. He received the blessing of God, and it was extended to his descendants. God said to King Wen, And be not like those who reject this and cling to that. Be not like those who are ruled by their likings and desires. So he grandly ascended before others to the height of virtue. The people of Mi were disobedient, daring to oppose our great country, and invaded Ruan, marching to Gong. The king rose majestic in his wrath. He marshaled his troops to stop the invading foes, to consolidate the prosperity of Zhou, to meet the expectations of all under heaven. He remained quietly in the capital, but his troops went on from the borders of Ruan. They ascended our lofty ridges, and the enemy arrayed no forces on our hills small or large, nor drank at our springs or our pools. He then determined the finest of the plains, and settled on the south of Qi, on the side of the Wei, the center of all the states, the resort of the lower people. God said to King Wen, I am pleased with your intelligent virtue, not loudly proclaimed nor portrayed, without extravagance or changeableness, without consciousness of effort on your part, in accordance with the pattern of God. God said to King Wen, take measures against the country of your foes. Along with your brethren, get ready your scaling ladders and your engines of onfall and assault to attack the walls of Chong. The engines of onfall and assault were gently plied against the walls of Chong high and great. Captives for the question were brought in one after another. The left ears of the slain were taken leisurely. He sacrificed to God and to the father of war, thus seeking to induce submission, and throughout the kingdom none dared to insult him. The engines of onfall and assault were vigorously plied, against the walls of Chong very strong. He attacked it and let loose all his forces. He extinguished its sacrifices and made an end of its existence, and throughout the kingdom none dared to oppose him. 242 Ling Tai. When he planned the commencement of the marvelous tower, he planned it and defined it, and the people in crowds undertook the work, and in no time completed it. When he planned the commencement, he said, be not in a hurry. But the people came as if they were his children. The king was in the marvelous park, where the dews were lying down, the does so sleek and fat, with the white birds glistening. The king was by the marvelous pond, how full was it of fishes leaping about. On his posts was the toothed faceboard high and strong with the large drums and bells. In what unison were their sounds? What joy was there in the hall with its circlet of water? In what unison sounded the drums and bells? What joy was there in the hall with its circlet of water? The lizard-skin drums rolled harmonious, as the blind musicians performed their parts. 243. Xiao Wu. Successors tread in the steps of their predecessors, in our Zhou. For generations there had been wise kings. The three sovereigns were in heaven, and King Wu was their worthy successor in his capital. King Wu was their worthy successor in his capital, rousing himself to seek for the hereditary virtue, always striving to accord with the will of heaven, and thus he secured the confidence due to a king. He secured the confidence due to a king, and became a pattern of all below him. Ever thinking how to be filial, his filial mind was the model which he supplied. Men loved him, the one man, and responded to his example with a docile virtue. Ever thinking how to be filial, he brilliantly continued the doings of his fathers. Brilliantly, and his posterity, continuing to walk in the steps of their forefathers, for myriads of years, will receive the blessing of heaven. They will receive the blessing of heaven, and from the four quarters of the kingdom will felicitations come to them. For myriads of years will there not be their helpers? 244. Wen Wang Yusheng, King Wen is famous. Yea, he is very famous. What he sought was the repose of the people. What he saw was the completion of his work. A sovereign true was King Wen. King Wen received the appointment of heaven and achieved his martial success. Having overthrown Chong, he fixed his capital city in Feng. A sovereign true was King Wen. He repaired the walls along the old moat. His establishing himself in Feng was according to the pattern of his forefathers. It was not that he was in haste to gratify his wishes. It was to show the filial duty which had come down to him. A sovereign true was our royal prince. His royal merit was brightly displayed by those walls of Feng. There were collected the sympathies of the people of the four quarters, who regarded the royal prince as their protector. A sovereign true was our royal prince. The Feng water flowed on to the east of the city. Through the meritorious labor of Yu, there were collected the sympathies of the people of the four quarters, who would have the great king as their ruler. A sovereign true was the great king. In the capital of Hao, he built his hall with its circlet of water. From the west to the east, from the south to the north, there was not a thought but did him homage. A sovereign true was the great king. He examined and divined, did the king, about settling in the capital of Hao. The tortoise shell decided the site, and King Wu completed the city. A sovereign true was King Wu. By the Feng water grows the white millet. Did not King Wu show wisdom in his employment of officers? He would leave his plans to his descendants, and secure comfort and support to his son. A sovereign true was King Wu. Sheng Min Zhishi, Decade of Sheng Min, 245, Sheng Min. The first birth of our people was from Jiang Yuan. How did she give birth to our people? She had presented a pure offering and sacrificed, that her childlessness might be taken away. She then trod on a toe print made by God and was moved in the large place where she rested. She became pregnant. She dwelt retired. She gave birth to and nourished a son, who was Huji. When she had fulfilled her months, her firstborn son came forth like a lamb. There was no bursting, nor rending, no injury, no hurt, showing how wonderful he would be. Did not God give her the comfort? Had he not accepted her pure offering and sacrifice so that thus easily she brought forth her son? He was placed in a narrow lane, but the sheep and oxen protected him with loving care. He was placed in a wide forest where he was met with by the woodcutters. He was placed on the cold ice, and a bird screened and supported him with its wings. When the bird went away, Hoji began to wail. His cry was long and loud, so that his voice filled the whole way. When he was able to crawl, he looked majestic and intelligent. When he was able to feed himself, he fell to planting large beans. The beans grew luxuriantly. His rows of paddy shot up beautifully. His hemp and wheat grew strong and close. His gourds yielded abundantly. The husbandry of Hoji proceeded on the plan of helping the growth. Having cleared away the thick grass, he sowed the ground with the yellow cereals. He managed the living grain till it was ready to burst. Then he used it as seed, and it sprang up. It grew and came into ear. It became strong and good. It hung down, every grain complete. And thus he was appointed Lord of Tai. He gave his people the beautiful grains, the black millet and the double-kerneled, the tall red and the white. They planted extensively the black and the double-kerneled, which were reaped and stacked on the ground. They planted extensively the tall red and the white, which were carried on their shoulders and backs, home for the sacrifices which he founded. And how as to our sacrifices to him? Some hull the grain, some take it from the mortar, some sift it, some tread it. It is rattling in the dishes, it is distilled and the steam floats about. We consult, we observe the rites of purification, we take southern wood and offer it with the fat. We sacrifice a ram to the spirit of the path. We offer roast flesh and broiled, and thus introduce the coming year. We load the stands with the offerings, the stands both of wood and of earthenware. As soon as the fragrance ascends, God, well pleased, smells the sweet savor. Fragrant is it, and in its due season. Haoji founded the sacrifice, and no one, we presume, has given occasion for blame or regret in regard to it, down to the present day. 246. Xingwei. In thick patches are those rushes springing by the way, side. Let not the cattle and sheep trample them. Anon they will burst up, anon they will be completely formed with their leaves soft and glossy. Closely related are brethren. Let none be absent, let all be near. For some there are spread mats, for some there are given stools besides. The mats are spread and a second one above. The stools are given and there are plenty of servants. The guests are pledged, and they pledge the host in return. He rinses the cup, and the guests put theirs down. Sauces and pickles are brought in, with roast meat and broiled. Excellent provisions there are also of tripe and cheek, with singing to lutes and with drums. The ornamented bows are strong, and the 4 arrows are all balanced. They discharge the arrows and all hit, and the guests are arranged according to their skill. The ornamented bows are drawn full, and the 4 arrows are grasped in the hand. They go straight to the mark as if planted in it. And the quests are arranged by the humble propriety of their demeanor. The distant descendant presides over the feast. His sweet spirits are strong. He fills their cups from a measure, and prays for the hoary old among his quests, that with hoary age and wrinkled back they may lead on one another to virtue, and support one another in it, that so their old age may be blessed, and their bright happiness ever increased. 247, Jizue, Jijui. You have made us drink to the full of your spirits. You have satiated us with your kindness. May you enjoy, O our Lord, myriads of years. May your bright happiness ever be increased. You have made us drink to the full of your spirits. Your viands were all set out before us. May you enjoy, O our Lord, myriads of years. May your bright intelligence ever be increased. May your bright intelligence become perfect, high, and brilliant, leading to a good end. That good end has now its beginning. The personator of your ancestors announced it in his blessing. What was his announcement? The offerings in your dishes of bamboo and wood are clean and fine. Your friends assisting at the service have done their part with reverent demeanor. Your reverent demeanor was altogether what the occasion required, and not yours only, but that also of your filial son. For such filial piety, without ceasing, there will ever be conferred blessing on you. What will the blessings be? That along the passages of your palace you shall move for 10,000 years, and there will be granted to you forever dignity and posterity. How as to your posterity? Heaven invests you with your dignity. Yea, for 10,000 years, the bright appointment is attached to your person. How will it be attached? There is given you a heroic wife. There is given you a heroic wife, and from her shall come the line of descendants. 248. Fu Yi. Fu Yi. The wild ducks and widgeons are on the king. The personators of your ancestors feast and are happy. Your spirits are clear, your viands are fragrant. The personators of your ancestors feast and drink. Their happiness and dignity are made complete. The wild ducks and widgeons are on the sand. The personators of the dead enjoy the feast, their appropriate tribute. Your spirits are abundant. Your viands are good. The personators of your ancestors feast and drink. Happiness and dignity lend them their aids. The wild ducks and widgeons are on the islets. The personators of your ancestors feast and enjoy themselves. Your spirits are strained. Your viands are in slices. The personators of your ancestors feast and drink. Happiness and dignity descend on them. The wild ducks and widgeons are where the waters meet. The personators of your ancestors feast and are honored. The feast is spread in the ancestral temple, the place where happiness and dignity descend. The personators of your ancestors feast and drink. Their happiness and dignity are at the highest point. The wild ducks and widgeons are in the gorge. The personators of your ancestors rest full of complacency. Your fine spirits are delicious. Your flesh, roast and broiled, is fragrant. The personators of your ancestors feast and drink. No troubles shall be theirs after this. 249. Jiale, Jiale. Of our admirable, amiable sovereign, most illustrious is the excellent virtue. He orders rightly the people, orders rightly the officers, and receives his dignity from heaven, which protects and helps him and confirms his appointment by repeated acts of renewal from heaven. So does he seek for the emoluments of dignity and obtain all blessings, thousands and hundreds of thousands of descendants, of reverent virtue and admirable character, fit to be rulers of states, fit to be king, erring in nothing, forgetful of nothing, observing and following the old statutes. May they manifest all self-restraint in deportment, and their virtuous fame be without fail. Without resentments, without dislikes, may they give free course to the good among the officers, receiving blessing without limit, and regulating all within the 4 quarters of the kingdom. Regulating all and determining each point, giving repose to his friends, all the princes and ministers, will love the Son of Heaven. Not idly occupying his office, the people will find rest in him. 250. Gong Liu. Of generous devotion to the people was Duke Liu. Unable to rest or take his ease where he was, he divided and subdivided the country into fields. He stored up the produce in the fields and in barns. He tied up dried meat and grain, in bottomless bags and in sacks, that he might hold the people together and glorify his tribe. Then with bows and arrows all ready, with shields and spears and axes large and small, he commenced his march. Of generous devotion to the people was Duke Liu. He had surveyed the plain where he was settled. The people were numerous and crowded. In sympathy with them, he made proclamation of his contemplated measure, and there were no perpetual sighings about it. He ascended to the hilltops. He ascended again to the plains. What was it that he carried at his girdle? Pieces of jade and yao gems, and his ornamented scabbard with its sword. Of generous devotion to the people was Duke Liu. He went there to the place of the 100 springs, and saw around him the wide plain. He ascended the ridge on the south, and looked at a large level height, a height affording space for multitudes. Here was room to dwell in. Here might booths be built for strangers. Here he told out his mind. Here he entered on deliberations. Of generous devotion to the people was Duke Liu. When he had found rest on the height, with his officers all in dignified order, he caused mats to be spread, with stools upon them, and they took their places on the mats and leaned on the stools. He had sent to the herds and taken a pig from the pen. He poured out his spirits into calabashes, and so he gave them to eat and to drink, acknowledged by them as ruler and honored. Of generous devotion to the people was Duke Liu, his territory being now broad and long. He determined the points of the heavens by means of the shadows. And then, ascending the ridges, he surveyed the light and the shade, viewing also the course of the streams and springs. His armies were 3 troops. He measured the marshes and plains. He fixed the revenue on the system of common cultivation of the fields. He measured also the fields west of the hills, and the settlement of Bin became truly great. Of generous devotion to the people was Duke Liu, having settled in temporary lodging houses in Bin. He crossed the way by means of boats and gathered whetstones and iron. When his settlement was fixed and all bouteries defined, the people became numerous and prosperous, occupying both sides of the Huang Valley and pushing on up that of Guo. And as the population became dense, they went on to the country beyond the Zhou. 251. Zhongzhuo. Take the pool water from a distance. Draw it into one vessel and let it flow to another, and it may be used to stream rice or millet. How much more should the happy and courteous sovereign be the parent of the people? Take the pool water from a distance, draw it into one vessel and let it flow to another, and it may be used to wash a spirit vase. How much more should the happy and courteous sovereign be the center of attraction to the people? Take the pool water from a distance, draw it into one vessel and let it flow to another, and it may be used for all purpose of cleansing. How much more should the happy and courteous sovereign be the center of rest to the people? 252. Huan A. Into the recesses of the large mound came the wind whirling from the south. There was our happy courteous sovereign rambling and singing, and I took occasion to give forth my notes. Full of spirits you ramble, full of satisfaction you rest. O happy and courteous sovereign, may you fulfill your years, and end them like your ancestors. Your territory is great and glorious and perfectly secure. O happy and courteous sovereign, may you fulfill your years. As the host of all the spirits, you have received the appointment long acknowledged with peace around your happiness and dignity. O happy and courteous sovereign, may you fulfill your years, with pure happiness your constant possession. You have helpers and supporters, men of filial piety and of virtue, to lead you on and act as wings to you, so that, O happy and courteous sovereign, you are a pattern to the 4 quarters of the kingdom. Full of dignity and majesty are they, like a jade mace in its purity, the subject of praise, the contemplation of hope. O happy and courteous sovereign, through them, the four quarters of the kingdom are guided by you. The male and female phoenix fly about, their wings rustling, while they settle in their proper resting place. Many are your admirable officers, O king, ready to be employed by you, loving you, the Son of Heaven. The male and female phoenix fly about, their wings rustling as they soar up to heaven. Many are your admirable officers, O king, waiting for your commands and loving the multitudes of the people. The male and female phoenix give out their notes on that lofty ridge. The dryandras grow, on those eastern slopes they grow luxuriantly, and harmoniously the notes resound. Your carriages, O sovereign, are many, many. Your horses, O sovereign, are well trained and fleet. I have made my few verses in prolongation of your song. 253, Min Lao, Min Lu. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little ease may be got for them. Let us cherish this center of the kingdom, to secure the repose of the four quarters of it. Let us give no indulgence to the wily and obsequious in order to make the unconscientious careful and to repress robbers and oppressors who have no fear of the clear will of heaven. Then let us show kindness to those who are distant and help those who are near, thus establishing the throne of our King. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little rest may be got for them. Let us cherish this center of the kingdom and make it a gathering place for the people. Let us give no indulgence to the wily and obsequious in order to make the noisy braggarts careful and to repress robbers and oppressors, so the people shall not have such sorrow. Do not cast away your former service, but secure the quiet of the king. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little relief may be got for them. Let us cherish this capital to secure the repose of the states in the four quarters. Let us give no indulgence to the wily and obsequious, to make careful those who set no limit to themselves, and to repress robbers and oppressors, not allowing them to act out their evil. Then let us be reverently careful of our demeanor, to cultivate association with the virtuous. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little repose may be got for them. Let us cherish this center of the kingdom, that the sorrow of the people may be dispelled. Let us give no indulgence to the wily and obsequious in order to make the multitudes of the evil careful, and to repress robbers and oppressors, so that the right shall not be overthrown. Though you may be but as little children, your work is vast and great. The people indeed are heavily burdened, but perhaps a little tranquility may be got for them. Let us cherish this center of the kingdom, that it may not everywhere suffer such wounds. Let us give no indulgence to the wily and obsequious, in order to make the parasites careful, and to repress robbers and oppressors, so that the right shall not be reversed. The king wishes to hold you as scepters of jade, and therefore I thus strongly admonish you. 254. Ban. God has reversed his usual course of procedure, and the lower people are full of distress. The words which you utter are not right. The plans which you form are not far-reaching. As there are not sages, you think you have no guidance. You have no reality in your sincerity. Thus your plans do not reach far, and I therefore strongly admonish you. Heaven is now sending down calamities. Do not be so complacent. Heaven is now producing such movements. Do not be so indifferent. If your words were harmonious, the people would become united. If your words were gentle and kind, the people would be settled. Though my duties are different from yours, I am your fellow servant. I come to advise with you, and you hear me with contemptuous indifference. My words are about the present urgent affairs. Do not think them matter for laughter. The ancients had a saying, "Consult the grass and firewood gatherers. Heaven is now exercising oppression. Do not in such a way make a mock of things." An old man I speak with entire sincerity, but you, my juniors, are full of pride. It is not that my words are those of age, but you make a joke of what is sad. But the troubles will multiply like flames, till they are beyond help or remedy. Heaven is now displaying its anger. Do not be either boastful or flattering, utterly departing from all propriety of demeanor, till good men are reduced to personators of the dead. The people now sigh and groan, and we dare not examine into the causes of their trouble. The ruin and disorder are exhausting all their means of living, and we show no kindness to our multitudes. Heaven enlightens the people, as the bamboo flute responds to the porcelain whistle, as two half-maces form a whole one. As you take a thing, and bring it away in your hand, bringing it away without any more ado. The enlightenment of the people is very easy. They have now many perversities. Do not you set up your perversity before them. Good men are a fence, the multitudes of the people are a wall, great states are screens, great families are buttresses, the cherishing of virtue secures repose, the circle of the king's relatives is a fortified wall. We must not let the fortified wall get destroyed. We must not let him solitary be consumed with terrors. Revere the anger of heaven, and presume not to make sport or be idle. Revere the changing moods of heaven, and presume not to drive about at your pleasure. Great heaven is intelligent, and is with you in all your goings. Great heaven is clear-seeing, and is with you in your wandering and indulgences. Dang Zhi, Decade of Dang, 255. Dang, dang. How vast is God, the ruler of men below. How arrayed in terrors is God, with many things irregular in his ordinations. Heaven gave birth to the multitudes of the people, but the nature it confers is not to be depended on. All are good at first, but few prove themselves to be so at the last. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you, sovereign of Yinshang, that you should have such violently oppressive ministers, that you should have such extortionate exactors, that you should have them in offices, that you should have them in the conduct of affairs. Heaven made them with their insolent dispositions, but it is you who employ them and give them strength. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you sovereign of Yinshang, you ought to employ such as are good, but you employ instead violent oppressors who cause many dissatisfactions. They respond to you with baseless stories, and thus robbers and thieves are in your court. Thence come oaths and curses, without limit, without end. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you sovereign of Yinshang, you show a strong, fierce will in the center of the kingdom, and consider the contracting of enmities a proof of virtue. All unintelligent are you of your proper virtue, and so you have no good men behind you, nor by your side. Without any intelligence of your proper virtue, you have no good intimate adviser, nor minister. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you sovereign of Yinshang, it is not heaven that flushes your face with spirits, so that you follow what is evil and imitate it. You go wrong in all your conduct. You make no distinction between the light and the darkness, but amid clamor and shouting, you turn the day into night. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you sovereign of Yinshang, all around you is like the noise of cicadas, or like the bubbling of boiling soup. Affairs, great and small, are approaching to ruin, and still you and your creatures go on in this course. Indignation is rife against you here in the Middle Kingdom, and extends to the demon regions. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you, sovereign of Yinshang, it is not God that has caused this evil time, but it arises from Yin's not using the old ways. Although you have not old experienced men, there are still the ancient statutes and laws, but you will not listen to them, and so your great appointment is being overthrown. King Wen said, Alas, alas, you, sovereign of Yinshang, people have a saying, when a tree falls utterly, while its branches and leaves are yet uninjured, it must first have been uprooted. The beacon of Yin is not far distant. It is in the age of the last sovereign of Xia. 256. Yi, Yi. An outward demeanor, cautious and grave, is an indication of the inward virtue. People have the saying, there is no wise man who is not also stupid. The stupidity of the ordinary man is determined by his natural defects. The stupidity of the wise man is from his doing violence to his natural character. What is most powerful is the being the man. In all quarters of the state, men are influenced by it. To an upright, virtuous conduct, all in the four quarters of the state render obedient homage. With great counsels and determinate orders, with far-reaching plans and timely announcements, and with reverent care of his outward demeanor, one will become the pattern of the people. As for the circumstances of the present time, you are bent on error and confusion in your government. Your virtue is subverted. You are besotted by drink. Although you thus pursue nothing but pleasure, how is it you do not think of your relation to the past, and do not widely study the former kings, that you might hold fast their wise laws? Shall not those whom great heaven does not approve of, surely as the waters flow from a spring, sink down together to ruin? Rise early and go to bed late, sprinkle and sweep your courtyard, so as to be a pattern to the people. Have in good order your chariots and horses, your bows and arrows, and other weapons of war, to be prepared for warlike action, to keep at a distance the hordes of the south. Perfect what concerns your officers and people. Be careful of your duties as a prince of the kingdom, to be prepared for unforeseen dangers. Be cautious of what you say. Be reverently careful of your outward demeanor. In all things be mild and correct. A flaw in a mace of white jade may be ground away, but for a flaw in speech, nothing can be done. Do not speak lightly. Your words are your own. Do not say, "This is of little importance." No one can hold my tongue for me. Words are not to be cast away. Every word finds its answer. Every good deed has its recompense. If you are gracious among your friends and to the people, as if they were your children, your descendants will continue in unbroken line, and all the people will surely be obedient to you. Looked at in friendly intercourse with superior men, you make your countenance harmonious and mild, anxious not to do anything wrong. Looked at in your chamber, you ought to be equally free from shame before the light which shines in. Do not say, "This place is not public, no one can see me here." The approaches of spiritual beings cannot be calculated beforehand, but the more should they not be slighted. O Prince, let your practice of virtue be entirely good and admirable. Watch well over your behavior, and allow nothing wrong in your demeanor. Committing no excess, doing nothing injurious, there are few who will not in such a case take you for their pattern. When one throws to me a peach, I return to him a plum. To look for horns on a young ram will only weary you, my son. The soft and elastic wood can be fitted with the silken string. The mild and the respectful man possesses the foundation of virtue. There is a wise man. I tell him good words, and he yields to them the practice of docile virtue. There is a stupid man. He says on the contrary that my words are not true. So different are people's minds. O my son, when you did not know what was good and what was not good, not only did I lead you on by the hand, but I showed the difference by appealing to affairs. Not only did I charge you face to face, but I held you by the ears. And still perhaps you do not know, although you have held a son in your arms. If people are not self-sufficient, who comes only to a late maturity after early instruction? Great heaven is very intelligent, and I pass my life without pleasure. When I see you so dark and stupid, my heart is full of pain. I taught you with assiduous repetition, and you listened to me with contempt. You would not consider me your teacher, but regarded me as troublesome. Still perhaps you do not know, but you are very old. O my son, I have told you the old ways. Hear and follow my counsels. Then shall you have no cause for great regret. Heaven is now inflicting calamities and is destroying the state. My illustrations are not taken from things remote. Great heaven makes no mistakes. If you go on to deteriorate in your virtue, you will bring the people to great distress. 257. Sang-ru. Sang-ru. Luxuriant is that young mulberry tree, and beneath it wide is the shade. But they will pluck its leaves till it is quite destroyed. The distress inflicted on these multitudes of the people is an unceasing sorrow to my heart. My commiseration fills my breast. O thou bright and great heaven, shouldest thou not have compassion on us? The four steeds gallop about, eager and strong. The tortoise and serpent and the falcon banners fly about. Disorder grows and no peace can be secured. Every state is being ruined. There are no blackheads among the people. All are reduced to ashes, as it were, by calamity. Oh, alas! The doom of the kingdom hurries on. There is nothing to arrest the doom of the kingdom. Heaven does not nourish us. There is no place in which to stop securely. There is no place to which to go. Superior men are the bonds of the social state, allowing no love of strife in their hearts. Who reared the steps of the dissatisfaction which has reached the present distress? The grief of my heart is extreme, and I dwell on the condition of our territory. I was born at an unhappy time, to meet with the severe anger of heaven. From the west to the east, there is no quiet place of abiding. Many are the distresses I meet with. Very urgent is the trouble on our borders. You have your counsels, you employ caution, but the disorder grows and dismemberments ensue. I tell you the subjects for anxiety. I instruct you how to distinguish the orders of men. Who can hold anything hot? Must he not dip it first in water? How can you, by your method, bring a good state of things about? You and your advisers will sink together in ruin. The state of things is like going in the teeth of the wind, which makes one quite breathless. Some have a mind to go forward, but they are made to think it is of no use to do so. They attach themselves to husbandry and labor like the people instead of eating the bread of office. Their sowing and reaping are precious to them. They love this substitute for official emolument. Heaven is sending down death and disorder, and has put an end to our king. It is sending down those devourers of the grain, so that the husbandry is all in evil case. All is in peril and going to ruin. I have no strength to do anything, and think of the power in the azure vault. Here is a good and righteous ruler, who is looked up to by the people and by all. He keeps his heart, and his plans are formed on mature deliberation, searching carefully for helpers. There is one who has no such character, but reckons only his own views to be good. He holds only to his own thoughts and causes the people to be distracted. Look into the middle of that forest, at the herds of deer roaming together. But here, friends are insincere, and do not help one another in what is good. People have the saying, to go forwards or backwards is alike impracticable. Here is a wise man. His views and words reach to 100 li. There is a stupid man. He, on the contrary, rejoices in his madness. It is not that I could not speak all this. How is it I was withheld by my fear? Here is a good man, but he is not sought out nor employed. There is a hard-hearted man, and he is thought of and promoted once and again. The people in consequence desire disorder, and find enjoyment in bitter poisonous ways. Great winds have a path, they come from the large empty valleys. Here is a good man, whose doings will be good. There is a man unobservant of the right, whose goings will be according to his inward filthiness. Great winds have a path. The covetous men try to subvert their peers. I would speak, if he would hear my words, but I can only croon them over as if I were drunk. He will not employ the good, and on the contrary causes me such distress. Ah, my friends, is it in ignorance that I make this ode? But it may happen as in the case of a bird on the wing, which sometimes is hit and caught. I go to do you good, but you become the more incensed against me. The unlimited disorder of the people is owing to those hypocrites, skillful to prevaricate. They work out the injury of the people, as if their efforts were not equal to it. The depravity of the people is brought about by their strenuous endeavors. That the people are unsettled is owing to the robbers that prey on them. Hypocritical, they say, these men will not do. But when their backs are turned, they show their skill in reviling the good. Although you say, we did not do this, why I have made this song about you. 258. Yun Yi, Yun Han. Bright was that Milky Way, shining and revolving in the sky. The king said, Oh, what crime is chargeable on us now, that heaven thus sends down death and disorder? Famine comes again and again. There is no victim I have grudged. Our maces and other tokens are exhausted. How is it that I am not heard? The drought is excessive, its fervors become more and more tormenting. I have not ceased offering pure sacrifices. From the border altars I have gone to the ancestral temple. To the powers above and below I have presented my offerings and then buried them. There is no spirit whom I have not honored. Huji is not equal to the occasion. God does not come to us. This wasting and ruin of our country, would that it fell only on me. The drought is excessive. and I may not try to excuse myself. I am full of terror and feel the peril, like the clap of thunder or the roll. Of the remnant of Zhou among the black-haired people, there will not be half a man left, nor will God from his great heaven exempt even me. Shall we not mingle our fears together? The sacrifices to my ancestors will be extinguished. The drought is excessive, and it cannot be stopped. More fierce and fiery, it is leaving me no place. My end is near. I have none to look up to, none to look around to. The many dukes and their ministers of the past give me no help. O ye parents and nearer ancestors, how can ye bear to see us thus? The drought is excessive. Parched are the hills and the streams are dried. The demon of drought exercises his oppression, as if scattering flames and fire. My heart is terrified with the heat. My sorrowing heart is as if on fire. The many dukes and their ministers of the past, do not hear me, O God, from thy great heaven. Grant me the liberty to withdraw into retirement. The drought is excessive. I struggle, and fear to go away. How is it I am afflicted with this drought? I cannot ascertain the cause of it. In praying for a good year, I was abundantly early. I was not late in sacrificing to the spirits of the four quarters and of the land. God in the great heaven does not consider me. Reverent to the intelligent spirits, I ought not to be thus the object of their anger. The drought is excessive. All is dispersion, and the bonds of government are relaxed. Reduced to extremities are the heads of departments. Full of distress are my chief minister, the master of the horse, the commander of the guards, the chief cook and my attendants. There is no one who has not tried to help the people. They have not refrained on the ground of being unable. I look up to the great heaven. Why am I plunged in this sorrow? I look up to the great heaven, but its stars sparkle bright. My great officers and excellent men, ye have drawn near to heaven with reverence with all your powers. Death is approaching, but do not cast away what you have done. You are seeking not for me only, but to give rest to all our departments. I look up to the great heaven. When shall I be favored with repose? 259. Song Gao, Song Gao. Grandly lofty are the mountains, with their large masses reaching to the heavens. From these mountains was sent down a spirit, who gave birth to the princes of Fu and Shen. Fu and Shen are the support of Zhou, screens to all the states, diffusing their influence over the four quarters of the kingdom. Full of activity is the chief of Shen, and the king would employ him to continue the services of his fathers, with his capital in Zi, where he should be a pattern to the states of the south. The king gave charge to the Earl of Shao to arrange all about the residence of the chief of Shen, where he should do what was necessary for the regions of the south, and where his posterity might maintain his merit. The king gave charge to the chief of Shen, be a pattern to the regions of the south, and by means of those people of Zi, proceed to display your merit. The king gave charge to the Earl of Shao to make the statutory definition of the territory and fields of the chief of Shen. The king gave charge to the chief steward to remove the members of his family to the spot. Of the services of the chief of Shen, the foundation was laid by the Earl of Shao, who built first the walls of this city, and then completed his ancestral temple. When the temple was completed wide and grand, the king conferred on the chief of Shen 4 noble steeds, with their hooks for the trappings of the breastbands, glittering bright. The king sent away the chief of Shen, with its carriage of state and its team of horses. I have consulted about your residence that it had best be fixed in the south. I confer on you a great scepter, as the symbol of your dignity. Go, my uncle, and protect the country of the south. The chief of Shen took his departure, and the king gave him a parting feast in May. Then the chief of Shen returned, and proceeded to the south, and found himself at last in Zi. The king had given charge to the Earl of Shao to make the statutory division of the lands, and to lay up stores of provisions, that the progress of the chief might be accelerated. Marshal-like, the chief of Shen entered into Zi. His footmen and charioteers were numerous, and throughout the regions of Zhou all rejoiced. You have got a good support. Very distinguished is the chief of Shen, the great uncle of the king, the pattern of the officers, both civil and military. The virtue of the chief of Shen is mild and regulated and upright. He will keep all these countries in order. and be famed throughout the kingdom. I, Jifu, made this song, an ode of great excellence, of influence good, to present to the chief of Shen. 260. Zheng Min, heaven, in giving birth to the multitudes of the people, to every faculty and relationship annexed its law. The people possess this normal nature, and they consequently love its normal virtue. Heaven beheld the ruler of Zhou, brilliantly affecting it by his conduct below, and to maintain him, its son, gave birth to Zhongshanfu. The virtue of Zhongshanfu is mild and admirable, according as it ought to be. Good is his deportment, good his looks. The lessons of antiquity are his law. He is strenuously attentive to his deportment. In full accord with the Son of Heaven, he is employed to spread abroad his bright decrees. The king gave charge to Zhongshanfu. Be a pattern to all the princes. Continue the services of your ancestors. You have to protect the royal person. Give out the royal decrees and report on them. Be the king's throat and tongue. Spread his government abroad, so that in all quarters it shall be responded to. Most dignified was the king's charge, and Zhongshanfu carries it into execution. In the states, the princes, be they good or bad, are clearly distinguished by Zhongshanfu. Intelligent is he and wise, protecting his own person. Never idle day or night in the service of the one man. The people have a saying, the soft is devoured and the hard is ejected from the mouth. But Zhongshanfu does not devour the soft nor eject the powerful. He does not insult the poor or the widow. He does not fear the strong or the oppressive. The people have a saying, virtue is light as a hair, but few are able to lift it. When I think of the matter, it is only Zhongshanfu that can lift it. I love him, but can do nothing to help him. Any defects in the king's duties are supplied by Zhongshanfu. Zhongshanfu went forth, having sacrificed to the spirit of the road. His 4 steeds were strong. His men were alert. He was always anxious lest he should not be equal to his commission. His steeds went on without stopping, to the tinkling of their 8 bells. The king had given charge to Zhongshanfu to fortify the city there in the east. With his 4 steeds so strong, and their 8 bells all tinkling, Zhongshanfu proceeded to Qi, and he will soon return. I, Yinjifu, have made this song. May it enter like a quiet wind, among the constant anxieties of Zhongshanfu, to soothe his mind. 261. Han Yi. Very grand is the mountain of Liang, which was made cultivable by you. Bright it is the way from it, along which came the Marquis of Han to receive investiture. The king himself gave the charge. Continue the services of your ancestors. Let not my charge to you come to naught. Be diligent early and late, and reverently discharge your duties. So shall my appointment of you not change. Be a support against those princes who do not come to court, thus assisting your sovereign. With his 4 steeds, all noble, very long and large, the Marquis of Han came to court, with the large scepter of his rank. He entered and appeared before the king. The king gave him a fine dragon flag, with its feathery ornaments, a checkered bamboo screen, and an ornamented yoke, a dark-colored robe with the dragons on it and the red slippers, the hooks for the trappings of the breastbands and the carved frontlets, the leaning board bound with leather, and a tiger's skin to cover it, the ends of the reins with their metal rings. When the Marquis of Han left the court, he sacrificed to the spirit of the road. He went forth and lodged for the night in Tu. There Xianfu gave him the parting feast, with 100 vases of clear spirits. And what were the viands? Roast turtle and fresh fish. And what were the vegetables? Bamboo sprouts and poo. And what were the gifts? A carriage of state with its team. Many were the vessels of sauces and fruits, and the other princes at court joined in the feast. The Marquis of Han took to himself a wife, a niece of King Fen, the daughter of Juefu. The Marquis of Han went to receive her, to the residence of Jue. His 100 chariots were in grand array, the 8 bells of each emitting their tinkling. Illustrious was the glory of the occasion. The virgins, her companions, followed the lady, leisurely like a beautiful cloud. The Marquis of Han looked round at them, filling the gate with their splendor. Juefu is very martial, and there is no state which he had not visited. When he would select a home for Hanji, there seemed none so pleasant as Han. Very pleasant is the territory of Han, with its large streams and meres full of big bream and tench, with its multitudes of deer, with its bears and grizzly bears, with its wild cats and tigers. Glad was he of so admirable a situation, and here Hanji found rest and joy. Large is the wall of the city of Han, built by the multitudes of Yan. As his ancestor had received charge to preside over all the wild tribes of that quarter, the king now gave to the Marquis of Han the Jui and the Mo, forthwith to hold the states of the north, and to preside over them as their chief, making strong his walls and deep his moats, laying out his fields, regulating his revenues, presenting his skins of the white fox, with those of the red panther, and the yellow grizzly bear. 262. Jiang Yi, Jiang Han. Large was the volume of the Jiang and the Han, and the troops advanced like a flowing current. There was no resting, no idle wandering. We were seeking for the tribes of the Huai. We had sent forth our chariots. We had displayed our falcon banners. There was no resting, no remissness. Against the tribes of the Huai were we marshaled. Large flowed the Jiang and the Han, and grandly martial looked the troops. The whole country had been reduced to order, and an announcement of our success had been made to be king. When the whole country was pacified, the king's state began to feel settled. There was then an end of strife, and the king's heart was composed. On the banks of the Jiang and the Han, the king had given charge to Hu of Shao. Open up the whole of the country. Make the statutory division of my lands there, not to distress the people nor with urgency, but making them conform to the royal state. Make the larger and the smaller divisions of the ground, as far as the southern sea. The king gave charge to Hu of Shao. You have everywhere diffused and carried out my orders. When Wen and Wu received their appointment, the Duke of Shao was their strong support. You do not only have a regard to me, the little child, but you try to resemble that Duke of Shao. You have commenced and earnestly displayed your merit, and I will make you happy. I give you a large libation cup of jade, and a jar of herb-flavored spirits from the black millet. I have made announcement to the accomplished one, and confer on you hills, lands, and fields. In Qizhou shall you receive investiture according as your ancestor received his. Hu bowed with his head to the ground and said, May the Son of Heaven live forever. Hu bowed with his head to the ground, and in response displayed the goodness of the king, and roused himself to maintain the fame of his ancestor. May the Son of Heaven live forever. Very intelligent is the Son of Heaven. His good fame shall be without end. Let him display his civil virtues, till they permeate all quarters of the kingdom. 263. Chang Wu, Chang Wu. Grandly and clearly, the king gave charge to his minister, a descendant of Nanzhong, the Grand Master Huang Fu. Put my 6 armies in order, and get ready all my apparatus of war. Be reverent, be cautious, that we may give comfort to the states of the south. The king said to the head of the Yin clan, Give a charge to Xu Fu, Earl of Cheng, to undertake the arrangement of the ranks and to warn all my troops. Along the bank of the Huai, we go to see the land of Shu, not delaying our march, not occupying the territory, that the threefold labors of husbandry may proceed in order. Full of grandeur and strength, the Son of Heaven looked majestic. Leisurely and calmly the king advanced, not with his troops in masses nor in broken lines. The region of Shu from stage to stage was moved. It shook and was terrified, the region of Shu. As by the roll of thunder or its sudden crash, the region of Shu shook and was terrified. The king aroused his warlike energy, as if he were moved with anger. He advanced his tiger-like officers, looking fierce like raging tigers. He displayed his masses along the bank of the Huai, and forthwith seized a crowd of captives. Securely kept was the country about the bank of the Huai, occupied by the royal armies. The royal legions were numerous, swift as if they flew on wings, imposing as the current of the Jiang and the Han, firm as a mountain, rolling on like a stream, continuous and orderly, inscrutable, invincible, grandly proceeding to set in order the states of Shu. The king's plans were directed in truth and sincerity, and the region of Shu came at once to terms. Its chiefs were all collected together, through the merit of the Son of Heaven. The country was all reduced to order. Its chiefs appeared before the king. They would not again change their minds, and the king said, "Muck, let us return." 264, Zhan Ang, Zhan Yang. I look up to great heaven, but it shows us no kindness. Very long have we been disquieted, and these great calamities are sent down upon us. There is nothing settled in the country. Officers and people are in distress. Through the insects from without and from within, there is no peace or limit to our misery. The net of crime is not taken up, and there is no peace nor cure for our state. Men had their ground and fields, but you have them now. Men had their people and followers, but you have violently taken them from them. Here is one who ought to be held guiltless, but you snare him in the net of crime. There is one who ought to be held guilty, but you let him escape from it. A wise man builds up the wall of a city, but a wise woman overthrows it. Admirable may be the wise woman, but she is no better than an owl. A woman with a long tongue is like a stepping stone to disorder. Disorder does not come down from heaven. It is produced by the woman. Those from whom come no lessons, no instruction, are women and eunuchs. They beat men down, hurtful, deceitful. Their slanders in the beginning may be falsified in the end, but they do not say that their words were very wrong. They say, "What evil was there in them?" As if in the 3 times cent% of traffic, a superior man should have any knowledge of it. So a woman who has nothing to do with public affairs leaves her silkworms and weaving. Why is it that heaven is thus reproving you? Why is it that the spirits are not blessing you? You neglect your great barbarian foes and regard me with hatred. You are regardless of the evil omens that abound, and your demeanor is all unseemly. Good men are going away, and the country is sure to go to ruin. Heaven is letting down its net, and many are the calamities in it. Good men are going away, and my heart is sorrowful. Heaven is letting down its net, and soon we'll all be caught in it. Good men are going away, and my heart is sad. Right from the spring comes the water bubbling, revealing its depth. The sorrow of my heart. Is it only of today? Why were these things not before me? Or why were they not after me? But mysteriously great heaven is able to strengthen anything. Do not disgrace your great ancestors, and it will save your posterity. 265. Zhao Min, Xiao Min, compassionate heaven is arrayed in angry terrors. Heaven is indeed sending down ruin, afflicting us with famine, so that the people are all wandering fugitives. In the settled regions and on the borders all is desolation. Heaven sends down its net of crime, devouring insects who weary and confuse men's minds. Ignorant, oppressive, negligent, breeders of confusion, utterly perverse. These are the men employed to tranquilize our country. Insolent and slanderous, the king does not know a flaw in them. We, careful and feeling in peril for long and unrest, are constantly subjected to degradation. As in a year of drought, the grass not attaining to luxuriance, as water plants attached to a tree, so do I see in this country all going to confusion. The wealth of former days was not like our present condition. The distress of the present did not previously reach this degree. Those are like coarse rice, these are like fine. Why do you not retire of yourselves, but prolong my anxious sorrow? A pool becomes dry. Is it not because no water comes to it from its banks? A spring becomes dry. Is it not because no water rises in it from itself? Great is the injury all about, so that my anxious sorrow is increased. Will not calamity light on my person? Formerly, when the former kings received their appointment, there were such ministers as the Duke of Shao, who would in a day enlarge the kingdom 100 li. Now it is contracted in a day 100 li. Oh, alas, among the men of the present day, are there not still some with the old virtue?
Song, Odes of the Temple and the Altar. Zhou Song, Sacrificial Odes of Zhou, Qing Miao Ji Shi, Decade of Qing Miao, 266. Qing Miao. Solemn is the ancestral temple in its pure stillness. Reverent and harmonious were the distinguished assistants. Great was the number of the officers, all assiduous followers of the virtue of King Wen. In response to him in heaven, grandly they hurried about in the temple. Distinguished is he and honored, and will never be wearied of among men. 267. Wei Tianji Ming. Wei Tianji Ming. The ordinances of heaven, how deep are they and unintermitting. And oh, how illustrious was the singleness of the virtue of King Wen. How does he now show his kindness? We will receive his favor, striving to be in accord with him, our King Wen, and may his remotest descendant be abundantly the same. 268. Wei Qing, clear and to be preserved bright, are the statutes of King Wen, from the first sacrifice to him, till now when they have issued in our complete state. They have been the happy omen of the fortunes of Zhou. 269. Lai Wen, ye, brilliant and accomplished princess, have conferred on me this happiness. Your favors to me are without limit, and my descendants will preserve the fruits of them. Be not mercenary nor extravagant in your states, and the king will honor you. Thinking of this great service, he will enlarge the dignity of your successors. What is most powerful is the being the man. Its influence will be felt throughout your states. What is most distinguished is being virtuous. It will secure the imitation of all the princes. The former kings are not forgotten. 270. Tianzuo. Heaven made the lofty hill, and King Da brought the country about it under cultivation. He made the commencement with it, and King Wen tranquilly carried on the work, till that rugged Mount Qi had level roads leading to it. May their descendants ever preserve it. 271. Hao Tianyu Chengming. Heaven made its determinate appointment, which our two sovereigns received. King Cheng did not dare to rest idly in it, but night and day enlarged its foundations by his deep and silent virtue. How did he continue and glorify his heritage, exerting all his heart, and so securing its tranquility? 272. Wozhang. I have brought my offerings, a ram and a bull. May heaven accept them. I imitate and follow and observe the statutes of King Wen, seeking daily to secure the tranquility of HT Kingdom. King Wen, the Blesser, has descended on the right and accepted the offerings. Do not I, night and day, revere the majesty of heaven, thus to preserve their favor? 273. Shimai. Now is he making a progress through the states. May heaven accept him as its son. Truly are the honor and succession come from it to the house of Zhou. To his movements all respond with tremulous awe. He has attracted and given rest to all spiritual beings, even to the spirits of the He and the highest hills. Truly is the king the sovereign lord. Brilliant and illustrious is the house of Zhou. He has regulated the positions of the princes. He has called in shields and spears. He has returned to their cases bows and arrows. I will cultivate admirable virtue and display it throughout these great regions. Truly will the king preserve the appointment. 274. Jing. The arm of King Wu was full of strength. Irresistible was his ardor. Greatly illustrious were Cheng and Kang, kinged by God. When we consider how Cheng and Kang grandly held all within the four quarters of the kingdom, how penetrating was their intelligence. The bells and drums sound in harmony. The sounding stones and flutes blend their notes. Abundant blessing is sent down. Blessing is sent down in large measure. Careful and exact is all our deportment. We have drunk and we have eaten to the full. Our happiness and dignity will be prolonged. 275. Si Wen. O accomplished Hoji, thou didst prove thyself the correlate of heaven. Thou didst give grain food to our multitudes, the immense gift of thy goodness. Thou didst confer on us the wheat and the barley, which God appointed for the nourishment of all, and without distinction of territory or boundary, the rules of social duty were diffused throughout these great regions.
Qiangong Jishi, Decade of Qiangong, 276 Qiangong, ministers and officers, reverently attend to your public duties. The king has given you perfect rules. Consult about them and consider them. Ah, ye assistants, it is now the end of spring, and what have ye to seek for? Only how to manage the new fields and those of the third year. How beautiful are the wheat and the barley, whose bright produce we shall receive. The bright and glorious God will in them give us a good year. Order all our men to be provided with their spuds and hoes. Anon we shall see the sickles at work. 277. Yi Shi, Yi Shi. Oh yes, King Cheng brightly brought himself near. Lead your husbandmen to sow their various kinds of grain, going vigorously to work on your private fields all over the 30 li. Attend to your ploughing with your 10,000 men all in pairs. 278. Zhen Lu. A flock of egrets is flying about the marsh there in the west. My visitors came with an elegant carriage like those birds. There, in their states, were not disliked. Here, in Zhou, never tired of. They are sure day and night to perpetuate their fame. 279. Feng Nian. Abundant is the year with much millet and much rice, and we have our high granaries with myriads and hundreds of thousands and millions of measures in them, for spirits and sweet spirits, to present to our ancestors, male and female, and to supply all out ceremonies. The blessings sent down on us are of every kind. 280. Yu Gu. There are the blind musicians. In the court of the temple of Zhou, there are the music frames with their faceboards and posts, the high-toothed edge of the former, and the feathers stuck in the latter, with the drums, large and small, suspended from them, and the hand drums and sounding stones, the instrument to give the signal for commencing and the stopper. These being all complete, the music is struck up. The panpipe and the double flute begin at the same time, harmoniously blend their sounds. In solemn unison they give forth their notes. Our ancestors will give ear, our visitors will be there, long to witness the complete performance. 281. Qian. Oh, in the Qi and the Ju, there are many fish in the warrens, sturgeons large and snouted, tiao, yellow jaws, mudfish, and carp, for offerings, for sacrifice, that our bright happiness may be increased. 282. Yong. They come full of harmony. They are here in all gravity, the princes assisting, while the Son of Heaven looks profound. While I present this noble bull, and they assist me in setting forth the sacrifice, O great and august Father, comfort me, your filial son. With penetrating wisdom thou didst play the man, a sovereign with the gifts both of peace and war, giving rest even to great heaven, and ensuring prosperity to thy descendants. Thou comfortest me with the eyebrows of longevity. Thou makest me great with manifold blessings. I offer this sacrifice to my meritorious father and to my accomplished mother. 283. Zaijian. They appeared before their sovereign king, to seek from him the rules they were to observe, with their Dargan emblazoned banners flying bright, the bells on them and their front boards tinkling, and with the rings on the ends of the reins glittering. Admirable was their majesty and splendor. He led them to appear before his father shrined on the left, where he discharged his filial duty and presented his offerings, that he might have granted to him long life and ever preserve his dignity. Great and many are his blessings. They are the brilliant and accomplished princes, who cheer him with his many sources of happiness, enabling him to perpetuate them in their brightness as pure blessing. 284. UK. The noble visitor, drawn like his ancestors by white horses. The revered and dignified, polished members of his suite. The noble guest will stop but a night or two. The noble guest will stop but 2 nights or 4. Give him ropes to bind his horses. I will convoy him with a parting feast. I will comfort him in every possible way. Adorned with such great dignity, it is very natural that he should be blessed. 285. Wu, O great wast thou, O King Wu, displaying the utmost strength in thy work. Truly accomplished was King Wen, opening the path for his successors. Thou didst receive the inheritance from him. Thou didst vanquish Yin and put a stop to its cruelties, effecting the firm establishment of thy merit.
Minyu Xiaozi Zhishi, Decade of Minyu Xiaozi. 286, Minyu Xiaozi, Minyu Xiaozi. Alas for me who am as a little child, on whom has devolved the unsettled state. Solitary am I and full of distress. O my great father, all thy life long thou wast filial. Thou didst think of my great-grandfather, seeing him as it were ascending and descending in the court. I, the little child, day and night will be so reverent. O ye great kings, as your successor I will strive not to forget you. 287, Fang Luo. Fang Luo. I take counsel at the beginning of my rule, how I can follow the example of my shrined father. Ah, far-reaching were his plans, and I am not yet able to carry them out. However I endeavor to reach to them, my continuation of them will still be all deflected. I am but as a little child, unequal to the many difficulties of the state. In his room I will look for him to go up and come down in the court, to ascend and descend in the house. Admirable art thou, O great father, condescend to preserve and enlighten me. 288, Jingji, Jingji, let me be reverent, in attending to my duties. The way of heaven is evident, and its appointment is not easily preserved. Let me not say that it is high aloft above me. It ascends and descends about our doings. It daily inspects us wherever we are. I am but as a little child, without intelligence to be reverently attentive to my duties. But by daily progress and monthly advance, I will learn to hold fast the gleams of knowledge, till I arrive at bright intelligence. Assist me to bear the burden of my position, and show me how to display a virtuous conduct. 289. Xiao Bi. I condemn myself for the past, and will be on my guard against future calamity. I will have nothing to do with a wasp, to seek for myself its painful sting. At first, indeed, the thing seemed but a wren, but it took wing and became a large bird. I am unequal to the many difficulties of the kingdom, and I am placed in the midst of bitter experiences. 290, Zai Shan, they clear away the grass and the bushes, and the ground is laid open by their plows. In thousands of pairs they remove the roots, some in the low wet lands, some along the dikes. There are the master and his eldest son, his younger sons and all their children, their strong helpers and their hired servants. How the noise of their eating the viands brought to them resounds. The husbands think lovingly of their wives. The wives keep close to their husbands. Then with their sharp plowshares they set to work on the south-lying acres. They sow their different kinds of grain, each seed containing in it a germ of life. In unbroken lines rises the blade, and well-nourished the stalks grow long. Luxuriant looks the young grain, and the weeders go among it in multitudes. Then come the reapers in crowds, and the grain is piled up the fields, myriads and hundreds of thousands and millions of stacks. For spirits and for sweet spirits, to offer to our ancestors male and female, and to provide for all ceremonies. Fragrant is their aroma, enhancing the glory of the state. Like pepper is their smell, to give comfort to the aged. It is not here only that there is this abundance. It is not now only that there is such a time. From of old, it has been thus. 291. Liangxi. Very sharp are the excellent shares, with which they set to work on the south-lying acres. They sow their different kinds of grain, each seed containing a germ of life. There are those who come to see them, with their baskets round and square, containing the provision of millet. With their light splint hats on their heads they ply their hoes on the ground, clearing away the smart weed on the dry land and wet. These weeds being decayed, the millets grow luxuriantly. They fall rustling before the reapers, and the sheaves are set up solidly, high as a wall, united together like the teeth of a comb. And the 100 houses are open to receive the grain. Those 100 houses being full, the wives and children have a feeling of repose. Now we kill this black-muzzled tawny bull, with his crooked horns, to imitate and hand down the observances of our ancestors. 292. Si Yi. In his silken robes, clear and bright, with his cap on his head, looking so respectful. From the hall he goes to the foot of the stairs, and from the sheep to the oxen. He inspects the tripods, large and small, and the curved goblet of rhinoceros horn. The good spirits are mild, there is no noise, no insolence, an auspice, all this, of great longevity. 293. Zhou, Zhou. Oh, powerful was the king's army, but he nursed it in obedience to circumstances while the time was yet dark. When the time was clearly bright, he thereupon donned his grand armor. We have been favored to receive what the martial king accomplished. To deal aright with what we have inherited, we have to be sincere imitators of thy course, O king. 294. Huan, Huan. There is peace throughout our myriad regions. There has been a succession of plentiful years. Heaven does not weary in its favor. The martial king Wu maintained the confidence of his officers and employed them all over the kingdom, so securing the establishment of his family. Oh, glorious was he in the sight of heaven, which kinged him in the room of Shang. 295. Lai, King Wen labored earnestly. Right is it we should have received the kingdom. We will diffuse his virtue, ever cherishing the thought of him. Henceforth we will seek only the settlement of the kingdom. It was he through whom came the appointment of Zhou. Oh, let us ever cherish the thought of him. 296. Ban. Oh, great now is Zhou. We ascend the high hills, both those that are long and narrow and the lofty mountains. Yes, and we travel along the regulated he, all under the sky, assembling those who now respond to me. Thus it is that the appointment belongs to Zhou.
Praise-Odes of Lu, Jiong. Fat and large are the stallions, on the plains at the far distant borders. Of those stallions, fat and large, some are black and white-breeched, some light yellow, some pure black, some bay. All splendid carriage horses. His thoughts are without limit. He thinks of his horses, and they are thus good. Fat and large are the stallions, on the plains of the far distant borders. Of those stallions, fat and large, some are piebald, green and white, others yellow and white, some yellowish red, some dapple gray. All strong carriage horses. His thoughts are without end. He thinks of his horses, and they are thus strong. Fat and large are the stallions, on the plains of the far distant borders. Of those stallions, fat and large, some are flecked as with scales, some white and black-maned, some red and black-maned, some black and white-maned. All docile in the carriage, his thoughts never weary. He thinks of his horses, and such they become. Fat and large are the stallions, on the plains of the far distant borders. Of those stallions, fat and large, some are cream-colored, some red and white, some with white hairy legs, some with fish's eyes. All stout carriage horses. His thoughts are without depravity. He thinks of his horses, and thus serviceable are they. 298. You buy. Fat and strong. Fat and strong. Fat and strong are the chestnut teams. Early and late are the officers in the court. In the court, discriminating and intelligent. They are as a flock of egrets on the wing, of egrets anon lighting on the ground. The drums emit their deep sound. They drink to the full and then dance, thus rejoicing together. Fat and strong, fat and strong, fat and strong are the teams of stallions. Early and late are the officers with the prince drinking. They are as a flock of egrets on the wing, of egrets flying about. The drums emit their deep sound. They drink to the full and then return home, thus rejoicing together. Fat and strong, fat and strong, fat and strong are the teams of iron grays. Early and late are the officers with the prince feasting. From this time forth, may the years be abundant. May our prince maintain his goodness and transmit it to his descendants. Thus they rejoice together. 299. Pan Shui. Pleasant is the semicircular water, and we will gather the cress about it. The Marquis of Lu is coming to it, and we see his dragon-figured banner. His banner waves in the wind, and the bells of his horses tinkle harmoniously. Small and great, all follow the prince in his progress to it. Pleasant is the semicircular water, and we will gather the pondweed in it. The Marquis of Lu has come to it, with his horses looking so grand. His horses are grand. His fame is brilliant. Blandly he looks and smiles. Without any impatience, he delivers his instructions. Pleasant is the semicircular water, and we will gather the mallows about it. The Marquis of Lu has come to it, and in the college he is drinking. He is drinking the good spirits. And may there be given him the old age that is seldom enjoyed. May he accord with the grand ways, so subduing to himself all the people. Very admirable is the Marquis of Lu, reverently displaying his virtue, and reverently watching over his deportment, the pattern of the people. With great qualities truly civil and martial, brilliantly he affects his meritorious ancestors. In everything entirely filial, he seeks the blessing for himself. Very intelligent is the Marquis of Lu, making his virtue illustrious. He has made this college with its semicircle of water, and the tribes of the Huai will submit in consequence. His martial-looking tiger leaders will here present the left ears of their foes. His examiners, wise as Gao Yao, will here present their prisoners. His numerous officers, men who have enlarged their virtuous minds, with martial energy conducting their expedition, will drive far away those tribes of the east and south. Vigorous and grand, without noise or display, without having appealed to the judges, they will here present the proofs of their merit. How they draw their bows adorned with bone. How their arrows whiz forth. Their war chariots are very large. Their footmen and charioteers never weary. They have subdued the tribes of the Huai, and brought them to an unrebellious submission. Only lay your plan securely, and all the tribes of the Huai will be got. They come flying on the wing, those owls, and settle on the trees about the college. They eat the fruit of our mulberry trees, and salute us with fine notes. So awakened shall be those tribes of the Huai. They will come presenting their precious things, their large tortoises and their elephants' teeth, and great contributions of the southern metals. 300 Bai Gong. How pure and still are the solemn temples, in their strong solidity and minute completeness. Highly distinguished was Jiang Yan, of virtue undeflected. God regarded her with favor, and without injury or hurt. Immediately, when her months were fulfilled, she gave birth to Huji. On him were conferred all blessings. To know how the millet ripened early, and the sacrificial millet late, how first to sow pulse, and then wheat. Anon he was invested with an inferior state, and taught the people how to sow and to reap, the millet and the sacrificial millet, rice and the black millet, ere long all over the whole country. Thus, continuing the work of Yu, among the descendants of Huji, there was King Day, dwelling on the south of Mount Qi, where the clipping of Shang began. In process of time, Wen and Wu continued the work of King Gao, and the purpose of heaven was carried out in its time. In the plain of Mu, have no doubts, no anxieties, it was said. God is with you. Wu disposed of the troops of Shang. He and his men shared equally in the achievement. Then King Cheng said, My uncle, I will set up your eldest son, and make him Marquis of Lu. I will greatly enlarge your territory there, to be a help and support to the house of Zhou. Accordingly, he appointed our first Duke of Lu, and made him Marquis in the east, giving him the hills and rivers, the lands and fields, and the attached states. The Shi, descendant of the Duke of Zhou, the son of Duke Zhuang, with dragon-emblazoned banner, attends the sacrifices, his 6 reins soft and pliant. In spring and autumn, he does not neglect the sacrifices. His offerings are all without error. To the great and sovereign God, and to his great ancestor Huji, he offers the victims, red and pure. Then in joy, they approve and bestow blessings in large number. The Duke of Zhou and your other great ancestors also bless you. In autumn comes the sacrifices of the season, but in summer the bulls for it have had their horns capped. They are the white bull and the red one. There are the bull-figured goblet in its dignity, roast pig, minced meat, and soups, the dishes of bamboo and wood, and a large stand, and the dancers all complete. The filial descendant will be blessed. Your ancestors will make you gloriously prosperous. They will make you long-lived and good. To preserve this eastern region, long possessing the state of Lu, unwaning, unfallen, unshaken, undisturbed. They will make your friendship with your three aged ministers, like the hills, like the mountains. Our prince's chariots are 1,000, and in each are the vermilion tassels and the green bands of the 2 spears and 2 bows. His footmen are 30,000, with shells and vermilion strings adorning their helmets. So numerous are his ardent followers, to deal with the tribes of the west and north, and to punish those of Jing and Shu, so that none of them will dare to withstand us. May the spirits make you grandly prosperous. May they make you long-lived and wealthy. May the hoary hair and wrinkled back, marking the aged men, be always in your employment. May they make you prosperous and great. May they grant you old age, ever vigorous, for myriads and thousands of years, with the eyebrows of longevity and ever unharmed. The mountain of Da is lofty, looked up to by the state of Lu. We grandly possess also Gui and Meng, and we shall extend to the limits of the east, even the states along the sea. The tribes of the Huai will seek our alliance. All will proffer their allegiance. Such shall be the achievements of the Marquis of Lu. He shall maintain the possession of Hu and Yi, and extend his sway to the regions of Su, even to the states along the sea. The tribes of the Huai, the Man, and the Mi, and those tribes, still more, to the south, all will proffer their allegiance. Not one will dare not to answer to his call, thus showing their obedience to the Marquis of Lu. Heaven will give great blessing to our prince, so that with the eyebrows of longevity he shall maintain Lu. He shall possess Chang and Su, and recover all the territory of the Duke of Zhou. Then shall the Marquis of Lu feast and be glad, with his admirable wife and aged mother, with his excellent ministers and all his other officers. Our region and state shall behold, thus receiving many blessings, the hoary hair with a child's teeth. The pines of Silai and the cypresses of Shinfu were cut down and measured, with the cubit line and the 8 cubits line. The projecting beams of pine were large. The large inner apartments rose vast. Splendid looked the new temples, the work of Shi Si, very wide and large, answering to the expectations of all the people.
Shang Song, Sacrificial Odes of Shang, 301. Na, how admirable, how complete. Here are set our hand drums and drums. The drums resound harmonious and loud, to delight our meritorious ancestor. The descendant of Tang invites him with this music, that he may soothe us with the realization of our thoughts. Deep is the sound of the hand drums and drums, shrilly sound the flutes, all harmonious and blending together, according to the notes of the sonorous gem. Oh, majestic is the descendant of Tang. Very admirable is his music. The large bells and drums fill the ear. The various dances are grandly performed. We have admirable visitors, who are pleased and delighted. From of old before our time, the former men set us the example. How to be mild and humble from morning to night, and to be reverent in discharging the service. May he regard our sacrifices in summer and autumn, thus offered by the descendant of Tang. 302. Lai Zu, our meritorious ancestor. Permanent are the blessings coming from him.
repeatedly conferred without end. They have come to you in this place. The clear spirits are in our vessels, and there is granted to us the realization of our thoughts. There are also the well-tempered soups, prepared beforehand, the ingredients rightly proportioned. By these offerings we invite his presence without a word, nor is there now any contention in any part of the service. He will bless us with the eyebrows of longevity, with the grey hair and wrinkled face in unlimited degree, with the naves of their wheels bound with leather and their ornamented yokes, with the 8 bells at their horses' bits all tinkling. The princes come and assist at the offerings. We have received the appointment in all its greatness, and from heaven is our prosperity sent down, fruitful years of great abundance. Our ancestor will come and enjoy our offerings, and confer on us happiness without limit. May he regard our sacrifices in summer and winter, thus offered by the descendant of Tang. 303. Xuan Niao, Xuan Niao. Heaven commissioned the swallow to descend and give birth to the father of our Shang. His descendants dwelt in the land of Yin and became great. Then, long ago, God appointed the martial Tang to regulate the boundaries throughout the 4 quarters. In those quarters he appointed the princes and grandly possessed the 9 regions of the kingdom. The first sovereign of Shang received the appointment without any element of instability in it, and it is now held by the descendant of Wu Ding. The descendant of Wu Ding is a martial king, equal to every emergency. 10 princes, who came with their dragon-emblazoned banners, bear the large dishes of millet. The royal domain of 1,000 Lai is where the people rest, but there commence the boundaries that reach to the 4 seas. From the 4 seas they come to out-sacrifices. They come in multitudes. Jing has the he for its outer border. That Yin should have received the appointment of heaven was entirely right. Its sovereign sustains all its dignities. 304. Chang Fa, Chang Fa. Profoundly wise were the lords of Shang, and long had there appeared the omens of their dignity. When the waters of the deluge spread vast abroad, you arranged and divided the regions of the land, and assigned to the exterior great states their boundaries, with their borders extending all over the kingdom. Then the state of Song began to be great, and God raised up the son of its daughter, and founded the family of Shang. The Dark King exercised an effective sway. Charged with a small state, he commanded success. Charged with a large state, he commanded success. He followed his rules of conduct without error. Wherever he inspected the people, they responded to his instructions. Then came Shang Tu, all ardent, and all within the seas, beyond the middle region, acknowledged his restraints. The favor of God did not leave Shang, and in Tang was found the subject for its display. Tang was not born too late, and his wisdom and virtue daily advanced. Brilliant was the influence of his character on heaven for long, and God appointed him to be a model to the 9 regions. He received the rank tokens of the states, small and large, which depended on him, like the pendants of a banner. So did he receive the blessing of heaven. He was neither violent nor remiss, neither hard nor soft. Gently he spread his instructions abroad, and all dignities and riches were concentrated in him. He received the tribute of the states, large and small, and he supported them as a strong steed does its burden. So did he receive the favor of heaven. He displayed everywhere his valor, unshaken, unmoved, unterrified, unscared. All dignities were united in him. The martial king displayed his banner, and with reverence grasped his axe. It was like the case of a blazing fire, which no one can repress. The root, with its 3 shoots, could make no progress, no growth. The 9 regions were effectually secured by him. Having smitten the princes of Wei and Gu, he dealt with the prince of Kunwu and with Ji of Xia. Formerly in the middle of the period before Tang, there was a time of shaking and peril, but truly did heaven then deal with him as its son, and sent him down a minister, namely a Heng, who gave his assistance to the king of Shang. 305. Yin Wu, Rapid was the warlike energy of our king of Yin, and vigorously did he attack Jing-Chu. Boldly he entered its dangerous passes and brought the multitudes of Jing together, till the country was reduced under complete restraint. Such was the fitting achievement of the descendant of Tang. Ye people, he said, of Jing-Chu, dwell in the southern part of my kingdom. Formerly, in the time of Tang the Successful, even from the Jiang of Di, they dared not but come with their offerings. Their chiefs dared not but come to seek acknowledgement. Such is the regular rule of Shang. Heaven has given their appointments to the princes, but where their capitals had been assigned within the sphere of the labors of Yu, for the business of every year they appeared before our king, saying, Do not punish nor reprove us. We have not been remiss in our husbandry. When heaven by its will is inspecting the kingdom, the lower people are to be feared. Our king showed no partiality in rewarding, no excess in punishing. He dared not to allow himself in indolence. So was his appointment established over the states, and he made his happiness grandly secure. The capital of Shang was full of order, the model for all parts of the kingdom. Glorious was his fame, brilliant his energy. Long lived he and enjoyed tranquility, and so he preserves us, his descendants. We ascended the hill of Jing, where the pines and cypresses grew symmetrical. We cut them down and conveyed them here. We reverently hewed them square. Long are the projecting beams of pine, large are the many pillars. The temple was completed, the tranquil abode of his tablet.
Thanks for watching. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel for more excellent content.